Did they decide to join forces? The imminent supreme god felt fear rise in his heart when he thought about this. Still feeling slightly skeptical, he continued thinking, however, although Duanling Tian is stronger than me, someone like Lang Chunyuan should disdain to join forces with Duanling Tian, right? Unless Duanling Tian helped her kill the other two demon beasts. The imminent supreme god was aware that someone had been fighting fiercely with the 9 demon beasts for several days previously. He also heard that not long after Duanling Tian arrived, 2 of the 9 demon beasts died while the others were defeated. However, even if they agreed to work together, it'll only be temporary, right? Lang Chunyuan won't let him go in the end. With this thought in mind, the imminent supreme god felt slightly better. His eyes gleamed coldly as he shifted them back to Duanling Tian before he said, Duanling Tian, alliances in the canyon are temporary most of the time. Do you think you'll be able to live after we die? How ridiculous. At this moment, the 2 imminent supreme gods were certain that Duanling Tian would die after them. The injured emperors of gods felt the same way as well. Although we can't escape death today, we'll die in peace knowing that a prodigy like Duanling Tian will accompany us in our deaths. That's right. Duanling Tian, we won't be lonely in the afterlife since you'll be accompanying us. Duanling Tian, you won't be the final winner after all. These people knew they were going to die. Even if Lang Chunyuan could not kill them due to the rule, she could make Duanling Tian or use the 7 demon beasts to kill them. Perhaps that was the reason she spared Duanling Tian and the 7 demon beasts until now instead of killing them. Duanling Tian was slightly stunned when he heard those words. When he recovered, he could not help but laugh before he asked, all of you think that I'll die? Lang Chunyuan smiled contemptuously as she said, Fools! He's my junior brother, my only junior brother. I cherish him and care about him. Why would I kill him? Do you know why I dealt with those 3 rudimentary supreme gods first instead of killing all of you first? It's because they wanted to kill my junior brother. After a beat, she added, all of you are really foolish. The 2 imminent supreme gods and the emperors of gods from the 3 divine kingdoms were shocked and speechless upon hearing Lang Chunyuan's words. How's this possible? Duanling Tian is Lang Chunyuan's junior brother? They're representing different divine kingdoms, right? How's this possible? None of them expected this at all. It was beyond their imaginations that Lang Chunyuan and Duanling Tian had such a relationship. With this revelation, they realized how absurd their previous thoughts were. How could Duanling Tian die? Or more accurately, how could Lang Chunyuan kill Duanling Tian? After a moment, an advanced emperor of gods suddenly shouted, Kill him! Let's drag him down with us. Following that, the advanced emperor of gods flew toward Duanling Tian, disregarding his injuries. His eyes were bloodshot as he desperately attacked Duanling Tian. With just a strike of his sword, Duanling Tian easily killed the advanced emperor of gods. Then he said indifferently, an injured advanced emperor of gods thought he could kill me? Even if the 2 imminent supreme gods and all of you injured people join forces, you still won't be able to kill me. As soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell, Lang Chunyuan scoffed before she said, A group of nobodies like you dares to target my junior brother? Without waiting for a reply, Lang Chunyuan attacked immediately. A terrifying destructive energy swept out, injuring the 2 imminent supreme gods. As soon as the 2 imminent supreme gods' expressions changed, Duanling Tian made a move as well. Swoosh! Duanling Tian's movements were graceful as he flew toward the imminent supremer gods and emperors of gods. He was like a wolf charging toward a flock of sheep. At the same time, 7 colored sword rays shot out, killing an emperor of gods each time Duanling Tian attacked. The 2 imminent supreme gods, who were just injured by Lang Chunyuan, were powerless against Duanling Tian. In less than a quarter of an hour, Duanling Tian killed the 2 imminent supreme gods and emperors of gods. Beams after beams of light shone down on Duanling Tian from the sky. Duanling Tian, who had felt distressed about the rewards he had wasted earlier, easily regained more than what he had used earlier. A smile bloomed on his face immediately. After a while, Lang Chunyuan said, Junior brother, you should continue healing your injuries. After that, you can kill the demon beasts. It's said that if one passes the ultimate test in Destiny Canyon, one will be handsomely rewarded by the god of creation. I wonder if you and I will become Advanced Emperor of Gods and Intermediate Supreme God respectively after we receive the reward. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard Lang Chun Yuan's words. Then he said, "Fourth senior sister, don't you think you're being too greedy? You're thinking about becoming an intermediate supreme god when you've just become a rudimentary supreme god not too long ago." Despite those words, Duanling Tian could not help but wonder if there was a chance he could break through the realm of an advanced emperor of gods as well. Subsequently, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries again. At the same time, after thinking about it for a while, he finally concluded that it was impossible for him to become an advanced emperor of gods so soon. He could already be considered very lucky if his progress reached the halfway point of a breakthrough. In any case, these were just speculations. Duanling Tian did not even know what kind of reward the supreme powerhouses would give for killing the demon beasts. The more Duanling Tian thought about how supreme powerhouses were able to raise other people's strength so greatly, the more terrified he was of them. He wondered if they created the rewards as well. If so, their descendants must be terrifyingly strong as well. After thinking about it for a while, although he was not certain, he felt that there had to be a limit to the supreme powerhouses' help. Otherwise, the members of the forces with connections to supreme powerhouses in the Devata realms would have long been sent to the realms of gods by the supreme powerhouses to enter places like the realm battlefield and the trial of gods. If there are restrictions, I wonder what kind of restrictions they are. Duanling Tian grew more and more curious about the rewards in general. After all, unlike the trial of gods, one would not be rewarded for killing in the realms of gods. I can't figure it out. It's too confusing. Perhaps I'll be fortunate enough to meet a supreme powerhouse willing to answer my questions in the future. At that time, I'll be able to ask about the rewards. I'm sure the answer won't be simple. I also wonder why the realms of gods don't have such a system. Duanling Tian was aware that the reward system existed in 3 places even if the system was different in each place. The 3 places were the realm of battlefield, the trial of gods, and the supreme powerhouse relic like the one owned by the Inner Palace faction of the Myriad Laws Academy. At least, these were the places that he was aware of. Since the reward system did not exist in the realms of gods, Duanling Tian theorized that there were limits to how much the supreme powerhouses could help cultivators. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. It's useless to think about these things now. It's better for me to focus on growing stronger. I'll naturally have the answer to these questions when I become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Duanling Tian had never doubted that he would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. He had to become a supreme powerhouse no matter what. Perhaps he would finally be able to relax at that time. In the past, Duanling Tian was not so ambitious. After taking Kur away from the divine offering land, he planned to bring his wives, children, parents, and close friends to live in seclusion. However, as he spent more time in the realm of gods, he experienced the mysterious power of the supreme powerhouses. This made him feel insecure. It was as though he would never be safe if he did not become a supreme powerhouse. He thought that by becoming a supreme powerhouse, he would truly be able to protect his loved ones. Outside of Destiny Canyon, 2 spatial tiers appeared in the air at almost the same time. Following that, 2 figures were pushed out by a huge force. The lords of the various divine kingdoms who were resting, cultivating, and chatting just a moment ago turned to look at them in unison. When the lord of the Remo divine kingdom saw one of the figures, his eyes lit up as he asked excitedly, "You Lin, you broke through?" Soon after, the lord of another divine kingdom exclaimed in surprise, "Mansion Master Han, you entered the realm of a supreme god?" Unlike the 2 happy lords, the remaining 23 lords of the divine kingdoms frowned slightly. They were aware that the duo's breakthrough meant that the duo obtained 2 of the 6 Earth Flaming Buddha Lotuses in Destiny Canyon. Without the Earth Flaming Buddha Lotuses, they knew it would be impossible for the duo to become a supreme god due to them reaching their limits. For example, He Yulin and the other rudimentary supreme god could survive their heavenly tribulations for another 3 or 4,000 at most before he died. At the same time, the duo wore dark expressions on their faces. After all, they were forced to leave Destiny Canyon. Seeing the duo's sour expressions, a few of the lords of the divine kingdoms raised an eyebrow curiously. "What's the matter?" He Yulin looked at the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom and said bitterly, "Lord, at least half the participants from our Ramo Divine Kingdom died." He Yulin did not say that his estimate was rather conservative. Upon hearing He Yulin's words, the expression of the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom changed immediately. At least half of the people from the Ramo Divine Kingdom died in Destiny Canyon. The joy on the face of the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom vanished immediately and was replaced by an expression of disbelief upon hearing He Yulin's words. Those outside of Destiny Canyon had no way of knowing what was happening in Destiny Canyon. They could only wait for the participants to leave Destiny Canyon to find out about what happened. In the history of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, it was rare for a divine kingdom to lose half of its representatives. Perhaps something like that would occur in 1 out of 10 battles of the Divine Kingdoms. After regaining his senses, the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom hurriedly asked, "Yulin, why did you say that? Explain yourself." At this time, everyone's attention was focused on He Yulin, curious about He Yulin's words. They did not forget to observe a moment of silence for the Ramo Divine Kingdom. The Ramo Divine Kingdom suffered a huge loss this time. Although the kingdom gained a new supreme god, the price is a little too high. Many lords of the Divine Kingdoms agreed with these words. They also felt better about the emergence of a new rudimentary supreme god in the Ramo Divine Kingdom. The other rudimentary supreme god who survived along with He Yulin was Han Shaokuan, a mansion master from the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom. At this time, he said to the Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom with a bitter expression on his face as well, "Lord, it's the same for our Rising Crag Divine Kingdom as well. At least half our people died in there." Apart from those whom Han Shaokuan brought to the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon, many people from the Crag Rising Divine Kingdom were killed by Duandling Tian. If he counted those he brought to the core, more than half of their people died in Destiny Canyon. As soon as Han Shaokuan's words fell, the lords of the Divine Kingdoms, including the lords of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom and the Ramo Divine Kingdom respectively, turned to look at Han Shaokuan. After listening to He Yulin, the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom had prepared to accept the fact that his Divine Kingdom was the most unfortunate one this time. He was surprised when he learned that there was another Divine Kingdom just as unfortunate as his. He felt somewhat comforted by this. At least, his Divine Kingdom was not the only one to lose half of its people in Destiny Canyon. What happened? The Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom, who just had a moment of silence for the Ramo Divine Kingdom, asked with a grim expression on his face. Han Shaokuan did not respond to the Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom immediately. Instead, he was looking at another Lord of a Divine Kingdom who was clearly trying to hold back his smile. Upon noticing Han Shaokuan's gaze, the Lord of the Divine Kingdom restrained his smile, and his expression returned to one of solemnity and calmness. "Stay calm, stay calm. I'm not happy because so many people from the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom died. I'm really not happy. Was I too obvious? I wasn't too obvious, was I? Otherwise, the lords of the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom would definitely be offended. By the way, why is Han Shaokuan looking at me like that? Don't tell me the people of my profound law Divine Kingdom have something to do with the deaths of the people from the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom." The lords of the various divine kingdoms naturally noticed this subtle exchange. They could not help but wonder as well if the profound law divine kingdom had anything to do with the deaths of the people from the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom in Destiny Canyon. Does the profound law divine kingdom have something to do with the deaths of the participants from the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom? If that's the case, then the profound law divine kingdom is too ruthless, right? Perhaps the high casualty is from trying to snatch the earth-flaming Buddha lotus away? Although the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom managed to obtain an earth-flaming Buddha lotus, it's hard to say if they gained or lost. The profound law Divine Kingdom is really ruthless. The Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom, who shared these thoughts as well, glared at the Lord of the profound law Divine Kingdom before he said sarcastically, "The profound law Divine Kingdom really performed well this time." Faced with the angry Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom, the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom remained patient as he calmly said, "Lord Yuan, it's the norm to kill during the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Even if my people are responsible for the deaths of your people, you can only blame your people for being so desperate to obtain the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. They were all willing to risk their lives to obtain the lotus. Moreover, since one of your people managed to obtain the lotus and even became a rudimentary supreme god as a result of that, you didn't really suffer a loss, right? After saying that, the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom suddenly frowned. If my people really killed so many people from the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom, they must have paid a hefty price as well, right? Moreover, the Flaming Earth Buddha Lotus was obtained by Rising Crag Divine Kingdom in the end. Moreover, there's a possibility that Han Shaokuan was sent out of the canyon for killing people from my kingdom. The other lords of the Divine Kingdoms thought about this as well and began to discuss among themselves. The Profound Law Divine Kingdom definitely suffered heavy losses as well this time. Upon hearing the discussions in his surroundings, the Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he felt his anger gradually subsiding as well. He thought to himself, "That's right, I should have thought about this. Although many of my people died, many people from the Profound Law Divine Kingdom must have died as well, right?" At this time, Han Shaokuan, who had yet to have a chance to speak, finally said with a wry smile, "My lord, you've misunderstood. The deaths of our people have nothing to do with the Profound Law Divine Kingdom." The lords of the Divine Kingdoms, including the lords of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom and the Profound Law Divine Kingdom, were puzzled. They could not figure out what was going on. Before Han Shaokuan had the chance to explain, He Yulin looked at the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom and said, "Lord Wu, Lu Xiaofeng from your Divine Kingdom managed to obtain an earth-flaming Buddha lotus and broke through to the realm of a rudimentary supreme god just like me and Han Shaokuan." The Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom was naturally surprised by these words. A surge of joy rose in his heart soon after hearing that one of his people broke through and become a rudimentary supreme god. Moreover, his rudimentary supreme god had yet to be sent out of Destiny Canyon. It was truly a pleasant surprise. The Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom nodded inwardly. Not bad, not bad. Since Xiaofeng is still in Destiny Canyon, it means that he's better than the Ramo Divine Kingdom's He Yulin and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom's Han Shaokuan. With this thought in mind, the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom instinctively straightened his back, standing a little taller than before. Since he had such an excellent subordinate, he had to be more firm and maintain his image as well. At the same time, the other lords of the Divine Kingdoms looked at the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom with a hint of jealousy. Not only did someone from the Profound Law Divine Kingdom obtain an earth-flaming Buddha lotus and became a rudimentary supreme god, but he was also still in Destiny Canyon, unlike He Yulin and Han Shaokuan who were sent out. As such, that person from the Profound Law Divine Kingdom could help his comrades obtain points, treasures, and fortuitous encounters even if he or she could not kill the other participants. At this time, they were more jealous of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom than they were of the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom. He Yulin, who did not have time to finish his words, was both frightened and at a loss when he saw the reactions of the lords of the Divine Kingdoms. "You've all misunderstood my words. That's not what I meant to say at all." Then, He Yulin and Han Shaokuan, who were standing across from each other, looked at each other blankly. They could not help but wonder why these people could not just listen to them properly without jumping to conclusions. Although the other lords of the Divine Kingdoms were jealous of the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom, they still congratulated him to show how magnanimous they were. "Lord Wu, congratulations. Lord Wu, your Profound Law Divine Kingdom has really stolen the limelight this time. Lord Wu, I had no idea that Lu Xiaofeng is so capable. He's able to stay in Destiny Canyon until now." However, inwardly, many of them were thinking to themselves, "The Profound Law Divine Kingdom performed very well this time. I'm not jealous. Not only that, but I also congratulated the Profound Law Divine Kingdom. As a leader of a Divine Kingdom, it's only natural for me to be magnanimous. I'm really magnanimous." At the same time, He Yulin asked Han Shaokuan through voice transmission, Should we explain ourselves?" He Yulin really did not know if he should finish his words earlier. Based on how happy the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom looked at this moment, he was afraid that he was going to be beaten if he spoke up now to clear up the misunderstanding. After a moment, He Yulin asked tentatively, "Otherwise, why don't you explain it to him?" No way. Han Xiaokuan refused decisively. He Yulin, if you had let me finish my words instead of interrupting me earlier, things wouldn't have spiraled to this extent. You caused such a huge misunderstanding because you interrupted me. This is all on you. I won't be your scapegoat. Han Xiaokuan was not a fool after all. If he cleared up the misunderstanding, there was a possibility that the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom might vent his anger on him. Although the Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom would definitely protect him and there was no risk of death, he would still be injured. He Yulin said with a hint of helplessness, "There isn't anything wrong with what I said earlier. If they'd only let me finish my words. I wanted to tell him that Lu Xiaofeng is dead." He sighed before he continued to say, "Lu Xiaofeng is the most unlucky one this time. He had only become a rudimentary supreme god and could have left the canyon at any time, but he died instead." Lu Xiaofeng was the other rudimentary supreme god who fought Lang Chunyuan alongside He Yulin and Han Xiaokuan in the core of the Heart of Destiny Canyon. Alas, unlike He Yulin and Han Xiaokuan, he died in Destiny Canyon. After Lu Xiaofeng died, He Yulin and Han Xiaokuan discovered they could not break Lang Chunyuan's trap formation, so they decisively left Destiny Canyon. He Yulin and Han Xiaokuan really did not expect that after leaving Destiny Canyon, they would cause such a huge misunderstanding. I have to make things clear no matter what. The Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom would be angrier the longer I delay telling him the truth. Beads of cold sweat appeared on He Yulin's forehead as he thought to himself. I'll inform the Lord about this first so he can intervene in time if the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom attacks me. My lord. He Yulin did not dare to wait any longer. If he waited any longer, the Lord of the Profound Divine Kingdom would definitely be angrier when he learned about the truth. He quickly explained everything to the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom through voice transmission. Initially, the Lord of the Ramo had been slightly envious of the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom. After all, although He Yulin became a rudimentary supreme god, He Yulin was transported out of Destiny Canyon so quickly. Not only that, but half of his people had died. On the contrary, the rudimentary supreme god from the Profound Law Divine Kingdom was still in Destiny Canyon. However, after listening to He Yulin, he felt better. Not only that, but he also suddenly felt that his divine kingdom did not perform too badly, after all. After all, not only did the Profound Law Divine Kingdom lose a new rudimentary supreme god, but the number of casualties of the people of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom in Destiny Canyon was no fewer than those of the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom. Finally, the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom said to He Yulin, "I'll tell him about this. I really don't know how angry he'll be after this. He won't dare to make a move on me, but I can't guarantee he won't vent his anger on you. I'll naturally protect you and you definitely won't lose your life, but if he attacks, I can't guarantee you won't get injured." Upon hearing these words, He Yulin's eyes lit up. He was relieved he did not have to clear up the misunderstanding. He hastily said, "Thank you, Lord." At the same time, the Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom, who was standing on the other side, had also learned about what happened to Lu Xiaofeng and the others from the Profound Law Divine Kingdom from Han Xiaokuan. Similar to the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom, he also felt much better and no longer as upset about his loss. Our Rising Crag Divine Kingdom doesn't seem too bad compared to the Profound Law Divine Kingdom. The Rising Crag Divine Kingdom turned to look at the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom, who was still smiling widely as he listened to the congratulatory words of the other lords of the divine kingdoms, before he shook his head inwardly. Wu Yu will most likely go crazy after he learns of the truth. At this time, the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom finally said loudly, overwhelming everyone's voices, "Everyone, please stop congratulating Lord Wu." Yulin didn't have a chance to finish his words earlier. Needless to say, the words of the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom instantly attracted everyone's attention. The expression of Wu Yu, the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom, changed slightly as he wondered to himself, what does he mean? He Yulin didn't have a chance to finish his words earlier? What's the meaning of this? Wu Yu suddenly turned to look at He Yulin with burning eyes. The Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom sighed before he said, "Lord Wu, my condolences." An ominous feeling rose in Wu Yu's heart as soon as he heard these words. However, he quickly reassured himself inwardly. Impossible, impossible. Xiao Feng has become a rudimentary supreme god. Even if he's no match for his opponent, he can easily escape from his opponent. Moreover, he can leave Destiny Canyon with just a thought. The other lords of the Divine Kingdoms looked at the Lord of the Remo Divine Kingdom in confusion before they began to whisper among themselves. What does he mean? Why is he offering his condolences to Lord Wu? Did many people from the profound Law Divine Kingdom die in Destiny Canyon? No matter how many people died, since Lu Xiaofeng is still in the canyon, the profound Law Divine Kingdom is in a better place compared to the Remo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom. Wu Yu was still reassuring himself inwardly, but the Lord of the Remo Divine Kingdom's next words ruthlessly shattered his hopes. Lu Xiaofeng is dead. Wu Yu's expression changed drastically before his divine energy began to surge erratically. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! Lu Xiaofeng just became a rudimentary supreme god. How can he die? Think about it. It's impossible." Wu Yu did not wait for a reply before he turned to He Yulin and said, "You shouldn't joke about something like that. Otherwise, even if you're now a rudimentary supreme god, I'll teach you a lesson." He Yulin could only smile bitterly upon hearing Wu Yu's words. There was nothing he could do if Wu Yu did not want to believe the truth. At this time, the Lord of the Rising Crag sighed before he said, "Lord Wu, He Yulin isn't joking. Xiao Kuan has already confirmed the matter. Lu Xiaofeng is undoubtedly dead. Both of them witnessed Lu Xiaofeng's death. The three of them fought another person and the other person killed Lu Xiaofeng. Seeing that made the both of them realize that they were no match for their opponent, so they quickly left the canyon. Perhaps, if the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom was the only one who spoke up, it would take some time to convince a few others. However, now that the Lord of the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom had spoken up, they no longer had any doubts. Wu Yu seemed to have calmed down at this moment. However, his expression remained dark. How's this possible? Xiao Feng died even though he became a rudimentary supreme god. The other lords of the Divine Kingdoms were curious about this matter as well. Who killed him? An inhabitant of Destiny Canyon. At this time, a lord of a Divine Kingdom said to comfort Wu Yu, "Although Lu Xiaofeng died, take comfort in the fact that you didn't lose many of your people in the canyon. In comparison, the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom lost at least half of their people." Upon hearing these words, Wu Yu's gloomy expression seemed to ease slightly. That's right. Although it's a huge loss to lose Xiaofeng, the number of casualties is lower than those of the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom. At this time, the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom looked at Guan Baoyu, the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, with a complicated expression before he said, "Lu Xiaofeng was killed by Lang Chun Yuan. Lord Guan, your Divine Kingdom has stolen the limelight this time." Everyone turned to look at Guan Baoyu. Earlier, when Guan Baoyu heard that He Yulin, Han Xiaokuan, and Lu Xiaofeng joined forces to deal with an opponent, he had assumed their opponent was the strongest inhabitant in Destiny Canyon. He was naturally stunned when he heard the words of the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom. Lang Chun Yuan? She fought alone against 3 rudimentary supreme gods? Not only that, but she killed one of them and forced the other 2 to escape. Finally, Guan Baoyu regained his senses and asked, "She broke through?" Then Guan Baoyu looked at He Yulin, who was standing behind the Lord of the Ramo Divine Kingdom, for confirmation. He completely ignored Wu Yu's frosty gaze. Killing and death had always been a part of the battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Dying meant that one was simply not strong enough. Moreover, in the past, there were many people from the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom who were killed by the people from the Profound Law Divine Kingdom. He Yulin smiled wryly and said, "That's right. After she became a rudimentary supreme god, she went to fight the strongest inhabitants of Destiny Canyon alone. Later on, with help from the righteous Divine Kingdom's Duan Ling Tian, she managed to defeat them." Duan Ling Tian's name was finally mentioned for the first time since He Yulin and Han Xiaokuan were sent out of Destiny Canyon. Many people subconsciously turned to look at Zhu Yingjun, the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom. Zhu Yingjun was slightly taken aback. He did not think that this matter had anything to do with his righteous Divine Kingdom. He could not help but feel even more curious. Why did he join forces with the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom's Lang Chun Yuan? Was he forced or was he willing? Will Lang Chun Yuan turn on him after he helped her? With these thoughts in mind, Zhu Yingjun grew worried. After all, he had high hopes for Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, he had invested a lot in Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian died, he would suffer a huge loss. He Yulin continued to say, initially Han Xiaokuan, Lu Xiaofeng, and I planned to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, Lang Chun Yuan decided to protect Duan Ling Tian and prevented us from doing so. At this time, a lord of a divine kingdom interjected, why did you target Duan Ling Tian? No matter how strong and talented he is, he's still a rudimentary emperor of gods. Did he obtain some rare treasure, incurring people's jealousy? The other lords of the divine kingdoms looked at He Yulin immediately, anticipating his answer. He Yulin smiled bitterly upon hearing the question. Then he replied, Duan Ling Tian was indeed a rudimentary emperor of gods before entering Destiny Canyon, but he's now an intermediate emperor of gods. Moreover, he's also completely stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. Currently, his strength is even stronger than that of an imminent supreme god. He might even possess strength on par with an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. He has been killing all the imminent supreme gods he encountered in the canyon as though he's cutting weed. He's now ranked first. Before I left, his points had already exceeded 10,000. I'm sure his points have risen since then. He Yulin recalled the advanced emperors of gods whom he, Han Xiaokuan, and Lu Xiaofeng brought to the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon. He was quite certain that Duan Ling Tian must have already killed them. In a way, the three of them had helped Duan Ling Tian's points to rise. Apart from that, he also thought that Duan Ling Tian would definitely survive unless Lang Chun Yuan decided to kill him. After He Yulin finished speaking, silence descended immediately. In fact, many people were not surprised that Duan Ling Tian was now an intermediate emperor of gods. They were more shocked by the fact that he had completely stabilized his cultivation base so soon after he had broken through. Although Duan Ling Tian had said that he would do so to the people from the Supreme Rank Force before entering Destiny Canyon, no one took him seriously. They did not expect him to do such a thing at all. Moreover, there was still a little time left before the battle of the Divine Kingdom ended. This meant that Duan Ling Tian still had time to grow stronger. He might not be able to break through and become an advanced emperor of gods in Destiny Canyon, but he would definitely make a lot of progress toward breaking through to the realm of an advanced emperor of gods. Duan Ling Tian, Zhu Yingjun was stunned. Although he had high hopes for Duan Ling Tian, he was still shocked. When he recovered from the shock, he began to worry again. However, will he be able to come out alive? He has so many points. What if Lang Chun Yuan covets them? Wait, Lang Chun Yuan is now a rudimentary supreme god, so she can't kill him unless the canyon fails to send her out in time. After becoming a rudimentary supreme god in Destiny Canyon, one would no longer be able to kill other participants below the realm of supreme gods. Before one could deal the killing blow, one would be sent out of Destiny Canyon. There were exceptions naturally, but it was rare. While everyone was still reeling from shock after listening to the news about Duan Ling Tian, He Yulin continued to say, just like Han Xiaokuan and I, Lu Xiaofeng also. He also brought a group of people from his own divine kingdom to kill Duan Ling Tian. The number of casualties for the Profound Law Divine Kingdom definitely won't be lower than the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom. Many emperors of gods from our Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom died while they were trying to kill Duan Ling Tian. He Yulin said, Destiny Canyon was the venue for the battle of the Divine Kingdom. Let alone losing half of its participants, even if a Divine Kingdom lost all of its participants, it could only blame its bad luck. He Yulin did not hide anything and openly spoke about how he and the other two rudimentary supreme gods brought their respective comrades to kill Duan Ling Tian. If they succeeded in killing Duan Ling Tian, the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom could not do or say anything about it as well. After all, Duan Ling Tian knew his life would be at risk when they participated in the battle of the Divine Kingdom. Conversely, the Ramo Divine Kingdom, the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom, and the Profound Law Divine Kingdom could not hold Duan Ling Tian responsible for the deaths of their participants as well. No matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could say or do to Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian came out from Destiny Canyon. Everything was done according to the rules, after all. If the lords of the Ramo Divine Kingdom, the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom, and the Profound Law Divine Kingdom decided to take action against Duanling Tian, not only would the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom protect Duanling Tian, but the other lords of the Divine Kingdoms would also protect Duanling Tian to uphold the rules. After all, if they allowed Duanling Tian to be killed, it would mean that they acquiesced to their men being killed in the future battles of the Divine Kingdoms if their men killed many people in Destiny Canyon. There could be no precedence for this matter. Once there was a precedence, it would happen again and again. As such, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the lords of the Ramo Divine Kingdom, the Rising Crag Divine Kingdom, and the Profound Divine Kingdom to attack Duanling Tian no matter how angry or displeased they were. Needless to say, no one could control what they did in private. At this moment, Wuyu, the Lord of the Profound Law Divine Kingdom, who had been filled with joy and excitement just a moment ago, suddenly stiffened before he spat out a mouthful of blood after listening to He Yulin. His Profound Law Divine Kingdom had suffered too heavy a loss this time. Not only did he lose so many people, but one of his men who had just become a rudimentary supreme god died as well. How's this possible? How's this possible? Wuyu could not accept this at all. The other lords of the Divine Kingdoms who had just been congratulating Wuyu a moment ago quickly changed their tune and began to comfort Wuyu. Lord Wu, my condolences. My condolences, Lord Wu. At the same time, the lords of the Divine Kingdoms could not help but sigh inwardly at the Profound Law Divine Kingdom's heavy loss this time. Despite obtaining an earth-flaming Buddha lotus, that person from the Profound Law Divine Kingdom failed to make it out alive. At the same time, they also silently committed Duanling Tian's name to memory. Duanling Tian was undoubtedly someone with amazingly good luck. If it were not for good luck, how could a rudimentary emperor of gods like him not only become an intermediate emperor of gods after entering Destiny Canyon but completely stabilized his cultivation base as well? Many of the lords of the Divine Kingdom sighed and looked at Zhu Yingjun, the Lord of the Righteous Divine Kingdom, enviously. Lord Zhu, the Righteous Divine Kingdom truly stole the limelight this time. Although it was obvious that Duanling Tian would not stay in the Righteous Divine Kingdom, if Duanling Tian did not die in Destiny Canyon, the Righteous Divine Kingdom would be handsomely rewarded after the battle of the Divine Kingdom ended. Based on Duanling Tian's points, the Righteous Divine Kingdom would definitely rank first in the battle of the Divine Kingdoms this time. A lord of a Divine Kingdom said, "This time, the Righteous Divine Kingdom will definitely break the record set by the previous Divine Kingdom. This means the Righteous Divine Kingdom will receive additional rewards." Upon hearing this, the other lords of the Divine Kingdoms looked at Zhu Yingjun again with eyes burning with jealousy. Words could not describe how jealous they were at this moment. Zhu Yingjun and the Righteous Divine Kingdom were extremely lucky this time. They would definitely be handsomely rewarded by the God of Creation if they broke the record this time. It's not over yet, so the outcome isn't certain. In my opinion, the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom can still surpass us at any time, Zhu Yingjun said modestly as he looked at Guan Baoyu, the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom. After all, there was no doubt that the strongest participant this time was Lang Chun Yuan. At the same time, Xiao Yi, the Lord of the Soaring Divine Kingdom who was standing in the distance, was so angry that he almost spat out blood after learning that Lang Chun Yuan had entered the realm of a supreme god. Based on her comprehension of the law, he might not be a match for her without his lord's decree now that she became a rudimentary supreme god. His anger grew when he thought about how she had grown so strong due to her killing almost all the advanced emperors of gods in the capital of the Soaring Divine Kingdom. He looked at Wu Yu, commiserating with Wu Yu on their misfortune. Guanbayu smiled and said lightly, "Lord Zhu, you must be joking. Lang Chun Yuan is now a rudimentary supreme god. This means that she can no longer kill the other participants. It'll be difficult for her to accumulate more points than Duanling Tian. Moreover, Duanling Tian still has time to accumulate more points. I only hope that he'll spare my people on Lang Chun Yuan's account, and that more than half my men will survive the battle of the Divine Kingdoms." After Guan Baoyu's voice fell, the expressions of the other lords of the Divine Kingdoms changed slightly. They suddenly recalled that, with Duanling Tian's terrifying strength, he could easily kill their men as well. "I hope they'll be smart and hide. If they've heard about or witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, they shouldn't be so stupid as to provoke him. I hope they'll be smart with their choices. Many lords of the divine kingdom prayed inwardly that their men would be smart and avoid provoking Duan Ling Tian. It was best if they decided to wait until they were transported out of Destiny Canyon when the battle of the divine kingdom ended. With that, their safety would be somewhat guaranteed. While they continued to wait, some of the lords of the divine kingdoms could not help but ask He Yulin and Han Shaokuan about their men. Their expressions darkened when they learned that their respective divine kingdoms had suffered huge losses as well. The Lord of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom was elated when he learned that his son had obtained an earth-flaming Buddha lotus. However, his joy vanished after He Yulin finished speaking. His son, Feng Xiao, had died in Destiny Canyon after obtaining the earth-flaming Buddha lotus. The other lords of the divine kingdoms were surprised when they learned that Feng Xiao managed to obtain an earth-flaming Buddha lotus. After all, they were unaware that Feng Xiao had hidden his strength. Under normal circumstances, they would complain about the Lord of Wind Chime Divine Kingdom for hiding such a trump card. However, due to Feng Xiao's death, it was only natural that none of them complained to avoid aggravating the Lord of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom. A few lords of the divine kingdoms, who had a good relationship with the Lord of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom, spoke out to comfort him. At the same time, many people also wondered if Feng Xiao had been killed by Duan Ling Tian or Lang Chun Yuan. There was also the possibility that a few imminent supreme gods joined forces to kill Feng Xiao. In their opinion, not counting Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan, it was impossible for the imminent supreme gods to kill Feng Xiao on their own. In Destiny Canyon, Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of what was happening outside of Destiny Canyon. At this time, with Lang Chun Yuan's protection, he successfully healed his injuries. When he opened his eyes, he looked at Lang Chun Yuan and said, "Fourth senior sister, I've recovered." "Good," Lang Chun Yuan replied with a smile. "Now that you've recovered, let's kill these beasts. Killing those people earlier won't give you much. However, it's different for these demon beasts, since they're the ultimate test in Destiny Canyon's battle of the divine kingdoms. We'll be rewarded after we kill them. I hope the supreme powerhouses who created the Trial of Gods won't be stingy with the rewards." Unlike the people in the Trial of Gods, Lang Chun Yuan and the others who entered the Trial of Gods were naturally aware that the God of Creation was actually a few supreme powerhouses. Destiny Canyon, like the Trial of Gods, was just another place created by the supreme powerhouses. Upon hearing Lang Chun Yuan's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he said, "I'm looking forward to the rewards. Fourth senior sister, let them go. You can watch me kill them after this." Lang Chun Yuan chuckled. "Very well. I'll watch your performance after this." Following that, Lang Chun Yuan let go of her hold over the remaining 7 demon beasts. The 7 demon beasts were actually creatures with intelligence. They knew they could do nothing to Lang Chun Yuan and that they were trapped in her formation. With that, they knew their chances of survival were almost zero. Hence, at this time, they decided the best thing they could do was to kill Duan Ling Tian before they died to avenge their 2 fallen comrades. Roar! The 7 demon beasts charged out and attacked in unison, causing the void and Lang Chun Yuan's trap formation to shake. Beautiful ripples could be seen in the void at this time, but no one had the time to appreciate them at this moment. When Duan Ling Tian faced the demon beasts again, he did not avoid them like before. Instead, he charged toward them, intending to fight them head-on. The only reason he avoided them previously was due to his injuries. Now that his injuries were healed, he had nothing to fear. After all, now that the demon beasts could no longer use the blood formation, they were only as strong as imminent supreme gods. Given enough time, it would not be difficult for him to kill all of them. Swoosh! 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 Sword rays whistled in the air as they rained down from above. They were beautiful and bright like rainbows, disguising their deadliness. When they moved, they left the void trembling in their wake. It was as though the space was going to crumble. Without the blood formation, the 7 demon beasts' attacks were no longer tacit even if they were attacking simultaneously. Initially, they were locked in a stalemate with Duan Ling Tian, but Duan Ling Tian soon found an opening and killed one of them. Following that, the fight tilted greatly in Duanling Tian's favor. It took Duanling Tian more than half an hour to kill the first demon beast. Following the death of the first demon beast, it took him fewer than 15 minutes to kill the second demon beast. Killing the third and the fourth demon beasts only took him dozens of breaths and fewer than 10 breaths respectively. In the end, it took him fewer than 10 breaths to kill the 3 remaining demon beasts. A beam of light shone down on Duanling Tian from the sky, shrouding his entire person. This was his reward for killing the demon beasts. After absorbing the reward, Duanling Tian looked at the sky and thought to himself, "Now that I've received the reward for killing those demon beasts, will I receive the reward for passing the ultimate test in Destiny Canyon?" Similarly, Lang Chunyuan looked at the sky as well. In just a moment, dark gray clouds rolled into the sky that was clear and blue. The dark clouds were accompanied by lightning and the sounds of thunder ringing in the. Following that, 9 huge translucent figures appeared in the sky. These figures belonged to the 9 demon beasts that Duanling Tian and Lang Chunyuan killed. The 9 demon beasts looked down at Duanling Tian and Lang Chunyuan with eyes filled with hatred before they roared to vent their unwillingness and anger. However, the sounds of their roar were drowned out by the sounds of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, the 9 demon beasts slowly faded away into countless spots of light in the sky before they converged into a beam of 9-colored light that shone on Duanling Tian and Lang Chunyuan. The diameter of the beam was so large that it easily shrouded the duo even though they were standing quite a distance from each other. So this is the reward for passing the ultimate test in Destiny Canyon. Duanling Tian could sense that the reward was greater than all the rewards he had received previously in Destiny Canyon. As soon as the light shone on him, the energies he saved from the previous rewards were mostly destroyed by the new reward. He only managed to absorb a small part of them, which did not give him much improvement. The new reward was so domineering that it seemed as though it could not tolerate the presence of the other rewards. Duanling Tian felt his heart ache when he thought about the wasted rewards. I hope this new reward will give me a bigger improvement. Otherwise, I'll suffer a huge loss this time. I'm not greedy either. I only hope to break through to the realm of an advanced Emperor of Gods. Duanling Tian thought to himself, slightly excited. Initially, he did not think he would be able to break through into the realm of an advanced Emperor of Gods in Destiny Canyon. However, now, his heart carried a hint of expectations. Meanwhile, Lang Chunyuan was also absorbing the reward. The speed at which she was absorbing the reward was much faster than that of Duanling Tian. This was only natural since she was now a rudimentary supreme god who had stabilized her cultivation base. The 9 demon beasts were dead. The 3 rudimentary supremer gods and their respective comrades were gone as well, with 2 of them escaping and all of them dead. As such, only Duanling Tian and Lang Chunyuan were left in the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon. Although those waiting outside of the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon did not witness what happened at the core, all of them knew how dangerous it was in the core due to the eye-catching rewards that fell from the sky. I don't know what happened exactly, but based on how aggressive those people from the 3 divine kingdoms were, it was clear they looked for trouble for Duanling Tian. Based on the number of rewards that appeared, you can see that a lot of people died. There's no doubt that those who died are from the 3 divine kingdoms. Why didn't the 3 rudimentary supreme gods protect their own people? Maybe they left? After becoming rudimentary supreme gods, they could leave Destiny Canyon with just a thought. In any case, I'm going to leave now and find a place to hide until the time is up. Me too. Many people who gathered outside of the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon quickly left. Only a few people stayed behind. These few people were hoping to get lucky. In their opinion, even if Duanling Tian managed to kill those people from the 3 divine kingdoms, Duanling Tian must be in a weakened state now. There was also Lang Chunyuan. They thought that she would be in a terrible state after killing the 9 demon beasts. Needless to say, they hoped to take advantage of the duo's weakened state. Duanling Tian and Lang Chunyuan were currently ranked 1st and 2nd respectively. One had over 10,000 points while the other had almost 10,000 points. Lang Chunyuan, who was ranked 2nd, had more than double the points of the person in 3rd place. If they could kill the duo, they would benefit greatly. Thinking of what they could gain, They waited patiently for Duanling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan to leave. A few days later, Duanling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan finally came out. Contrary to the expectations of the people waiting for the duo, not only were Duanling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan not in a weakened state, but they were both in peak condition. There was no suspense at all regarding the outcome. Duanling Tian easily killed all those who hoped to take advantage of him and Lang Chun Yuan. Those people greatly regretted that they did not leave with the others. Alas, there was no medicine for regret. My rewards are gone. Duanling Tian felt rather speechless. He had just received the rewards for killing the group of people, but they were quickly destroyed by the reward for passing the ultimate test. He only managed to absorb a small amount of it. Duanling Tian looked at Lang Chun Yuan and asked with a wry smile, "Fourth senior sister, it seems like the reward we received before is doing more harm than good. I'm unable to store other rewards in my body now." Upon hearing this, Lang Chun Yuan replied with a smile, "Junior brother, all you need to do is absorb it completely, right? After that, you won't have a problem anymore. Not only that, but you'll likely be very close to becoming an advanced emperor of gods even if you don't break through." Lang Chun Yuan had gained a lot this time, so she was in a very good mood. "That's easy for you to say," Duanling Tian said with a sigh. "Fourth senior sister, there's not much time left. I'll find a place to cultivate and absorb the energy from the reward while I wait to be sent out of the canyon. What do you plan to do next? Do you want to come with me, or do you plan to leave first?" "Of course, I'll come with you," Lang Chun Yuan said with a giggle. "Junior brother, I'm not in a hurry to leave. You can find a place and devote your time to absorbing the energy from the reward." Previously, Duanling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan took only half a day to receive the extraordinary reward into their bodies. However, they only left the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon a few days later because Duanling Tian was waiting for Lang Chun Yuan to absorb the energy from the reward after it entered her body. During those few days, unlike Lang Chun Yuan who completely absorbed the energy from the reward, Duanling Tian only managed to absorb a small amount of energy from the reward. Although Lang Chun Yuan did not say anything, Duanling Tian could keenly feel that she had become a lot stronger. At this time, Duanling Tian suddenly thought of something. He said, "Fourth senior sister, do you think Nangong Sui, the leader of the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool, will ask you to join his force immediately after you leave Destiny Canyon? Do you think the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool really has enough resources to help you become an intermediate supreme god?" Previously, no one believed Lang Chun Yuan when she said she would become a rudimentary supreme god and stabilize her cultivation base in Destiny Canyon. It was similar to how no one believed Duanling Tian said he was going to stabilize his cultivation base after becoming an intermediate emperor of gods in Destiny Canyon. However, the duo had stayed true to their words and achieved what they said they would. According to the previous agreement, if the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool was sincere about recruiting Lang Chun Yuan, they would have to give her as many resources as she needed to become an intermediate supreme god. "I think so," Lang Chun Yuan said with a laugh. "Before entering Destiny Canyon, I asked the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom about it. He said that the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool has more than enough resources to help me become an intermediate supreme god after I stabilize my cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god." Duanling Tian was slightly surprised that Lang Chun Yuan remembered to ask about this matter. Lang Chun Yuan continued to say, "However, I'm not sure if he'll go back on his words. We must stick to our principles after leaving Destiny Canyon. If they keep their word, it's fine for us to join them. Junior brother, don't be pressured into doing what you don't want to do. After all, we'll be leaving the trial of gods soon." Duanling Tian shook his head and said, "Fourth senior sister, it's just as you said. We'll be leaving the trial of gods eventually. Moreover, everything here is only created by the supreme powerhouses. Why would I be pressured into doing anything?" Lang Chun Yuan nodded. "Good. I knew that you'd see things this way. I'm only saying this because third senior brother told me to remind you. Now that I've conveyed his message, I've also completed the task he gave me." Duanling Tian was slightly surprised by Lang Chun Yuan's words. At the same time, warmth suffused his heart when he thought about his third senior brother's care toward him. Over the next period of time, Duanling Tian found a place to cultivate and absorb the energy from the reward in seclusion. At the same time, Lang Chun Yuan stayed by Duanling Tian's side to protect him. making sure that he was not disturbed. Needless to say, with Lang Chunyuan standing guard, Duan Ling Tian easily absorbed the energy from the reward. At this time, the duo suddenly sensed the change in Destiny Canyon. Lang Chunyuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Junior brother, I think we'll be transported out soon." As soon as Lang Chunyuan's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian felt his head spinning and his vision turned black. When the light returned, Duan Ling Tian found that he was now outside of Destiny Canyon. When he looked up, he saw the lords of the divine kingdoms in front of him. Soon enough, he saw a group of people gathering around him. "They're out." At this moment, the lords of the various divine kingdoms were all looking at Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chunyuan. After Duan Ling Tian and the others were sent out of Destiny Canyon, the lords of the various divine kingdoms easily used their lord's decrees to bring their advanced emperors of gods back to their sides. With the lord's decree, they were comparable to an advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian felt an invisible force shrouding him before carrying him away. At the same time, he felt his divine energy slowing down, causing a sense of powerlessness to rise in him. This is the strength of an advanced emperor of gods? Duan Ling Tian was inwardly shocked. He had seen the might of a rudimentary supreme god. Although he was not a match for a rudimentary supreme god now, he was confident that would not be the case once he became an advanced emperor of gods. He was shocked by Zhu Yingjun's strength, which was boosted by the Lord's decree. The difference in strength between a rudimentary and advanced supreme god was like heaven and earth. No wonder people say that an advanced supreme god can kill a rudimentary supreme god with just a finger. The difference in strength is tremendous. Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when he arrived at Zhu Yingjun's side. He only returned to his senses when he heard Yun He's voice. Yun He reminded Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, the Lord is talking to you." After regaining his senses, Duan Ling Tian found that the others from the righteous divine kingdom had all gathered. It seemed like there were fewer than people who died in Destiny Canyon. Then he looked at Zhu Yingjun with a hint of confusion, trying to recall what Zhu Yingjun said. Zhu Yingjun smiled. He was not offended at all that Duan Ling Tian was distracted while he was talking. He said, "Mansion Master Duan, you've brought great glory to our righteous divine kingdom." Not only did Duan Ling Tian rank first, but he also broke the previous record by accumulating more than 10,000 points. Due to his points, the righteous divine kingdom also rose to first place on the divine kingdom ranking. Following that, the participants from the righteous divine kingdom spoke up one after another. "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, Mansion Master Duan." Quite a few advanced emperors of gods from the righteous divine kingdom looked at Duan Ling Tian with gratitude as they congratulated him. Previously, they had run into Duan Ling Tian when they were in Destiny Canyon. At that time, they thought Duan Ling Tian was going to kill them like how he killed the others. To their surprise, he spared them. They felt even more grateful when they heard later on about how many he had killed. One of the mansion masters from the righteous divine kingdom looked around before he said with a sigh, "It seems like there are at least a dozen people who perished in Destiny Canyon from each divine kingdom." After his voice fell, many people instinctively shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian. The losses that the various divine kingdoms suffered were likely related to Duan Ling Tian, but they did not think he was a bloodthirsty killer. After all, if they possessed his strength, they would have done the same. The Battle of the Divine Kingdoms was a competition. They participated to compete for the treasures, fortuitous encounters, and rewards in Destiny Canyon. The rewards for killing someone in Destiny Canyon were double what they usually received. Who could resist such a thing? Unlike the righteous divine kingdom, the people from the other divine kingdoms wore grim expressions on their faces due to the heavy losses they suffered. At the same time, Guan Baoyu, the lord of the Jade Bao divine kingdom, said to Lang Chunyuan through voice transmission, "Girl, thank you." Then, a smile bloomed on his face before he said loudly, "Congratulations on becoming a supreme god." The people from the Jade Bao divine kingdom followed suit and congratulated Lang Chunyuan even though they were not particularly close to her. It was an obligation to congratulate her, after all. At this time, the divine kingdoms that suffered smaller losses and managed to rank in the top 10 finally recovered from their sadness. On the contrary, The people from divine kingdoms that suffered heavy losses like the Remo divine kingdom, the Rising Crag divine kingdom, and the Profound Law divine kingdom could hardly get rid of the dark expressions on their faces. Needless to say, with such heavy losses, they did not rank in the top 10. Let's go! Soon after, the lords of the Remo divine kingdom, the Rising Crag kingdom, and the Profound Law divine kingdom led their people away without bidding farewell to the others. The lord of the Soaring divine kingdom left without looking back as well. There was no point for those who failed to rank in the top 10 to stay any longer, after all. However, under normal circumstances, they would usually stay just to see what kind of rewards those who ranked in the top 10 would receive. However, this time none of them had the mood to stay any longer than necessary. Before leaving, Xiao Yi, the lord of the Soaring divine kingdom, turned to look at Lang Chun Yuan with eyes brimming with killing intent. At the same time, a hint of helplessness rose in his heart when he thought about how she was now a supreme god. If she was in the Soaring divine kingdom's territory, it would be easy for him to kill her with the Lord's decree. However, he was no match for her outside of the Soaring divine kingdom's territory. In the end, only 12 divine kingdoms were left on the scene. 2 divine kingdoms that failed to rank in the top 10 did not leave because some of their representatives managed to rank in the top 10 of the individual ranking list. Based on past experiences, they would only be rewarded after a day and a night passed. No one knew why it took so long for them to receive the rewards, but all of them waited patiently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 3 old men appeared. They were the 3 demonic scorpion elders from the latent element heaven sect. The trio was known to possess the strength of an ordinary advanced supreme god if they joined forces. Before the start of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, they had come to recruit Duanling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan. In the end, Lang Chun Yuan chose the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool, so they were only left with Duanling Tian, their second choice. When they heard about the results, they were shocked. They truly did not expect that their second choice would have such a shocking performance in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. The most shocking thing was his success in completely stabilizing his cultivation base after becoming an intermediate emperor of gods. He's a monster. The 3 old men had lived long enough to see many monstrous prodigies in their lives. However, they were still shocked by Duanling Tian's talent. Finally, one of the 3 demonic scorpion elders said loudly, "Duanling Tian, the latent element heaven sect will help you become an advanced emperor of gods. After becoming an advanced emperor of gods, you'll officially join the latent element heaven sect." Duanling Tian smiled faintly as he replied, "Senior, the rewards I received in Destiny Canyon exceeded my expectations, and I've yet to absorb all of them. Moreover, I still have yet to receive the reward for ranking first. There's a possibility that once I absorb all the rewards, I'll be able to break through to the realm of an advanced emperor of gods on my own." Nearing the end of his words, Duanling Tian looked at the old man meaningfully. The old man's expression froze for a moment. Then he exchanged a look with the other 2 old men and spoke to them through voice transmission before he said to Duanling Tian, "Duanling Tian, if you become an advanced emperor of gods on your own, our latent element heaven sect will help you stabilize your cultivation base. Moreover, our sect will give you—" The 12 lords of the divine kingdoms were shocked when they heard the old man's words. They did not expect the latent element heaven sect to be willing to give up so much just to recruit Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian could sense the old man's sincerity. Moreover, the things the old man promised him were exactly what he truly needed to become a supreme god as soon as he possibly could. "Senior, if you keep your promise, I'll be more than willing to join the latent element heaven sect," Duanling Tian replied without hesitation. He would be a fool to do otherwise. The latent element heaven sect hoped to nurture a talent strong enough to protect them in the future. Under normal circumstances, Duanling Tian would not like to be tied down to such a promise. However, he did not have any concerns now since he would be leaving the trial of gods and returning to the real world eventually. Following that, the lords of the divine kingdoms congratulated the 3 demonic scorpion elders. "Congratulations, seniors." At this time, Lang Chun Yuan, a middle-aged man, flew over. He was Nangong Sui, the leader of the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. He walked over to Lang Chun Yuan before he said, Congratulations on becoming a supreme god. As I promised previously, the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool will help you to stabilize your cultivation base. As soon as Nangong Siyi's voice fell, Lang Chunyuan's divine energy surged from her body. There was no sign of instability at all. Guan Baoyu, the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom who was standing next to Lang Chunyuan, exclaimed in shock and disbelief, "How's this possible?" The lords of the various divine kingdoms were either rudimentary or intermediate supreme gods. Naturally, they could sense the familiarity of Lang Chunyuan's divine energy when she released it into the surroundings. Lang Chunyuan hasn't only become a rudimentary supreme god, but she also stabilized her cultivation base. How did she do it? How's this possible? It seems like she wasn't boasting before she entered Destiny Canyon. No one believed her at all at that time. If I didn't witness it myself, I still wouldn't have believed it if my late father came back to life to tell me about it. It was an understatement to say that the lords of the divine kingdoms were shocked by Lang Chunyuan's amazing feat. They knew the fortuitous encounters in Destiny Canyon can help one to become a rudimentary supreme god since they had experienced it themselves. However, it was unprecedented for someone to become a rudimentary supreme god and also stabilize his or her cultivation base in Destiny Canyon. Lang Chunyuan's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at Nangong Siyi and asked, "I remember you promised to give me a welcome gift after I become a rudimentary supreme god and stabilize my cultivation base. Are you going to help me become an intermediate supreme god?" Lang Chunyuan continued to say, "I'll receive a reward for ranking second. That should alleviate some of the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool's burden when helping me to become an intermediate supreme god." The lords of the divine kingdoms were rendered speechless by Lang Chunyuan's words. After all, the rewards for the participants of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms could not compare to the rewards of the divine kingdoms since the rewards for the divine kingdoms were beneficial to supreme gods. A monster. She's a freak. The three demonic scorpion elders of the latent element heaven sect looked at Lang Chunyuan with a complicated gaze. They had grossly underestimated her talent. The latent element heavenly pool would have to pay a hefty price to recruit her, and they were not in the position to make such decisions. They would need to discuss the matter with the sect leader of the latent element heaven sect. However, there was no need to do such a thing unless the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool decided to renege on their promise. They did not think the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool would do such a thing, and they were right. Nangong Siyi, the leader of the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool, looked at Lang Chunyuan in shock, and as he said, "Lang Chunyuan, I had no doubts that you'd become a rudimentary supreme god in Destiny Canyon, but I truly didn't expect you to stabilize your cultivation base there as well. So, does the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool still intend to recruit me?" Lang Chunyuan asked. Nangong Siyi smiled faintly. "Of course, we still want to recruit you. I made a promise to you after all. Follow me to the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. I'll help you become an intermediate supreme god as soon as I can. After that, the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool will officially accept you as a member." "All right, I'll follow you," Lang Chunyuan replied quickly and moved to stand next to Nangong Siyi. Nangong Siyi nodded at the three demonic scorpion elders and Guan Baoyu, the Lord of the Jade Bao Divine Kingdom, before he brought Lang Chunyuan away. Many people sighed as they watched the duo leave. A few of them looked rather envious as well. That young girl will soar to greater heights after joining the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. In the future, she'll definitely be the third advanced supreme god in the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "I hope fourth senior sister manages to become an intermediate supreme god before we leave the trial of gods." At this time, the three demonic scorpion elders turned to look at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to leave." In fact, the participants could leave whenever they wanted. No matter where they were in the world, they would still receive the reward for ranking in the top 10 of the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. However, the Divine Kingdoms had to stay here to receive the reward since receiving the reward required the aura and presence of the Lords of the Divine Kingdoms. "Lord Zhu, Brother Yunhe, farewell," Duan Lingtian said to Zhu Yingjun and Yunhe after he nodded at the three demonic scorpion elders. Then he nodded to the others from the righteous divine kingdom before he left with the three old men. After Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan left, the others began to discuss and compare the duo. Duan Ling Tian is a monster as well. Based on the current situation, Lang Chun Yuan seems more outstanding than Duan Ling Tian. However, that might not be the case in the future. Who knows? Anyway, the records both of them set during the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms will be difficult to beat. Duan Ling Tian will also be rewarded for breaking the record. With that and the rewards he received in Destiny Canyon, it won't be long before he becomes an advanced Emperor of Gods. Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan both beat the previous record. However, since Duan Ling Tian broke the record first, he would be rewarded for it. Swoosh! Swoosh! While Duan Ling Tian traveled with the 3 demonic scorpion elders, a thunderous noise suddenly rang in the air before 2 beams of light of different colors shone down on Duan Ling Tian. The 3 demonic scorpion elders' eyes brightened as they looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had stopped moving. Not only did Duan Ling Tian rank first among all the participants, but he also broke the previous record. Duan Ling Tian is the biggest winner of Destiny Canyon's Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. I wonder how Lang Chun Yuan managed to stabilize her cultivation base so soon after becoming a rudimentary supreme god in Destiny Canyon. In my opinion, even if she received all the rewards that Duan Ling Tian received, she still shouldn't be able to stabilize her cultivation base. What an amazing feat! When Duan Ling Tian received the rewards for ranking first and breaking the previous record, he discovered that the reward for breaking the record was better than the one he received for ranking first. Previously, he had been worried that the reward he received from passing the ultimate test in Destiny Canyon would destroy these rewards just like it did the other rewards. He heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that the 2 rewards he received seemed to be coexisting peacefully with the reward he received in the core of the heart of Destiny Canyon. After absorbing these 3 rewards, even if I don't become an advanced Emperor of Gods immediately, I should be on the brink of a breakthrough. After breaking through, I'll stabilize my cultivation base with the help of the latent element Heaven Sect. I hope I'll be able to stabilize it before leaving the Trial of Gods. The main reason Duan Ling Tian joined the latent element Heaven Sect was to raise his cultivation base using the sect's resources. However, he knew the speed of his progress would not be able to compare to the speed of his progress in Destiny Canyon. After all, he had received double the rewards when in Destiny Canyon. I wonder how the others are doing. I have a feeling they're not doing as well as 4th Senior Sister and I. While Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan made their way to the Latent Element Heaven Sect and the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool respectively, the others who entered the Trial of Gods with them were still searching for fortuitous encounters in the Southern Heaven Continent and the Northern Sphere Continent. Some perished, and those who survived grew stronger. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye. In the Myriad Laws Academy, a powerhouse was guarding a formation alone, but soon, many teachers and students began to gather. It's almost 3 years since they entered the Trial of Gods. They should be coming out soon. I heard that many people died. That's right. Many soul pearls had shattered. At this time, a member of the Legacy faction asked casually, "Do you think any of them managed to become a supreme god?" It was silent for a moment before someone said, "If there's someone who became a supreme god, it can only be that person from the Inner Palace faction." A crowd had gathered near the portal to the Trial of Gods since the group of prodigies would be coming out of the Trial of Gods within a few days. Not everyone came to watch the show. Some of them were members of supreme rank forces waiting for their fellow members to come out so they could report back to their respective forces. Many of the students of the Myriad Laws Academy joined the academy to grow stronger so they could better contribute to their respective forces in the future. At that time, they would also receive special privileges from their respective forces. A student from the lone primordial spirit congregation stared at the transportation formation as he muttered inwardly, "Senior brother Hu Lan Chi is the only one from our lone primordial spirit congregation to die in the Trial of Gods. Senior brother Meng Yu and senior brother Murong Haitang are still alive." Murong Haitang and Meng Yu are the 2 strongest holy sons of the lone primordial spirit congregation. As for Hu Lan Chi, he was not the most outstanding student from the lone primordial spirit congregation in the academy. After all, he had always been second to Wang Yunsheng, also a holy son of the lone primordial spirit congregation. However, Hu Lanqi became the strongest student from the lone primordial spirit congregation in the Myriad Laws Academy after Duanling Tian killed Wang Yunsheng. Unfortunately, at some point, his soul pearl had shattered, indicating that he had died in the trial of gods. Despite Hu Lanqi's death, the members of the lone primordial spirit congregation were preoccupied with finding out how their two strongest holy sons fared in the trial of gods. At this time, "Are they out yet?" The disciple from the lone primordial spirit congregation jolted slightly when he received a message. Then he hurriedly replied, "Vice leader, they're not out yet." The message was from Lu Tianfeng, the vice leader of the lone primordial spirit congregation. In the lone primordial spirit congregation's estate, "They haven't come out?" Lu Tianfeng frowned slightly after receiving the reply. After a moment, he said to the disciple at the Myriad Laws Academy, "Apart from the two holy sons, keep an eye out for Duanling Tian. I wonder if he died in the trial of gods." Back in the Myriad Laws Academy. "Yes, vice leader," the disciple from the lone primordial spirit congregation replied. At the same time, he wondered inwardly. There were rumors over the past 2 years that vice leader has a grudge against Duanling Tian. So it's true? It's said that vice leader annihilated the entire mundane realm that Duanling Tian came from and killed many of those related to him. The disciple felt chills running up his spine when he recalled the scene where Duanling Tian killed Wang Yunsheng, a holy son of the lone primordial spirit congregation. He thought to himself, if Duanling Tian survives, vice leader is going to have a tough time in the future. It's only a matter of time before a heaven-defying prodigy like Duanling Tian grows extremely strong. Once he grows strong enough, he'll certainly seek revenge from vice leader. At that time, who knows if he'll annihilate the entire congregation as well. I have to think of a plan to save myself if that happens. Lu Tianfeng, the vice leader of the lone primordial spirit congregation, shared rather similar thoughts as the disciple of the congregation as well. His expression was dark as he thought to himself, I hope Duanling Tian died in the trial of gods. If he survives and becomes an intermediate emperor of gods, I'll have to be extra cautious going forward. Although Duanling Tian was still like a mere ant that he could crush with a finger, there was nothing he could do to Duanling Tian as long as Duanling Tian stayed in the Myriad Laws Academy. Somewhere in the Myriad Laws Academy, an old man and a young man were playing chess in a spacious courtyard. The old man made his move before he asked with a smile, "They should be coming out soon, right? Aren't you going to wait for them there? What's the rush? We've been waiting for 3 years anyway. All that matters is that they're safe and sound." The young man replied with a faint smile. "You're really wise," the old man said. Then his eyes gleamed as he said, "I wonder how much progress that girl and that lad made in the trial of gods. They'll bring great glory to the Inner Palace faction if they manage to break through there." The old man was Su Bai Lai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, and the young man was Yang Yuchun, the third member of the Inner Palace faction. Yang Yuchun smiled. "I'm sure they won't disappoint you." The old man nodded. Then, as though he had just thought of something, he asked, "Is there any news from your eldest senior sister?" "No," Yang Yuchun said as a rare solemn expression appeared on his face. "It's about time for her to return. Perhaps something unexpected happened in the outer boundary and delayed her return." "The outer boundary," the old man said with a sigh, "it's about time for me to report for duty as well. I wonder if I'll be able to return safely. Boy, can you let me leave with peace of mind and agree to take over the position of Academy Master?" At the end of his words, the old man stared at Yang Yuchun with eyes glittering with hope. "Academy Master," Yang Yuchun said seriously, "I really have no intentions of becoming the next Academy Master. In fact, after my 4th junior sister becomes a supreme god, I'm prepared to let her be in charge of the Inner Palace faction. Eldest senior sister is in the outer boundary and second senior brother is on the realm battlefield. I really don't want to waste my time in the academy anymore. There are 100 years left before the realm battlefield closes. I want to enter the battlefield to see if I'll be able to find fortuitous encounters to raise my cultivation base." Previously, Yang Yuchun had never given Su Bai Lai a reason for his refusal, but now he spoke very honestly about his intentions. Su Bai Lai's eyes widened slightly as he said, Are you saying that if your fourth senior sister is a supreme god when she comes out of the trial gods, you'll leave the academy? Yang Yuchen nodded. Yes. Many people don't know the reason for the realm of battlefield's existence, but you and I both know the reason. I don't want to waste the 100 years I have left, and I can't wait another 9,000 years to go to the outer boundary. Su Bai Lai sighed. I really don't understand the thoughts of you prodigies. Brat, you should have explained this to me earlier. I wouldn't have forced you then. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, It was not convenient for me to say anything previously. In any case, according to the Inner Palace faction's rules, I can't leave until another supreme god takes over. Otherwise, eldest senior sister will definitely punish me when she returns. At the portal that was connected to the Trial of Gods in the Myriad Laws Academy at the same time. At this moment, the students who entered the Trial of Gods began to appear one after another. It's Zhang Tian Jiao, the proud prodigy from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. That's Morong Haitang from the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation. There's the Stride Basic Divine Sex Yuan Pu. Many of those from the same forces began to ask their fellow members who just left the Trial of Gods if they had made a breakthrough through voice transmissions so they could report back to their respective forces. Without any prompts, some of those who left the Trial of Gods might not report their progress for reasons of their own. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian is out. His senior sister, Lang Chun Yuan, is out as well. In just a moment, the crowd's attention shifted to the young man and young girl who appeared. All of them could sense the tremendous change in the duo's auras. They feel different from before. I agree, but I can't say exactly what's different. It's their auras. At this time, Meng Yunshan, the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy who was guarding the transportation formation, looked at Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan before his expression changed slightly. He sighed before he turned and cupped his fists slightly at Lang Chun Yuan and said, The members of the Inner Palace faction are all brilliant talents. Congratulations on becoming a supreme god. Now that Lang Chun Yuan was a supreme god, she was now officially a powerhouse in the Profound Energy Land. In the Profound Energy Land, only supreme gods were acknowledged. Those below the realm of supreme gods were like ants to the supreme gods. As soon as Meng Yunshan finished speaking, silence descended on the place immediately as they instinctively turned to look at Lang Chun Yuan with blank expressions. When they recovered their senses, they gasped. Lang Chun Yuan has become a supreme god? Heavens! A supreme god below the age of 10,000. She's even more monstrous than Vice Academy Master Yang Yuchen. The crowd was thoroughly shocked that Lang Chun Yuan was now a supreme god after coming out of the Trial of Gods. Her amazing feat made the proud prodigies from the various heavyweight supreme rank forces who became advanced emperors of gods in the Trial of Gods pale in comparison. No one even noticed that Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, was now an advanced emperor of gods after Yun Meng Shan announced that Lang Chun Yuan had become a supreme god. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but look at Lang Chun Yuan. Fourth senior sister. When did you become an intermediate supreme god? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission. 2 years ago, Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan went their separate ways in the Trial of Gods after the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. He had joined the Latent Element Heaven sect while she had joined the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. At that time, Nangong Sui, the leader of the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool, had promised he would spare no effort in helping Lang Chun Yuan become an intermediate emperor of gods before she officially joined the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. Lang Chun Yuan replied with a hint of complaint in her voice. No, that Nangong Sui isn't very reliable. I spent 2 years at the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool and used a lot of resources. Although I learned a few methods to raise my cultivation base, 2 years are still too short of a time. I urged him repeatedly throughout those years, but according to him, it'd take at least 3 years for me to break through even though he had spared no efforts in helping me. In the end, I only made about 70% progress on the path to breaking through and becoming an intermediate supreme god. Nangong Sui and the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool are really unreliable. Otherwise, I'd already be on par with third senior brother. Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless about how greedy Lang Chun Yuan was. After all, The Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool had spared no effort in helping her to raise her cultivation base over the past 2 years. The Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool must be devastated that fourth senior sister suddenly vanished without a trace. Fortunately, the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool and everything in the Trial of Gods are only creations of the supreme powerhouses. They, including the latent element Heaven sect, should cease to exist now that we left the Trial of Gods, Duanling Tian thought to himself, slightly relieved. Duanling Tian recalled the good days he had for the past 2 years in the latent element Heaven sect. He enjoyed the cultivation resources they gave him and officially joined the sect about a month ago. After officially joining the sect's 2 strongest supreme gods insisted that he join their respective factions and even forced him to make a choice. Fortunately, it was time for him to leave the Trial of Gods. Otherwise, he would be in a dilemma. When he thought about his days in the Trial of Gods and that everything had ceased to exist there, he felt like his experiences were just a dream. At this time, Lang Chun Yuan's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears, pulling him back from his reverie. Junior brother, you must have thrived in the latent element Heaven sect. After all, you're now an advanced Emperor of Gods. Did you also manage to stabilize your cultivation base? Lang Chun Yuan asked. Obviously, she had probed Duanling Tian with her divine consciousness at some point without him noticing. However, she did not probe deep enough to find out if he had stabilized his cultivation base. I stabilized it a month ago, Duanling Tian replied. Amazing! Lang Chun Yuan exclaimed before she said, the latent element Heaven sect is really reliable. I should have joined the sect instead of joining the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. Perhaps I'd be an intermediate supreme god now. Duanling Tian was rendered speechless by Lang Chun Yuan again. Then he said, fourth senior sister, it's not as simple as that. I managed to break through not only because of the rewards from Destiny Canyon and the latent element Heaven sect, but it's also because I'm just an Emperor of Gods. You're a supreme god. It's already amazing that you made such tremendous progress in just 2 years. Duanling Tian truly felt that Lang Chun Yuan had unrealistically high expectations for the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool. He did not doubt that the Frosty Mountain Heavenly Pool had done all they could to help her. At the same time, the crowd was still marveling over Lang Chun Yuan's progress after leaving the Trial of Gods. No one doubted that she was the bigger winner. Lang Chun Yuan is now a supreme god. Amazing! A supreme god under the age of 10,000. It seems like Vice Academy Master Yang's title as the #1 genius of the Myriad Laws Academy will go to her now. It's not a big deal since she's his junior sister anyway. How remarkable! Upon hearing the discussions in the surroundings, Lang Chun Yuan was slightly annoyed. She did not like being the center of attention after all. A hint of displeasure could be seen in her eyes as she said, so what if I became a supreme god? What's the big deal? After a beat, Lang Chun Yuan turned to the crowd and continued to say loudly, I was an advanced Emperor of Gods with a stabilized cultivation base and was on the brink of a breakthrough to begin with. It's only natural for me to become a supreme god after entering the Trial of Gods. It took me 3 years to become a supreme god. If anything, all of you should focus on my junior brother. Duanling Tian looked at Lang Chun Yuan blankly as she said, my junior brother was only advanced Lord of Gods 3 years ago before he entered the Trial of Gods. Now he's an advanced Emperor of Gods. Isn't his progress much greater than mine? You're all a bunch of ignorant fools. Lang Chun Yuan smiled contemptuously at the end of her words. Then, she slightly pushed Duanling Tian away before she casually struck at him. Duanling Tian's divine energy surged immediately and its stability caused everyone to fall silent. The expression of Yun Mengshan, the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, changed slightly. As an intermediate supreme god, his senses were naturally much better than the others. He could clearly sense that Duanling Tian had stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an advanced Emperor of Gods. In just 3 years, an advanced Lord of Gods became an advanced Emperor of Gods with a completely stabilized cultivation base? Yun Mengshan was shocked that he almost forgot to breathe for a moment. Let alone the Myriad Laws Academy, Duanling Tian's feat was unprecedented even in prime supreme rank forces in the profound energy land and other realms of gods. When the others regained their senses, a commotion broke out. Duan Ling Tian is really an advanced emperor of gods now. 3 years ago he was just an advanced emperor of gods, but now he's an advanced emperor of gods. That's outrageous. Duan Ling Tian is the real monster. Heavens! To think that he's not even 3,000 years old. You're wrong. He's not even 1,000 years old. Over the past 3 years there have been rumors. Didn't you hear? Someone went to the lower realms using a destruction divine shuttle and confirmed that Duan Ling Tian isn't even 1,000 years old. To be precise, he's not even 900 years old. A monster. Initially, not many people knew that Duan Ling Tian was not even 1,000 years old. However, news began to spread after the lone primordial spirit congregation thoroughly investigated Duan Ling Tian. It did not take long before most people from the Myriad Laws Academy were made aware of Duan Ling Tian's age, shocking them. I have a feeling that Duan Ling Tian is going to be even more heaven-defying in the future. If he doesn't die prematurely, it'll only be a matter of time before he becomes a supreme powerhouse, let alone a supreme god. After all, his sword Dao is very profound. If he really becomes a supreme powerhouse, the Myriad Laws Academy will become a prime supreme rank force. While almost everyone was fervently discussing this matter, a few people's expressions turned grim. These people were from the lone primordial spirit congregation. Elder, please send someone to bring us back immediately. Duan Ling Tian is now an advanced emperor of gods. I'm afraid we won't survive if we return on our own. Elder, please inform the leader immediately that Duan Ling Tian has become an advanced emperor of gods and that he even stabilized his cultivation base after coming out of the trial of gods. Vice leader, Duan Ling Tian has become an advanced emperor of gods and stabilized his cultivation base. Vice leader, Duan Ling Tian is a monster. In my opinion, his strength now must be comparable to that of an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless that Lang Chunyuan pushed him into the limelight. Even if she doesn't like being the center of attention, she doesn't have to drag me into the spotlight, right? Does she think I like being the center of attention? Duan Ling Tian still remembered the first time he had left the Inner Palace faction's realm with Lang Chunyuan. At that time, she had been rather envious when she saw that everyone's attention was on him. He shook his head inwardly as he thought to himself, "Women are too fickle. Junior brother, let's return. I've already contacted third senior brother to meet us." He was shocked when he received my message. It seems like our progress in the trial of gods scared him. Who knew our third senior brother would have such a day? Junior brother, you have to work hard. Among the 5 members of the Inner Palace faction, you're the only one who has yet to enter the realm of a supreme god. Duan Ling Tian listened to Lang Chunyuan as they made their way back to the Inner Palace faction, and he felt speechless again. How old are all of you? Can you really compare yourself to me? Do you even know what shame is? Duan Ling Tian decided against voicing his thoughts to Lang Chunyuan. But Lang Chunyuan continued to harp on the matter like an elder lecturing a junior. In the end, he could no longer hold back, so he said, "Fourth senior sister, I'm not even 900 years old." Lang Chunyuan fell silent immediately. Then, after a few breaths, she said awkwardly, I forgot that you're not even 900 years old. All right. Finally, Duan Ling Tian had a moment of peace. Alas, it was short-lived since Yang Yuchun returned soon after. Yang Yuchun did not pay attention to Lang Chunyuan. Instead, he stared at Duan Ling Tian for a few moments before he exclaimed, "Amazing!" Then he said with a sigh, "Junior brother, I have no doubt that you've made the biggest progress among everyone who entered the trial of gods." When Yang Yuchun heard from Lang Chunyuan that Duan Ling Tian had already become an advanced emperor of gods and stabilized his cultivation base. Just as Lang Chunyuan had said earlier, he was indeed frightened by Duan Ling Tian's progress. He had rushed back immediately to confirm her words, and after doing so, he felt slightly complicated as he thought to himself, I indeed found a great member for the faction. Alas, he won't stay in the academy for long. It seems like fourth junior sister will have to hold down the fort in the faction for a long time until she can find a junior to pass the mantle to. Yang Yuchun did not give voice to his thoughts. He knew that Lang Chunyuan would refuse him immediately. Duanling Tian smiled faintly as he said, I was just lucky. My strength is still far from that of third senior brother. Why are you comparing your strength to mine? Yang Yuqin shook his head and said, when I was your age, my strength was nowhere close to yours. Among us fellow members, even our eldest senior sister, who's the most outstanding, can't compare to you at your age. This was not the first time Duanling Tian had heard about how talented his eldest senior sister was. He had been told that his eldest senior sister's talent was even more exaggerated than that of his fourth senior sister. Third senior brother was eldest senior sister already a supreme god at fourth senior sister's age? Yang Yuchun was stunned upon hearing Duanling Tian's question. Then, he smiled faintly as he said, at fourth junior sister's age, eldest senior sister was already a rudimentary supreme god who killed many intermediate supreme gods. Duanling Tian was shocked by Yang Yuchen's words. Eldest senior sister is so heaven-defying? At this time, Lang Chun Yuan shook her head and said, Junior brother, I can't compare to eldest senior sister at all. When Lang Chun Yuan spoke about her eldest senior sister, her eyes shone with a hint of fanaticism, making her look like an over-enthusiastic fan. Fourth junior sister, there's no need to be so modest, Yang Yuchan said with a smile. At the very least, you're much more talented than me and second senior brother. Fortunately, we have junior brother now. Otherwise, second senior brother and I would look rather bad compared to you and eldest senior sister. In Yang Yuchen's opinion, among the 5 members of the Inner Palace faction, Duanling Tian was undoubtedly number 1 in regard to talent and comprehension skills. Following that was his eldest senior sister in second place, his fourth junior sister in third place, him in fourth place, and his second senior brother in last place. Before Yang Yuchun took charge of the Inner Palace faction, his second senior brother had been the one in charge of the faction. His eldest senior sister had never officially taken charge of the faction. She rarely appeared in front of people in the Myriad Laws Academy, and as such, only a handful of people knew about her existence. For this reason, many people thought that Yang Yuqin was a peerless genius of the Myriad Laws Academy. Previously, when Lang Chun Yuan made her debut, people thought that her talent was not inferior to his and might even surpass his. However, after the trial of gods, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that the biggest prodigy was Duanling Tian, his junior brother. Lang Chun Yuan said with a giggle, Junior brother is the most awesome. However, no matter how awesome he is, he's still my junior brother. Then, she assumed the tone of an elder before she said to Duanling Tian, Junior brother, when you become more powerful than me, you have to remember to protect me. Lang Chun Yuan was older than Duanling Tian, but her appearance and behavior were incongruent with her age. Duanling Tian had already gotten used to Lang Chun Yuan's behavior. He replied without missing a beat. Of course, whoever dares to bully fourth senior sister will have to answer to me. I won't let him or her go. Lang Chun Yuan smiled in delight upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. She felt that she did not dote on her junior brother in vain. At this time, Yang Yuchen said, Junior brother, fourth senior sister, tell me about your experiences in the trial of gods. Under normal circumstances, Yang Yuchen would not be so curious. However, Duanling Tian's progress was simply too exaggerated, stimulating his curiosity. He had only included Lang Chunyen perfunctorily since he was afraid she would be jealous if he did not include her. Moreover, he still planned to let her take over the Inner Palace faction so he could enter the realm battlefield. Duanling Tian was just about to speak when Lang Chunyuan cried out, Me first. Me first. Duanling Tian smiled faintly as he looked at Lang Chunyuan, patiently waiting for her to recount her experiences in the trial of gods. Duanling Tian was aware of some of the things she went through, such as the time she killed almost all of the advanced emperors of gods in the capital of the soaring divine kingdom. In his opinion, her actions were highly dangerous. Fortunately, she did not meet with any accidents. He was also naturally aware of her experiences during their time in Destiny Canyon. While the trio from the Inner Palace faction chatted happily, news of Duanling Tian becoming an advanced emperor of gods had spread throughout the Myriad Laws Academy, shocking everyone. An advanced lord of gods became an advanced emperor of gods and completely stabilized his cultivation base in just 3 years. The next step for him was to break through into the realm of a supreme god. Soon after, the news spread out from the Myriad Laws Academy to various heavyweight supreme rank forces. Initially, Many people who heard the news were very dismissive due to how exaggerated it was. They did not even bother to report the news to their respective superiors. They were forced to believe the news after they verified the news thrice. Needless to say, everyone was shocked and frightened by Duan Ling Tian's progress. Duan Ling Tian from the Myriad Laws Academy is actually so monstrously talented? If I had known he's so amazing, I would have personally gone to the Puryang sect to invite him to join our sect. What a pity that I missed such an opportunity. I remember the lone primordial spirit congregation has enmity with Duan Ling Tian, right? I'm afraid the people from the congregation won't be able to sit still after receiving this news. They might take the initiative to extend an olive branch. After all, Duan Ling Tian is simply too heaven-defying. Currently, he might not be a threat to the lone primordial spirit congregation, but this won't be the case in the future. Given enough time, Duan Ling Tian will definitely become a supreme powerhouse. All he needs is time. The lone primordial spirit congregation, a heavyweight supreme rank force, naturally also received news about Duan Ling Tian's progress. The leader of the lone primordial spirit congregation instantly called for a meeting with all of his vice leaders, except for Lu Tianfeng. He had ordered for Lu Tianfeng to be captured as soon as he confirmed the veracity of the news. If he and his men could not find a chance to deal with Duan Ling Tian before he grew into his potential, he planned to send Lu Tianfeng to Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian could vent his anger. Needless to say, unless he was 100% certain of his success, he would not easily make a move against Duan Ling Tian. After all, if Duan Ling Tian survived, there was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would fight the lone primordial spirit congregation to his last breath. In any case, all of his anger was directed toward Lu Tianfeng at this moment, and his anger only grew when he discovered that Lu Tianfeng was a step ahead of him and had already left the lone primordial spirit congregation. He left. In fact, Lu Tianfeng did not leave the lone primordial spirit congregation because someone informed him of the leader's intention to capture him. He had decisively left the congregation as soon as he received news from the Myriad Laws Academy. How could he not understand what kind of limitless potential someone who became an advanced emperor of gods and stabilized his cultivation base within 3 years possessed? This feat was not only unprecedented in the profound energy land but in the other realms of gods as well. It was also not difficult for him to guess what the leader of the lone primordial spirit congregation would do after receiving the news. He knew the leader and the other vice leaders would definitely try to capture him to appease Duan Ling Tian. As such, he did not hesitate and quickly escaped. Damn it! Not only did that damn Duan Ling Tian survive the trial of gods, but he even had such an amazing fortuitous encounter. For Duan Ling Tian to become an advanced emperor of gods from an advanced lord of gods in 3 years, Lu Tianfeng did not believe that Duan Ling Tian did not have any fortuitous encounter. As one of the vice leaders of the lone primordial spirit congregation, Lu Tianfeng was deeply aware of how the congregation respected the strong and trampled on the weak. In fact, this was how he was as well. If another vice leader had provoked Duan Ling Tian, he would have taken the lead to capture the other party to appease Duan Ling Tian as well. Alas, there was no changing the fact that he was the one who had offended Duan Ling Tian by annihilating the mundane realm Duan Ling Tian came from and killing those related to him, his family, and his friends. The high-ranking officials of the lone primordial spirit congregation had been unaware of Lu Tianfeng's actions until later on. Now that they heard about Duan Ling Tian's progress, they would undoubtedly hand him over to Lu Tianfeng to repair their relationship with Duan Ling Tian. I'll definitely die if I don't leave the congregation. I'd be crazy if I continued to stay in the congregation. Lu Tianfeng finally sighed in relief after he successfully left the lone primordial spirit congregation. Damn it! I should have killed Duan Ling Tian earlier when I could. It'll be extremely difficult for me to kill him in the future. Because of him, I had to leave the congregation. Not only that, but I'll have to live in seclusion from now on since no supreme rank force will take me in after this. Lu Tianfeng's hatred toward Duan Ling Tian reached its peak at this time. He knew that the various heavyweight and even prime supreme rank forces would take notice of Duan Ling Tian after his progress in the trial of gods was made known. There would be no lack of forces trying to recruit Duan Ling Tian after this, and there would definitely be a few that would target him to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this is all your fault. You were from the pure Yang sect before joining the Myriad Laws Academy. Since there's nothing I can do to you for now, the pure Yang sect will have to pay the price. Lu Tianfeng thought to himself as his eyes glinted frostily. I'll leave the profound energy land after annihilating the pure Yang sect. I'll start over in another realm of gods. There has to be a place for me in this vast universe. Lu Tianfeng knew he would have to leave the profound energy land once he annihilated the pure Yang sect. It would be dangerous for him to stay in the profound energy land. Duan Ling Tian would only be stimulated into making a move once he annihilated the pure Yang sect. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian had the support of Yang Yuchun. Lu Tianfeng knew he was no match for Yang Yuchun. Let alone defeating Yang Yuchun, he was not even sure he could escape from Yang Yuchun. I'll leave and never return once I annihilate the pure Yang sect. When the dust settles after a few hundred or 1,000 years later, I'll return to deal with the other forces connected to Duan Ling Tian. Lu Tianfeng was unexpectedly rational and was right in his decision to leave. After all, he knew one small mistake would lead to his death. Pure Yang sect. Lu Tianfeng's eyes burned with killing intent as he wasted no time flying toward the pure Yang sect. Before joining the Myriad Laws Academy, Duan Ling Tian was with the pure Yang sect, one of the top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He also had a few close friends in the pure Yang sect such as Jinping Fan from the Cloud Peak faction and Yi Cheng from the Hidden Sword faction. However, Yi Cheng was likely no longer in the pure Yang sect. In the Myriad Laws Academy, many proud prodigies from the various heavyweight supreme rank forces were escorted back to their respective forces after leaving the Trial of Gods. To be safe, the lone primordial spirit congregation had even sent a few intermediate supreme gods to escort their prodigies back. Everyone knew the reason why the lone primordial spirit congregation was being so cautious. At this time, a few people from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion were discussing the matter among themselves. A beautiful woman, an intermediate supreme god, said with a sigh, Duan Ling Tian was already famous in the past, but his fame will reach unprecedented heights now. There'll be very few people in the profound energy land who don't know his name after today. Tua Ba Xiu and Zhang Tian Jiao were among the people standing near the beautiful intermediate supreme gods. Tua Ba Xiu made progress in the trial of gods, but she failed to make a breakthrough. On the contrary, Zhang Tian Jiao successfully broke through in the trial of gods and became an advanced emperor of gods. However, she was still far from completely stabilizing her cultivation base. Zhang Tian Jiao nodded and said with a sigh, "That's right. 3 years ago he was just an advanced lord of gods. His cultivation base was 2 levels below mine. Although many people said his strength was comparable to an intermediate emperor of gods at that time, I didn't think he was a match for me. However, only 3 years have passed and his cultivation base has already surpassed mine. Based on his previous performance, it's likely that he's capable of killing ordinary rudimentary supreme gods now." Zhang Tianjiao continued to say with a bitter smile on her face, "In the past, I thought there was a chance for me and him to be together, but it seems like he's way out of my league now." Tuoba Xiu did not say a word at all. However, a hint of gloominess could be seen in the depths of her eyes. She only felt despair when she thought about the insurmountable gap between her and Duan Ling Tian. At this time, the beautiful intermediate supreme god said before bringing Zhang Tianjiao, Tuoba Xiu, and the others away, "All right, let's go." At the same time, the other intermediate supreme gods from the other heavyweight supreme rank forces brought their disciples away as well. However, unlike the others, the intermediate supreme gods from the lone primordial spirit congregation did not seem like they were in a hurry to leave the Myriad Laws Academy. Meng Yu, one of the strongest holy sons of the lone primordial spirit congregation, frowned slightly as he asked, "Senior Granduncle, aren't we going to leave as well?" Meng Yu wanted to leave the Myriad Laws Academy as soon as possible. He felt threatened by Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun Yuan, the 2 monsters. Moreover, the 2 monsters also had Yang Yuchun, who was also not a simple person. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had killed Wang Yunsheng, another holy son of the lone primordial spirit congregation. At that time, Meng Yu did not think that Duan Ling Tian, whose cultivation base was 2 levels below his, was capable of killing him. However, Duanling Tian's cultivation base was above his after coming out of the Trial of Gods. Before entering the Trial of Gods, Meng Yu was an intermediate Emperor of Gods. He managed to break through and become an advanced Emperor of Gods, but he failed to stabilize his cultivation base during the 3 years he spent in the Trial of Gods. He naturally was no match for Duanling Tian, who not only became an advanced Emperor of Gods but also stabilized his cultivation base. The intermediate Supreme God replied to Meng Yu, "Vice Leader Li has some matters to attend to. Will leave when he returns." At the same time, Li Donghui, one of the vice leaders of the lone primordial spirit congregation who was a powerful intermediate Supreme God, appeared at Su Bai Lai's residence. "Greetings, Academy Master Su," Li Donghui said respectfully with a bow. Su Bai Lai was not just the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, after all. He was also a powerful advanced Supreme God. Even the leader of the lone primordial spirit congregation, who was also an advanced Supreme God, was not confident about defeating Su Bai Lai. "What brings you here?" Su Bai Lai asked, looking slightly annoyed. Li Donghui could naturally tell that Su Bai Lai was annoyed, but he did not show any displeasure or dissatisfaction. He said, "Academy Master Su, I came for Vice Academy Master Yang's junior brother, Duanling Tian. I wonder if it's convenient for me to meet him." Su Bai Lai raised an eyebrow and asked, "You want to meet Duanling Tian? Are you still determined to avenge Wang Yunxing?" Li Donghui quickly shook his head before he said with a wry smile, "Academy Master Su, you misunderstood me. I'm not here to avenge anyone or stir up trouble. On the contrary, I came here hoping to resolve the conflict between Duanling Tian and the lone primordial spirit congregation." "You came to resolve the conflict?" Su Bai Lai laughed. When his laughter subsided, he said with a scoff, "You know best about what your congregation did in the past. Now that you realize how high Duanling Tian will soar in the future, you want to resolve the conflict. How preposterous!" Su Bai Lai had been furious when a few teachers of the Myriad Laws Academy attacked Duanling Tian. He knew the teachers were driven into a corner by the lone primordial spirit congregation, but there was nothing he could do since he had no evidence. How could he not be furious? Li Donghui hastily said, "Academy Master, our lone primordial spirit congregation has nothing to do with the attacks targeted at Duanling Tian in the past. They were all former Vice Leader Lu's doings." Former Vice Leader? Su Bai Lai cocked an eyebrow. "Academy Master Su, before I came to the academy, the congregation had already decided to punish Lu Tianfeng. If he did not leave, he should have been imprisoned by the congregation now. I hope you'll allow me to meet Duanling Tian so I can explain this matter to him to resolve the misunderstanding." Although there was no direct conflict between Duanling Tian and the congregation, Lu Tianfeng was a member of the congregation. As such, the congregation plans to compensate Duanling Tian, Li Donghui patiently said. Su Bai Lai naturally knew the lone primordial spirit congregation wanted to give Duanling Tian some benefits to resolve the conflict between them. After a moment, he said nonchalantly, "I can't decide for Duanling Tian, but I'll contact Vice Academy Master Yang and tell him to ask if Duanling Tian is willing to meet you." "Thank you, Academy Master Su," Li Donghui said. The lone primordial spirit congregation came to make amends? Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard from Yang Yuchun that the lone primordial spirit congregation came to resolve the conflict with him. When he recovered, he sneered and muttered, "Lone primordial spirit congregation. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do." As one of the heavyweight supreme rank forces in the profound energy land with the protection of advanced supreme gods, under normal circumstances, the lone primordial spirit congregation would not have made such a concession for an advanced emperor of gods, even if said advanced emperor of gods possessed the strength to kill ordinary rudimentary supreme gods. However, Duanling Tian was an exception. After all, not only was Duanling Tian a heaven-defying prodigy, but he also had the protection of a powerful force. Duanling Tian knew the lone primordial spirit congregation was eager to resolve the conflict with him not only because of his exaggerated talent and potential but mostly because of the Myriad Laws Academy's protection. Without any protection, the lone primordial spirit congregation could still try to kill before he reached his potential. However, with the protection of the Academy, he would be able to reach his full potential. With this, the lone primordial spirit congregation naturally felt even more threatened when thought about what an advanced emperor of gods below the age of 1,000 who possessed a prominent divine artifact soul with a complete artifact soul, comprehended the four daos of heaven and earth, and was capable of killing ordinary rudimentary supreme gods could do once he reached his full potential. I'm not interested in meeting him, Duan Ling Tian said. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, Junior brother, I suggest that you meet him and make some demands. If the lone primordial spirit congregation agrees to meet your demands, there's no harm in resolving the conflict. Needless to say, if they can't meet your demands, there's no need to resolve the conflict. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. His expression turned solemn when he heard Yang Yuchen's words, which reminded him that he had been impetuous. When you meet with the vice leader of the lone primordial spirit congregation, you should demand that they hand Lu Tianfeng over to you. I'm not familiar with Lu Tianfeng, but I've heard that he's very vindictive. He likely blames you for his fall in the congregation and will target you even more. However, it's impossible for him to do anything to you since you're in the Myriad Laws Academy. As such, he can only target the people or forces connected to you. A person like him should be eliminated as soon as possible to avoid future trouble. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words. The Pure Yang sect. Apart from the Pure Yang sect, Duan Ling Tian also thought about the various forces he had connections like the Linghu clan and the Flying Dragon sect. He was not concerned about Lu Tianfeng causing trouble in the lower realms. After all, as a native of a realm of gods, Lu Tianfeng's strength would be restricted if he descended to the lower realms, and Duan Ling Tian's doppelgangers were more than strong enough to deal with Lu Tianfeng. On the contrary, he was worried about the safety of the forces in the profound energy land that he had connections with. Although he was not particularly attached to those forces, he had people with whom he was close with in those forces. He felt chills running up his spine when he thought of those people being harmed because of him. Yang Yuchen noticed the change in Duan Ling Tian's expression and said with a smile, rest assured. I've sent 3 of my doppelgangers to the Pure Yang sect, the Flying Dragon sect, and the Linghu clan respectively. If Lu Tianfeng goes to either one of those forces, it won't be easy for him to annihilate them even if my doppelgangers can't stop him. The reason I asked you to demand the congregation to hand Lu Tianfeng over is to pressure the congregation into helping me stop him. If I were there in person, it wouldn't be a problem for me to stop him completely. However, my doppelgangers can only stop him from attacking those forces. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words. At the same time, he was also surprised that Yang Yuchen's doppelgangers alone were enough to stop Lu Tianfeng from attacking the forces. This meant that Yang Yuchen's comprehension of the laws, which formed his doppelgangers, was very profound. The other 2 laws Yang Yuchen comprehended were almost on par with his main law. When Duan Ling Tian recalled his time in the Trial of Gods and how he had raised his comprehension of the other laws he comprehended, he realized it was only natural that Yang Yuchen's comprehension of the laws was so profound. Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the 5 elemental laws had progressed tremendously during his time in the Trial of Gods and had surpassed his comprehension of the law of time and the law of life, which were 2 of his strongest laws after the law of space. The rewards in the Trial of Gods not only raised his cultivation base, but they also raised his comprehension level of the 5 elemental laws. Currently, after the law of space, his strongest laws were the law of fire, the law of earth, which he comprehended first, and the remaining elemental laws. Very well, I'll meet him. Duan Ling Tian decided to meet Li Donghui, one of the vice leaders of the lone primordial spirit congregation, after listening to Yang Yuchen's words. Greetings, Brother Duan. I'm Li Donghui, the prestigious vice leader of the lone primordial spirit congregation, said respectfully. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly, thinking that not everyone in the lone primordial spirit congregation was impulsive like Lu Tianfeng. Su Bailai insisted that he was present while Duan Ling Tian met Li Donghui to ensure Duan Ling Tian's safety. Duan Ling Tian's safety had grown even more important after Duan Ling Tian displayed his heaven-defying talent and abilities. If something happened to Duan Ling Tian, it would be difficult to explain to the strongest member of the Inner Palace faction, which was Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister. At that time, the Myriad Laws Academy might not be able to bear the brunt of Duanling Tian's eldest senior sister's anger. After all, no one in the academy, including Su Bailai, was capable of subduing her. The Myriad Laws Academy would only be safe from her wrath if a supreme powerhouse decided to intervene. Moreover, he suspected that Duanling Tian's eldest senior sister might have the protection of a supreme powerhouse as well. Duanling Tian looked at Li Donghui and said casually, "My third senior brother has informed me about the purpose of your visit. It's not impossible for us to resolve our conflict." Li Donghui's eyes lit up immediately as he asked, "Brother Duan, may I know what your requests are? Our leader has told me to fulfill your requests as long as they're within our capabilities. We'll speak about my other requests after you fulfill my first request," Duanling Tian said as he stared at Li Donghui. "Since you said Lu Tianfeng is the culprit, hand him over to me before we discuss anything else. There's no reason to continue the discussion if you can't fulfill this request, let alone resolve the conflict." Duanling Tian turned away and left after he finished speaking. He did not wait for Li Donghui's reply at all. Li Donghui's expression changed slightly upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Then, he shook his head and said to Su Bailai, "Academy Master Su, I'll take my leave first. Please inform Duanling Tian that the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation will do its best to capture Lu Tianfeng." After Li Donghui left the Myriad Laws Academy, Su Bailai relayed Li Donghui's words to Yang Yuqin so Yang Yuqin could relay them to Duanling Tian. "Third senior brother, I didn't say anything about the possibility of Lu Tianfeng attacking the Pure Yang sect, the Flying Dragon sect, or the Linghu clan. Do you think they'd be able to figure this out themselves?" Duanling Tian asked with a frown. Yang Yuqin shook his head and smiled before he said, "Junior brother, you underestimate the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation. Lu Tianfeng used to be a vice leader of the congregation. Do you think the members of the congregation are unaware of his temperament? Rest assured, the congregation will definitely send people to the three forces." Duanling Tian felt at ease after listening to Yang Yuqin. At the same time, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was determined to get rid of Lu Tianfeng for good. In the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation, before the group of people who went to the Myriad Laws Academy returned, the leader of the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation summoned a group of intermediate supreme gods to give them a task. Soon after, the intermediate supreme gods separated into two groups and made their way to the Pure Yang sect and the Linghu clan respectively. As for the intermediate supreme gods who were on the way back to the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation, they received a sudden order to go to the Flying Dragon sect. All three groups of intermediate supreme gods were also ordered to capture Lu Tianfeng. If they managed to kill him, his corpse was to be brought back to the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation. After relaying his orders, the leader of the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation flew into the sky and stared into the distance as he muttered, "I hope everything goes smoothly. Otherwise, I'll have to think of a way to get rid of Duanling Tian. It won't be easy to kill a heaven-defying monster like him who seems to be favored by the heavens." It was unbelievable that the leader of the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation, a powerful advanced supreme god, would fear an advanced emperor of gods so much. It was as though he was dealing with another advanced supreme god. At this time, Lu Tianfeng finally arrived at the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He was somewhere near the Pure Yang sect. Pure Yang sect, the sect that only had an advanced emperor of gods recently. "I'll annihilate it in an hour." Killing intent shone in Lu Tianfeng's eyes as he flew toward the Pure Yang sect. As soon as he arrived, he mobilized his divine energy and attacked the Pure Yang sect's guarding formation. He destroyed the formation in just an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Pure Yang sect's estate shook violently, heralding a disaster. The Pure Yang sect's estate shook fiercely. Soon enough, the powerhouses of the Pure Yang sect flew into the sky. "Who destroyed our sect's guarding formation? My lord, may I ask who you are? Is there enmity between you and our sect?" "My lord, you're a supreme powerhouse. How could our sect have offended you?" These powerhouses were the leaders of the various factions in the Pure Yang sect, including Jin Yunfeng from the Cloud Peak faction. The sect leader of the Pure Yang sect was also present. They were all panicking when they found out a supreme god had destroyed the Pure Yang sect's guarding formation. Lu Tianfeng smiled contemptuously as he said, "How dare you call yourself a supreme rank force? I managed to destroy your sect's guarding formation with just one strike. How preposterous." As soon as Lu Tianfeng finished speaking, he launched another terrifying attack at the Pure Yang sect's estate. Boom! The attack was stronger than the previous one. Clearly, Lu Tianfeng intended to kill all the members of the Pure Yang sect. However, he was stunned by what happened next. A barrier suddenly appeared, protecting the members from Lu Tianfeng's attack. The barrier shook briefly after deflecting his attack, but it remained intact. This barrier was from the Pure Yang sect's inner guarding formation. The Pure Yang sect's guarding formation consisted of the outer formation and the inner formation. The outer formation only needed a small number of resources to power it and was strong enough to stop those below the realm of a supreme god. On the contrary, the inner formation, which was powered by a high number of resources, was naturally stronger and could stop supreme gods. The inner formation could completely stop the attack of a rudimentary supreme god without the risk of collapsing, but it could only hold off the attacks of an intermediate supreme god before it weakened. Nonetheless, it could help the Pure Yang sect stall for time while it called for reinforcements from supreme gods they were allied with. A double formation? Lu Tianfeng said with a scoff. Then, he launched another round of attacks. However, he found that he barely left a scratch on the barrier. Damn it! I didn't expect that a sect that didn't even have an advanced Emperor of Gods until recently would have such a powerful guarding formation. Lu Tianfeng cursed inwardly. It did not make sense to him that such a weak sect actually possessed such a powerful guarding formation. "My lord, who are you? How did the Pure Yang sect offend you, my lord?" The expressions of the intermediate emperors of gods from the Pure Yang sect, including its sect leader, were dark at this moment. Previously, Duanling Tian had won them many places to enter the secret holy realm during the Seven Mansions feast. However, the secret holy realm had yet to open, hence, the sect's intermediate emperors of gods still had not been given a chance to become advanced emperors of gods. Nonetheless, despite being intermediate emperors of gods, none of them showed cowardice at this moment, and none of them yielded when faced with a formidable opponent. After all, Lu Tianfeng was clearly in the wrong. "You should ask Duanling Tian these questions," Lu Tianfeng said with a scoff. Then, he began to attack the guarding formation again as he said, "It doesn't matter if you've called for reinforcements. I'm going to attack your guarding formation and let your sect suffer greatly. This inner formation must need a huge number of resources to activate and run, right?" Lu Tianfeng struck the formation continuously to vent his anger. Lu Tianfeng assumed that he would be able to easily annihilate the Pure Yang sect. He really did not expect the Pure Yang sect's guarding formation would hold up so long. He knew that the Pure Yang sect must have informed Duanling Tian about this matter and called for reinforcements as well. "I should have gone to the Flying Dragon sect or the Linghu clan first," Lu Tianfeng thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. He truly regretted his choice of coming to the Pure Yang sect first. Previously, Lu Tianfeng had investigated Duanling Tian thoroughly. As such, he knew that Duanling Tian was in the Flying Dragon sect and the Linghu clan before he joined the Pure Yang sect. He had chosen the Pure Yang sect as his first target since Duanling Tian had only left the Pure Yang sect not too long ago. In his opinion, Duanling Tian would be sadder if the Pure Yang sect was annihilated. Who knew that the Pure Yang sect was no pushover? Lu Tianfeng found it unbelievable that the Pure Yang sect, which had fewer than 10 supreme gods since its inception, possessed such a powerful guarding formation. Moreover, among the supreme gods in the Pure Yang sect, there were no intermediate supreme gods, let alone an advanced supreme god. Wait, there's the founder of the Pure Yang sect. He must have something to do with the formation. He's always been rather mysterious. Lu Tian felt helpless and dispirited at this moment. He knew he had messed up his only chance of revenge. The moment he made a move on the Pure Yang sect, he had no doubt that Duanling Tian would be quickly alerted, and reinforcements would be on their way. Nonetheless, he continued to attack the formation relentlessly, intending to exhaust its power source and vent his anger at the same time. At this time, Duanling Tian's enemy? Zhen Pingfan flew over and landed next to his father, Zhen Yunfeng. His expression was dark as he watched Lu Tianfeng continuously strike the pure yang sect's guarding formation. Zhenping Fan said icily, "Trash! A mighty supreme god like you is venting your anger on the pure yang sect just because you can't deal with Duanling Tian. Aren't you worried you'll develop a heart demon that will cause you to perish during your next heavenly tribulation?" Lu Tianfeng's expression changed upon hearing Zhenping Fan's words, which exposed his intention of venting his anger on the pure yang sect because he was unable to deal with Duanling Tian. His shame and humiliation from Zhenping Fan's words stoked the flames of his anger even more. "Brat!" Lu Tianfeng glared at Zhenping Fan as he attacked the guarding formation and said, "How dare you call me trash? Do you have the guts to fight me? If you're able to survive a strike from me, I'll let the pure yang sect go. What do you think? Do you dare?" A disdainful smile appeared on Lu Tianfeng's face after he finished speaking. Zhenping Fan ignored Lu Tianfeng. Instead, he turned to his father and the others before he said, "Father, senior brother, I just contacted Duanling Tian. This man is Lu Tianfeng, the former vice leader of the Lone Primordial Spirit congregation. He's been expelled from the congregation, and the congregation met with Duanling Tian recently to make amends. He's not capable of dealing with Duanling Tian, so he's targeting us to get to Duanling Tian. He's nothing but a useless coward. He won't be able to stay for long. Duanling Tian has requested the congregation to capture him. The people from the congregation should be arriving soon." In fact, Zhenping Fan had made up his final sentence. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchen's doppelganger, who was hiding in a corner in the pure yang sect, frowned slightly upon hearing Zhenping Fan's words. He sighed and asked Duanling Tian through voice transmission, "Junior brother, did you tell Zhenping Fan that the Lone Primordial Spirit congregation's members are about to arrive at the pure yang sect?" Duanling Tian was stunned. Then, he shook his head and replied, "No, I didn't. I only told him that the congregation promised to take care of Lu Tianfeng so that he wouldn't worry." "He must have added it on his own to scare Lu Tianfeng away," Yang Yuchan said with a sigh. "If Lu Tianfeng is frightened into leaving now, it'll be difficult for us to kill him." "What happened?" Duanling Tian frowned slightly. Yang Yuchun briefly explained the situation to Duanling Tian. After listening to Yang Yuchun, Duanling Tian said with a wry smile, "I should have reminded Elderzhen not to scare Lu Tianfeng away. I hope Lu Tianfeng isn't frightened by those words." Yang Yuchun shook his head. "From what I can see, Lu Tianfeng believed him." Duanling Tian felt slightly helpless as he hastily sent a message to Zhenping Fan, telling Zhenping Fan to act as though he was lying to make Lu Tianfeng stay and lower his guard. A hint of regret flashed in Zhenping Fan's eyes when he received Duanling Tian's message, realizing that he had made a mistake. He also learned that Yang Yuchun was waiting for the members of the Lone Primordial Spirit congregation to arrive so they could work together to capture Lu Tianfeng. If Lu Tianfeng left before the members of the congregation arrived, Yang Yuchen's doppelganger alone would not be able to stop Lu Tianfeng from leaving. "Elderzhen, you must find a way to make Lu Tianfeng stay. If we don't kill him this time, it'll be difficult to find a chance to kill him in the future." After listening to Duanling Tian's message, Zhenping Fan tried his best to calm down. Then he quickly acted uneasy and nervous as though he had been lying. However, he soon discovered that Lu Tianfeng seemed to be distracted while striking the guarding formation. Lu Tianfeng was not paying attention to him at all. He wondered inwardly, "Is he really frightened by my words?" Zhenping Fan felt like crying. He truly regretted frightening Lu Tianfeng. Although Lu Tianfeng was continuously striking the pure yang sect's guarding formation, Lu Tianfeng was obviously distracted. "You scum!" Zhenping Fan hastily said as he looked at Lu Tianfeng contemptuously. "The Lone Primordial Spirit congregation made the right choice by expelling you. Trash like you isn't worthy of being a vice leader of the congregation. If you have the ability, destroy our sect's guarding formation and kill me. Trash." Zhenping Fan spared no efforts trying to provoke Lu Tianfeng and stall for time. Lu Tianfeng looked at Zhenping Fan and sneered disdainfully before he said, "Brat, you do think I'm a 3-year-old child? Your pitiful tactic won't work on me. I'll spare your life for now, but mark my words, I'll definitely kill you in the future." As soon as Lu Tianfeng finished speaking, he stopped attacking the pure yang sect's guarding formation. Then he looked at the members of the Pure Yang sect and said with a sneer, "Tell Duanling Tian that I'll be leaving the profound energy land. He can protect all of you temporarily but not forever. I, Lu Tianfeng, will return one day and kill all of you." Then, he turned to look at Jinping Fan before he continued to say, "Brat, you better take good care of yourself until I return to fulfill your death wish." Seeing that Lu Tianfeng was about to leave, Jinping Fan hurriedly said, trying to provoke Lu Tianfeng again, "Scum, if you want to kill me right now. I'm afraid you won't get the chance once Duanling Tian becomes stronger. At that time, he'll be able to kill you with just a finger." Alas, Jinping Fan failed to provoke Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng ignored Jinping Fan. He mobilized his divine energy and rose into the sky, preparing to leave. Then, he looked at Jinping Fan and said, "Brat, enjoy the remaining time you have left. I'll remember you." Before Jinping Fan could respond, Lu Tianfeng flew away like a gust of wind. Jinping Fan could only watch helplessly with a dark expression on his face when suddenly, swoosh, a streak of fire suddenly descended from the sky, blocking Lu Tianfeng's path. He was forced to come to a stop at the critical moment. His expression changed slightly as he wondered inwardly, "Who is it? Is it someone from the congregation?" In the next moment, a young man dressed in a fiery red robe appeared a few feet away from Lu Tianfeng and stared at Lu Tianfeng expressionlessly. At this time, a few members of the Pure Yang sect exclaimed in unison, "It's Vice Academy Master Yang." Yang Yuchun, the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, had personally come to the Pure Yang sect in the past to recruit Duanling Tian. As such, a few members of the Pure Yang sect recognized him immediately. The eyes of Lu Fenggu, the leader of the tyrannic saber faction, lit up as he said, "Vice Academy Master Yang is here. Lu Tianfeng won't be able to escape now." Although Yang Yuqin and Lu Tianfeng were both intermediate supreme gods, it was said that Yang Yuqin was among the strongest intermediate supreme gods. There were even rumors that weak advanced supreme gods were no match for him. While the other members of the Pure Yang sect looked at Yang Yuchun with bright eyes, Jinping Fan smiled wryly and said, "Senior uncle, that's Vice Academy Yang's doppelganger. Moreover, it's not his strongest doppelganger." At the same time, Lu Tianfeng was anxious to leave. He had no wish to engage in a fight with Yang Yuchun at this time. He said with a sneer, "Yang Yuchun, your doppelganger can't stop me from leaving." Yang Yuchun smiled faintly and said, "Lu Tianfeng, you're right. This is my doppelganger. It's my doppelganger from the Law of Fire, and it's not even my strongest doppelganger. Even so, you're still afraid to fight me?" Lu Tianfeng scoffed and said frostily, "Yang Yuchun, I won't fall for your trick. You're just trying to stall for time until the members of the congregation arrive, right? You can't stop me." Lu Tianfeng was not stupid after all. After listening to Jinping Fan's earlier words, he knew that the lone primordial spirit congregation must be trying to capture him to amends with Duanling Tian. The members of the congregation knew him very well, and it would not be difficult for them to guess that he would seek revenge after leaving the congregation. He really had to thank Jinping Fan for the reminder. Otherwise, it would be too late to escape once the members of the congregation arrived. However, he did not expect Yang Yuchun would suddenly show up to stop him from leaving. Clearly, Yang Yuchun had also anticipated that Lu Tianfeng would seek revenge from Duanling Tian. He speculated that Yang Yuchun had sent his other doppelgangers to the Flying Dragon sect and the Linghu clan as well. Although Yang Yuchun's doppelganger from the Law of Fire was not Yang Yuchun's strongest doppelganger, he did not dare to underestimate the doppelganger at all. However, he was still shocked by Yang Yuchun's doppelganger when it made a move. He exclaimed inwardly, "Yang Yuchun is truly a monster. His doppelganger from the Law of Fire is so powerful. An ordinary intermediate supreme god definitely won't be a match for his doppelganger from the Law of Fire." Lu Tianfeng fled his life desperately. Yang Yuchun's doppelganger chased after him for a while before he finally managed to shake it off his tail. After escaping from Yang Yuchun's doppelganger, Lu Tianfeng muttered under his breath, "I have to enter the realm battlefield and leave the profound energy land at once." Lu Tianfeng had long prepared to escape to another realm of gods through the realm battlefield. With his strength, it would not be difficult for him to do so. Yang Yuchun looked at Duanling Tian and said with a sigh, "He escaped. Lu Tianfeng is quite strong. My doppelganger isn't strong enough to stop him from escaping. What a pity." Yang Yuchen's doppelganger from the Law of Fire could only protect the pure Yang sect from harm. It was not fast enough to stop Lu Tianfeng from escaping. Indeed, it's a pity. Duanling Tian echoed Yang Yuchen's sentiment with a sigh. At the same time, he comforted Jin Pingfan, who apologized to him. "Elder Jin, don't worry about it. He's nothing but a desperate and pitiful man now. When the time is right, I'll find him and kill him," Duanling Tian said. Despite his reassuring words, he was, in fact, slightly worried. After all, it would not be easy to hunt down an intermediate supreme god intent on hiding. Who knew when Lu Tianfeng would return to seek revenge? He could not possibly ask Yang Yuchun to leave his doppelgangers in the pure Yang sect, the Flying Dragon sect, and the Linghu clan for protection. Duanling Tian thought to himself, trying to reassure himself, Lu Tianfeng won't be returning anytime soon. After all, he'll likely think that I've arranged for powerhouses to guard those three forces. It'll take some time before he returns to seek revenge. I'll have to arrange for a few intermediate supreme gods to guard the three forces at that time. Duanling Tian knew that if he asked Yang Yuchun for help, Yang Yuchun would definitely not refuse him. However, he did not want to trouble Yang Yuchun any more than he had to. Yang Yuchun had already helped him a lot, and he felt greatly indebted to Yang Yuchun as it was. At this time, Yang Yuchun said, "Junior brother, I'll leave my three doppelgangers at the pure Yang sect, the Flying Dragon sect, and the Linghu clan respectively until I enter the realm battlefield." Duanling Tian was moved by Yang Yuchun's words, but he was more shocked that just like him, Yang Yuchun planned to enter the realm battlefield. He asked curiously, "Third senior brother, you plan to enter the realm battlefield? What's going to happen to the Inner Palace faction after you leave?" The Inner Palace had to have a person in charge at all times. After all, who knew if disaster would strike? In the past, Yang Yuchun could enter the realm battlefield without care because his second senior brother was around. However, after his second senior brother left, he, who became a supreme god, took over the responsibility and stayed in the faction to guard it. At this time, Duanling Tian suddenly remembered that only a supreme god could be in charge of the Inner Palace faction. Then, he quickly asked, "Third senior brother, are you really going to hand the Inner Palace faction over to fourth senior sister?" "Yes. Why not?" Yang Yuchun said with a faint smile, not surprised that Duanling Tian managed to guess his intention. "Fourth junior sister is a supreme god now. It's time for her to shoulder the responsibility. After enjoying the benefits from the faction, it's only natural to contribute to the faction as well." Yang Yuchun's words sounded righteous, but Duanling Tian knew Yang Yuchun was eager to shirk his responsibilities. In the past, their eldest senior sister had also shirked her responsibilities and pushed everything to their second senior brother. He had heard about this from Yang Yuchun. After a moment, Duanling Tian asked with a wry smile, "Third senior brother, is it really okay?" Duanling Tian could not help but wonder if Yang Yuchun was worried that Lang Chunyuan would abuse her position as the leader of the Inner Palace faction and wreak havoc in the Myriad Laws Academy. "I believe in fourth junior sister," Yang Yuchun replied with a smile. Then he looked at Duanling Tian before he continued to say, "Junior brother, what are your plans after this?" "I suggest that you enter the realm battlefield to gain experience. The realm battlefield is quite similar to the Trial of Gods, but it's a much tougher and crueler place. In the past, I entered the realm of a supreme god after entering the realm battlefield. It's the same for our eldest senior sister and second senior brother as well," Yang Yuchun said. "Fourth junior sister also broke through in the Trial of Gods, which is quite similar to the realm battlefield. It's not easy to enter the realm of a supreme god. If you want to become a supreme god as fast as possible, the realm battlefield is your best choice." Yang Yuchun's expression was serious when he spoke. Duanling Tian said with a smile, "Third senior brother, when I was still in the Trial of Gods, I've already planned to enter the realm battlefield after leaving the Trial of Gods. Your suggestion coincides with my plan." Yang Yuchun was slightly surprised by Duanling Tian's words. Then, a smile bloomed on his face before he said, It seems like I'd been overthinking things. I thought you'd want to enjoy the comfortable life here a little longer. However, I should have known that was not the case. After all, for you to have such achievements at such a young age, you must have gone through a lot and faced many life-or-death situations. Very well. Since you've already made up your mind to enter the realm battlefield, let's go together. I'll accompany you for a short while before we part ways. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words. Third senior brother, it's great that I'll be able to follow you and learn from you on the realm battlefield. However, after we part ways, I don't plan to stay in the Profound Energy Land and the Zen Boundary Land's realm battlefield. I plan to go to the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land's realm battlefield. Since the beginning of time when the realms of gods appeared, their number was fixed. There had always been 18 realms of gods, no more, no less. The collisions of the realms of gods every 10,000 years formed the realm battlefield. To be more precise, the two realms of gods would collide and form a realm battlefield. As such, with 18 realms of gods, the collisions would form 9 realm battlefields. Each realm battlefield would also be named. For example, the realm battlefield formed by the collision of the Profound Energy Land and the Zen Boundary Land was called the Profound Zen Battlefield. And the realm battlefield formed by the collision of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land was called the Divine Sanction Battlefield. Yang Yuchen's eyebrows rose upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He asked, "You plan to go to the Divine Sanction Battlefield?" It shouldn't be a problem. Realm battlefields are similar and people mostly travel alone there as well. At most, they would form temporary alliances when they have a common goal. After saying that, he asked knowingly, "You're going to the Divine Sanction Battlefield because of your wife?" Yang Yuchen was aware of some of Duan Ling Tian's matters. After all, his doppelganger had stayed in the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Devata realm for a while, and Elder Hua had mentioned a few things about Duan Ling Tian to him at that time. "Yes," Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. Yang Yuchen thought about it for a moment before he said, "In that case, I won't waste too much of your time. Follow me for 10 years on the realm battlefield. After that, we can part ways." "Thank you, third senior brother," Duan Ling Tian said gratefully. He knew he would be able to learn a lot from Yang Yuchen and that his adaptability to sudden changes would improve as well. He also did not have to worry about running into powerful supreme gods. There were rumors that Yang Yuchen was among the strongest intermediate supreme gods, and he suspected that Yang Yuchen's current strength was comparable to an ordinary advanced supreme god. However, this was just his speculation. No matter what, the divine energy of an advanced supreme god was superior to that of an intermediate supreme god. The difference between the divine energies was not easy to bridge. Moreover, to become an advanced supreme god, one had to be talented to a certain extent. There was no mediocre advanced supreme god. Even if one was the son of a supreme powerhouse, one would not be able to become an advanced supreme god without sufficient talent. At most, one would be a rudimentary supreme god. Naturally, there were exceptions such as those who relied on external factors to become advanced supreme gods. Even then, again without sufficient talent or comprehension skills, it would still be useless. This was because one would still have to be talented enough to seize the chance. For example, rewards from places like the Trial of Gods could help one become an advanced supreme god, but if one was not talented enough and did possess the ability to absorb the rewards, one would still fail to become an advanced supreme god. Yang Yuchen said, "After this, I'll find a chance to inform fourth junior sister about this matter. We'll leave after that. Is there anyone you want to see in the Profound Energy Land before we leave the Myriad Laws Academy for the realm battlefield? I'll accompany you since it's not wise for you to go out alone." Duan Ling Tian nodded and said with a wry smile, "I understand. If I go out alone now, the lone primordial spirit congregation will be the first to target me. Even if the congregation doesn't act, the other heavyweight supreme rank forces won't sit still as well. This is especially true for the forces that have enmity with the congregation. They won't let go of such a good chance to frame the congregation." "I'm glad you understand," Yang Yuchen said, feeling relieved. Duan Ling Tian did not think that it would be easy for Yang Yuchen to convince Lang Chun Yuan to take over the Inner Palace faction. As such, he was surprised when he learned that Yang Yuchen only took 3 days to convince Lang Chun Yuan. It was only when Lang Chun Yuan came to look for him that he found out Yang Yuchen had used him as an excuse. Duan Ling Tian learned that Yang Yuqin had said, fourth junior sister, junior brother's cultivation had improved too quickly. Even if he has stabilized his cultivation base, his mentality has yet to adjust to his sudden and rapid progress. As such, I plan to bring him to the realm battlefield so he can train and gain experience. However, the Inner Palace faction can't be without a leader. As such, I plan to pass on my position as Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy and let you take over the Inner Palace faction. What do you think? Since Yang Yuchun used Duan Ling Tian as an excuse, Lang Chun Yuan did not refuse and agreed with just a little convincing. Duan Ling Tian felt slightly annoyed and moved at the same time. He was annoyed that he had been used, but he was moved by Lang Chun Yuan's sincerity toward him. Third senior brother is so cunning. Duan Ling Tian grumbled inwardly. It's obvious that he wants to go out and have fun, but he used me as a shield. In any case, now that Yang Yuqin successfully convinced Lang Chun Yuan, it meant that they would be leaving the Myriad Laws Academy soon. I'll just have to wait while third senior brother passes on his tasks to fourth senior sister. Everything went smoothly during the handover. The Legacy faction, which had always opposed Yang Yuqin, did not cause trouble at all. In fact, they even supported Yang Yuqin's decision this time. Clearly, they thought that once Yang Yuqin left, no one would compete with them for the position of Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. The Legacy faction also vaguely knew what kind of person Lang Chun Yuan was. As long as they did not take the initiative to provoke her, she would quietly stay in the Inner Palace faction's independent realm and would not cause trouble for them. In a way, she would only be a vice master of the Academy in name. Considering all things, the Legacy faction was elated to have Lang Chun Yuan take over Yang Yuqin's position. How could they cause any trouble? After Yang Yuqin dealt with his matters, Duan Ling Tian said, Third senior brother, will you accompany me to the Linghu clan before we enter the realm battlefield? Yang Yuqin naturally did not refuse. After bringing his flying ship out, he and Duan Ling Tian traveled to the Linghu clan. During the journey, Yang Yuqin asked, apart from the Linghu clan, is there anywhere else you want to visit? No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Duan Ling Tian did not know when he would return after leaving this time. If Linghu Renjie was just the clan leader of the Linghu clan, he would have only sent Linghu Renjie a message instead of visiting. However, Linghu Renjie was Kur's uncle in her previous life. Moreover, Kur had regained memories of her previous life. As such, he thought it was only appropriate that he bid farewell to Linghu Renjie before he left. As for Yi Qinfeng, Zhen Pingfan, Shui Haichuan, and the others, he only sent a message to each of them. Everyone had responded except for Yi Qinfeng. However, since Yi Chunfeng's soul pearl was intact, Duan Ling Tian was not worried that something had happened to Yi Qinfeng. It was likely that Yi Qinfeng was in closed-door cultivation or had entered the realm battlefield. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Linghu clan, he felt as though a lifetime had passed since he was last here. Back then, he had joined the Linghu clan because he needed the clan's protection from some lords of gods. To think that he was now an emperor of gods who was far above lords of gods. Not only that, but he was also among the strongest advanced emperors of gods. When Duan Ling Tian saw Linghu Renjie, he found that Linghu Renjie did not change much from when he last saw Linghu Renjie. This was not surprising. After all, it had not been that long since Duan Ling Tian left the Linghu clan. After hearing that Duan Ling Tian was going to the realm battlefield, Linghu Renjie said solemnly, be careful in everything you do. Don't be rash. The duo exchanged a few words before Duan Ling Tian left. Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Ling Tian's back with an absent-minded expression as Duan Ling Tian boarded the flying ship. He murmured to himself, it's only been a while, but he's already an emperor of gods. It seems like my niece's situation really motivated him. It's a blessing that she has such a husband. I wonder how's my stubborn sister doing. I hope she's safe and sound. Following that, another soul pearl appeared next to the soul pearl that was already in Linghu Renjie's hand. The soul pearls belonged to Duan Ling Tian and Linghu Renfeng respectively. Despite already possessing one, Linghu Renjie asked Duan Ling Tian for another soul pearl before Duan Ling Tian left. Soul pearls would eventually run out of energy. Since he did not know when Duan Ling Tian would return again, he quickly asked for another one. Linghu Renjie sighed. I have another person to worry about. Linghu Renjie had always been fond of Duan Ling Tian. It was not just because Duan Ling Tian was his niece's husband. Even before he found out that Duan Ling Tian was his niece's husband, he had already taken a liking to Duan Ling Tian, who was talented and self-motivated. His liking only grew when he found out about the connection between his niece and Duan Ling Tian. From the one, he treated Duan Ling Tian as his biological son. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Linghu Renjie's thoughts. He was now on the realm battlefield, the place he had visited once to sneak into the realm of gods. In the past, when he was on the realm battlefield, he felt like he was walking on thin ice all the time. Now he felt confident and fearless. The realm battlefield formed by the collision between the Profound Energy Land and the Zen Boundary Land was called the Profound Zen Battlefield. Duan Ling Tian had been nervous and frightened during his first visit to the Profound Zen Battlefield. At that time, he was lucky enough to meet Yi Bei Yuan, an elder from the Glorious Heaven sect. Yi Bei Yuan had escorted him to the safe base, and he was able to leave the Profound Zen Battlefield through the safe base's transportation formation. On the contrary, not only was Duan Ling Tian, who entered the Profound Zen Battlefield with Yang Yuqin, his third senior brother, fearless and not nervous, but he was also slightly excited. After appearing at a base camp, Yang Yuqin said, "After entering the battlefield, you'll receive a battle merit token." As soon as Yang Yuqin's voice fell, a token that emitted a faint yellow light promptly appeared in the air in front of Duan Ling Tian. There's nothing etched on the token. The yellow light represents the Profound Energy Land. As for the Zen Boundary Light, it's represented by a red light. Each battle merit token is unique. If you die, your battle merit token will shatter, and the battle merits you accumulate will go to the person who killed you. However, you won't obtain any battle merits if the person you killed has a lower cultivation base than you. For example, if I kill you now, I won't obtain any of your battle merits at all. Conversely, if you kill me, you'll obtain double the battle merits I have. Killing someone whose cultivation base is a realm higher will give you double battle merits. If you kill someone whose cultivation base is 2 realms above yours, you'll receive triple battle merits. However, you need to pay attention to something when killing an opponent with a higher cultivation base. Make sure that your opponent doesn't engage in a fight for a day and a night before killing him or her. Otherwise, you won't get the double battle merits. This is to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation and swooping in at the last moment to steal the kill. Yang Yuqin's explanation helped Duan Ling Tian to understand the Profound Zen Battlefield more. He asked curiously, "Third senior brother, I heard that the battle merit token that appears out of thin air not only records battle merits, but after accumulating enough battle merits, it can also open a secret realm on the realm battlefield. Apart from that, does it have any other functions?" Yang Yuqin replied, "Apart from opening a secret realm, you can also choose to exchange for a supreme powerhouse's divine energy after you accumulate enough battle merits. However, I'm sure you know that a supreme powerhouse's divine energy is useless to you until you become a supreme god." Duan Ling Tian had long heard about the supreme powerhouse's divine energy. It was the energy that supreme powerhouses drew out of their bodies, and it could temporarily boost the divine energy of a supreme god. If a rudimentary supreme god absorbed the divine energy of a supreme powerhouse, he or she would temporarily have the divine energy comparable to an intermediate supreme god. If an intermediate supreme god were to absorb it, he or she would have the divine energy of an advanced supreme god for a short time. As for advanced supreme gods, their divine energies would grow stronger as well, but it would not be comparable to that of a supreme powerhouse. It was impossible for an advanced supreme god to possess divine energy comparable to that of a supreme powerhouse even if it were only temporary. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Yuqin and asked curiously through voice transmission, "Third senior brother, do you possess energy from a supreme powerhouse?" In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, Yang Yuqin was among the strongest intermediate supreme gods. If Yang Yuqin were to use the divine energy of a supreme powerhouse, very few advanced supreme gods would be his match. Yang Yuqin nodded. "Yes. In fact, I have 4 strands of divine energy from a supreme powerhouse. They were given to me by eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Junior brother, you're an advanced emperor of gods now. No one knows when you'll enter the realm of a supreme god. Before we leave the base camp, I'll give you 2 strands of divine energy. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian shook his head and said, "Third senior brother, you only have 4 strands of energy. You should keep them for yourself. I won't be able to use it now. Don't worry. Once I become a supreme god, I'll obtain the supreme powerhouse's divine energy myself. Just accept it. It takes a lot to exchange for a supreme powerhouse's divine energy." Yang Yuchan said, "The energy can be a lifesaver. Even if you can't defeat your opponent, you'll be able to escape from your opponent with it." Duan Tian said seriously, "I know. That's why I won't accept your kind gesture." Yang Yuchan said insistently, "Just take it. It was given to me by eldest senior sister and second senior brother. If they were here, they'd definitely support my decision to give it to you." In the end, Duan Tian could only give in to Yang Yuchen. "All right, let's leave the base camp." Yang Yuchen led Duan Tian out of the base camp. The base camp was relatively small and there were not many people. Since fights were prohibited in base camps, it was peaceful and quiet. When Duan Tian and Yang Yuchen left, only a few people glanced at them briefly. No one paid attention to them. After all, there was no lack of people who came to the realm battlefield in the past years. Those who came were brave and determined to grow stronger. Those who were timid were unlikely to enter the realm battlefield. After obtaining a battle merit token, one could choose to wear it at one's waist or one could integrate it with one's body. If worn at the waist, the token would shine. However, if one chose to integrate it with one's body would shine. The colors of the lights naturally depended on where one was from. Duan Tian and Yang Yuchun wore the battle merit tokens at their waists, and their tokens both glowed with a yellow light, indicating that they were from the profound energy land. Back then, I remember Elder Yi Bei Yuan's body glowed with a faint yellow light. Duan Tian thought to himself, recalling that the elder from the glorious heaven sect, who accompanied him to a base camp and saved his life, had been glowing faintly in the past. I also remember seeing some people emitting a faint red light. There were also those whose tokens shone at their waists just like me and third senior brother. Duan Tian could vividly remember his first time on the realm battlefield. Meanwhile, after leading Duan Tian to a quiet valley, Yang Yuchen said as he raised his hand, "Junior brother, I'll give you the supreme powerhouse's divine energy now." Following that, a ball of energy appeared in Yang Yuchen's hand. It was not ostentatious and was somewhat transparent, but Duan Tian felt greatly pressured as soon as it appeared. It was as though it was a great threat. You can store it in your spatial ring. However, remember not to let it touch your skin if you don't intend to use it. Otherwise, it'll instantly integrate with your body as soon as it makes contact with your skin. Yang Yuchen warned Duan Tian before he extended his hand toward Duan Tian. Duan Tian raised his hand, carefully using his divine energy to draw the supreme powerhouse's divine energy into his spatial ring. "All right, let's go. Let's see if we run into any good opponents," Yang Yuchen said. "I'll let you deal with the ordinary rudimentary supreme gods and advanced emperor of gods we come across. If you can't defeat them, I'll make my move. As for those below the realm of an advanced emperor of gods, it's meaningless to kill them. You won't obtain their battle merits, and their spatial rings will likely self-destruct after their deaths as well." After a beat, Yang Yuchen continued to say, "However, not everyone is the same. There are people who don't care about rewards when they kill. Just because they won't get any rewards, it doesn't mean that they won't kill. After all, they'll be helping their companions from the same realm of gods by killing opponents from another realm of gods." Duan Tian nodded in agreement. He was naturally aware of this. In the past, he knew having a low cultivation base did not mean that he was safe on the realm battlefield. After all, it's not just killing for their comrades, but others could kill him on a whim. That was also why he had been nervous when he first came to the profound Zen battlefield. Yang Yuchen said, "Apart from that, many people think that a realm battlefield is formed from the collision of 2 realms of gods. However, that's not exactly true. For realms of gods have to collide to form a realm battlefield. However, the battlefield would be separated into 2, and every 100 years it would become 1 again for 10 years. At that time, the battlefield will become an even more perilous place, and it'll be very chaotic. It'd be the battlefield for 4 realms of gods instead of 2. Needless to say, when the battlefield is 1, it also has the most opportunities. After a brief pause, he continued to say, "There's still some time before the battlefield becomes one. By the time that happens, you'll be wandering the battlefield alone." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. For realms of gods. Is it possible for the divine offering land to be one of the realms of gods connected to the profound Zen battlefield? If that was not the case, Duan Ling Tian would have to go to the divine offering land's realm battlefield. Not long after leaving the valley, Yang Yuchen promptly said, "There's someone over there." Before Duan Ling Tian reacted, Yang Yuchen already brought Duan Ling Tian to the cliff of a mountain, blocking the path of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression turned flustered immediately, and his face was ashen. "God! Supreme God!" Yang Yuchen looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't attack you. My junior brother is also an advanced emperor of gods. You can leave if you manage to parry 10 moves from him." The middle-aged man's eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian as soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking. Then, as though he did not believe it, he extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. After confirming that Duan Ling Tian was truly just an advanced emperor of gods, he heaved a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man was also an advanced emperor of gods, and he was halfway to becoming a supreme god. As such, he did not think that it would be difficult to parry 10 moves from another advanced emperor of gods. Even if his opponent was an imminent supreme god, he was confident he would be able to withstand 10 moves as long as he tried his best. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian stared at the middle-aged man calmly after hearing Yang Yuchen's words. When the middle-aged man probed his cultivation base, he could not help but shake inwardly. Let alone 10 moves, the middle-aged man would not even be able to withstand 3 moves from him, even if the middle-aged man was an imminent supreme god. "Go ahead," Yang Yuchen said as he stepped aside to give Duan Ling Tian the space to fight. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "You don't have to parry 10 moves from me. If you survive 3 moves from me, my senior brother and I will let you go." 3 moves. The middle-aged man was very confident he would be able to parry 10 moves from Duan Ling Tian. As such, he felt humiliated when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He was naturally displeased by Duan Ling Tian's arrogance. However, when he remembered that Duan Ling Tian had a powerful supreme god next to him, he could only bury his annoyance and displeasure, afraid of offending Yang Yuchen. 3 moves? "Don't underestimate me," the middle-aged man said. Even Yang Yuchen did not underestimate him to this extent. The middle-aged man comforted himself inwardly. 3 moves were better than 10 moves. The longer it went on, the higher the chance of getting injured after all. Moreover, since Yang Yuchen was so confident, he thought that Duan Ling Tian was likely an imminent supreme god. "I'll kill you," the middle-aged man cried out. The faint red light from the battle merit token that his body emitted, which indicated he was from the Zen boundary land, was covered by his divine energy that surged out immediately. When the middle-aged man attacked, the void rippled before a flaming giant axe appeared. Clearly, he comprehended the law of fire. The axe that had been imbued with his divine energy looked as though it could cut everything in its path, and the fire that burned around it was scorching hot. He's not an imminent supreme god. Duan Ling Tian shook his head inwardly. He did not make any ostentatious move. Instead, he only flicked his fingers before his divine energy and the law of space surged. Then, a 7-colored sword ray shot out toward the middle-aged man's attack. Duan Ling Tian's attack was not as showy as that of the middle-aged man. As such, the middle-aged man sneered, thinking that Duan Ling Tian thought too highly of himself. However, when the 7-colored sword ray collided with his attack, his expression changed drastically as he cried out, "No!" Swoosh! In the next moment, the 7-colored sword ray extinguished the flames before it hit the middle-aged man's axe, which was a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, and killed the artifact soul. Following that, the sword ray did not slow down as it pierced the middle-aged man's body. The 7-colored sword ray did not leave the middle-aged man's body immediately. Instead, it exploded into thousands of smaller 7-colored sword rays, sealing the middle-aged man's fate. At the moment of his death, before he exploded into a mist of blood, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He could not figure out how an advanced emperor of gods could be so powerful when their cultivation bases were the same. After all, Duanling Tian did not even use a prominent divine artifact and attacked with just his fingers. At the same time, Yang Yuchen's gaze turned complicated. The light from the law is really bright. I really didn't expect junior brother to comprehend the law of space to this extent. A burst of light flashed in the sky before and after Duanling Tian attacked before it spread out and shone down on the land. It was a heaven and earth phenomenon. After killing the middle-aged man, Duanling Tian, who saw the phenomenon, asked curiously, "Third senior brother, what's this?" Yang Yu-chun sighed before he said, "This is the light of the law. When you comprehend the law to a certain degree, the realm battlefield will resonate with it when you use it. For example, when you attacked with the law earlier, it resonated with the realm battlefield. The resonance manifests in the form of light. Usually, only those above the realm of a rudimentary supreme god will have this level of comprehension. Even for me, I only comprehended my law to this degree when I was about to become an intermediate supreme god." "Then this won't occur if I'm in the outside world?" Duanling Tian asked, puzzled. Yang Yuchun shook his head. "No. Even if the phenomenon appeared in the outside world, it won't be so exaggerated. Such eye-catching phenomena will only occur in places like the realm battlefield and the trial of gods that are sensitive to the laws. Moreover, if we're outside, your level of comprehension isn't enough to manifest a phenomenon yet." With this, Duanling Tian learned that places like the realm battlefield and trial of gods were more sensitive to the laws. As such, after one's comprehension of the law has reached a certain level, a phenomenon would appear. If you comprehend your law further, the light of the law will grow even brighter, illuminating 1,000,000 miles of land. Yang Yuchan said with a sigh. 1,000,000 miles? Duanling Tian was stunned. "What do you mean? Are you saying that if my comprehension grows more profound, when I attack, the light of the law will grow bright enough to illuminate 1,000,000 miles of land?" Yang Yuchen nodded. "On the realm battlefield, this phenomenon will manifest as a brief flash of light when you use the power of the law. Anyone within a radius of 100,000 miles will be able to see it if they're observant. If your comprehension improves, the light could be seen within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In the last stage, the light will shine for tens of millions of miles. It's the indication that one's about to completely comprehend a law. Under normal circumstances, those who are able to manifest such a phenomenon are the strongest among advanced supreme gods." Duanling Tian asked curiously, "Third senior brother, which phenomenon do you manifest?" Yang Yuchun said, "It's almost the same as yours. However, I just need to comprehend the law a little more before my phenomenon can shine for 1,000,000 miles. At that time, I'll be able to catch up with second senior brother. However, I'm sure second senior brother has improved since then. Although his mastery Dao isn't as good as mine, his comprehension of the law is better than mine." Duanling Tian was surprised by Yang Yuchen's words. His second senior brother, whom he had yet to meet, comprehended the law to the point where its phenomena shone for 1,000,000 miles. Moreover, based on Yang Yuchen's words, there was a possibility that their second senior brother's comprehension of the law had further improved. After a moment, Duanling Tian asked again, "What about eldest senior sister?" An indecipherable expression appeared on Yang Yuchen's face when he heard Duanling Tian's question. He said, "Eldest senior sister. When she left, she was an intermediate supreme god, but she had already comprehended her law to the point where it'd shine for tens of millions of miles if she used it on the realm battlefield. The last time I saw her was when she brought fourth junior sister back. At that time, she was already on the brink of becoming an advanced supreme god. As for her law, she's probably further comprehended it as well." After a brief pause, Yang Yuchen continued to say, "Eldest senior sister's strength isn't only limited to the law. Her mastery Dao also far surpasses mine." Duanling Tian was even more surprised. Eldest senior sister is so powerful. Once she becomes an advanced supreme god, she'll be almost unrivaled among advanced supreme gods. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian anticipated meeting his eldest senior sister in the future. Since joining the Inner Palace faction, he noticed that Yang Chun Yuan and Lang Chun Yuan were rather casual when speaking about their second senior brother. However, The duo was very serious and respectful whenever they spoke about their eldest senior sister. It was almost as if they were speaking about their master instead of their eldest senior sister. Previously, I've never heard of any advanced emperor of gods who comprehended the law to such a degree. Moreover, the law of space you comprehended is one of the 4 supreme laws. Yang Yuchan said with a sigh as he looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze. All right, let's go. I'll see if I can find you opponents in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Yang Yuchun did not expect that Duanling Tian's cultivation base would rise so quickly in the trial of gods, and he also did not expect that Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space would improve so much in the trial of gods. Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law was almost catching up to his comprehension of the law. I feel really pressured having such a junior brother. If he surpasses me, eldest senior sister will definitely make fun of me. Yang Yuchun felt slightly regretful at this moment for recruiting Duanling Tian. Alas, there was no cure for regret in this world. Yang Yuqin and Duanling Tian continued to wander the profound Zen battlefield. During this time, Duanling Tian managed to kill a few advanced emperors of gods from the Zen boundary land. He gained quite a few battle merits before he finally met a rudimentary supreme god from the Zen boundary land. When the other party saw Yang Yuqin, who was standing in his way, his expression changed greatly. An intermediate supreme god? The other party tried to escape, but alas, Yang Yuqin easily stopped him from leaving. The rudimentary supreme god was drowning in despair when he heard Yang Yuqin say indifferently, "If you're able to defeat my junior brother who's an advanced emperor of gods, I'll let you go." Advanced emperor of gods? The rudimentary supreme god echoed Yang Yuqin's words as he instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian. The rudimentary supreme god from the Zen boundary land, whom Duanling Tian and Yang Yuqin ran into, was a very old man. However, despite his aged appearance, his body looked strong, and he was even more muscular than Duanling Tian and Yang Yuqin. He also possessed a pair of eyes that were filled with energy. The old man who was drowning in despair earlier felt as though he had been thrown a life raft when he heard Yang Yuqin's words. He did not think too much before he extended his divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian. After confirming that Duanling Tian was truly just an advanced emperor of gods, he looked at Yang Yuqin and asked, "Are you serious, my lord?" The old man was truly afraid of Yang Yuqin, who was an intermediate supreme god. He could tell based on Yang Yuqin's confidence and peerless aura that Yang Yuqin was not an ordinary intermediate supreme god. Yang Yuqin replied expressionlessly, "It's up to you to believe it or not." The old man's expression changed imperceptibly. Then he inhaled deeply before he said, "I believe you, my lord." The old man knew he had no other choice at this moment. After all, he could not escape from Yang Yuqin, so he could only do as he was told. When he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian again, he narrowed his eyes and said, "You can attack first. Don't worry, I won't kill you." The old man did not hide his intention to go easy on Duanling Tian. In Duanling Tian's opinion, the old man clearly looked down on him, who was just an advanced emperor of gods. After a moment, he said tonelessly, "If I were you, I wouldn't hold back. I don't need you to go easy on me. Although I'm an advanced emperor of gods, very few imminent supreme gods can survive more than one move from me." Duanling Tian did not hide his strength and continued to say, "When I first became an advanced emperor of gods, I was already on par with imminent supreme gods. After completely stabilizing my cultivation base, it's extremely easy for me to kill imminent supreme gods. Since my breakthrough, I've yet to kill a rudimentary supreme god. Perhaps you'll be the first today." The old man's expression changed greatly upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. He did not doubt the veracity of Duanling Tian's words at all. After all, there was no need for Duanling Tian to lie at all. If Duanling Tian were on par with imminent supreme gods as soon as he broke through and could easily kill imminent supreme gods after stabilizing his cultivation base, it meant that Duanling Tian was now on par with an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. The old man shuddered inwardly. He was not among the strongest rudimentary supreme gods. He was at most average. His expression turned solemn as he said, "I've underestimated you, my lord." Following that, the old man's body shone brightly before a translucent figure that was more than 10 meters appeared. Duan Ling Tian, who was 1.8 meters tall, looked insignificantly small in comparison. The top of his head only reached the calves of the translucent figure. "That's more like it," Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face before he flew out. A spatial storm raged around Duan Ling Tian as he brought the 7 orifices exquisite sword out. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian swung his sword, using only his divine energy and the law of space. He did not use his sword Dao and mastery Dao at all. In the next moment, a pearl shining with a mustard-yellow light appeared in front of the old man, easily stopping Duan Ling Tian's attack. Clearly, he comprehended the law of earth, and the pearl was his prominent divine artifact. A faint outline could be seen inside the pearl. It was the pearl's artifact soul. "Don't hold back," the old man said loudly. "Your attack now is only as strong as that of an imminent supreme god. You can't easily kill an imminent supreme god with such an attack." Indeed, Duan Ling Tian had held back. He did not use any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. He only used his divine energy, the law of space, and his prominent divine artifact to attack. Even if his comprehension of the law was profound, his attack was only stronger than ordinary imminent supreme gods. Moreover, he only used a fraction of his divine energy earlier. He wanted to test the old man's strength. If Duan Ling Tian had attacked without holding back his divine energy, even if he did not use any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, his attack would be much more powerful than an imminent supreme god. Despite his words, the old man was trembling inwardly. Where did this monster come from? He's just an advanced emperor of gods, and yet he comprehended the law of space to the point where the light of the law shone for 100,000 miles. As soon as Duan Ling Tian attacked, the light of the law appeared, shining down on 100,000 miles of land. Although it only appeared briefly, it was hard to miss. Throughout his life, the old man had met many prodigies in the Zen boundary land, and he had also met many of them on the realm battlefield. However, he had never met an advanced emperor of gods whose comprehension of the law could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles. He had only heard of 1 or 2 people who were capable of this, but the laws they comprehended were the elemental laws. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. For an advanced emperor of gods to comprehend the law of space to this degree, there was doubt in his mind that Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension skills were superior even among prodigies. At this time, the old man finally understood why Yang Yuqin was so confident earlier. Clearly, Yang Yuqin had no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would be capable of killing him. Surprisingly, the old man did not panic even after these revelations appeared in his mind. He comprehended the law of earth, after all. Even if he could not defeat his opponent, he was confident that his defenses would hold and that the fight would end in a draw. After that, he would be able to leave. "As you wish," Duan Ling Tian said coldly. "You're a rudimentary supreme god who comprehends the law of earth. Your defenses should be the strongest among rudimentary supreme gods. I want to see if I can break your defenses today." Those who comprehended the law of earth had stronger defenses compared to others. Needless to say, rudimentary supreme gods who comprehended the law of earth had stronger defenses compared to rudimentary supreme gods who comprehended other laws. Moreover, they could only counterattack once in a while as they defended themselves. They would have to look for the right opportunity to defeat their opponents in one fell swoop. This was the usual and only tactic for most of those who comprehended the law of earth. Although their number was very few and it was not an easy feat to achieve, especially if one had a high cultivation base, there were some who figured out a way to use the law of earth offensively instead of just using it to defend themselves. Regardless, under normal circumstances, if their defenses were broken, it would also spell their defeat. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian struck with his sword again. His attack this time did not look much different than the one before. However, he had increased the output of his divine energy, and he also used his mastery Dao to control the space. At this time, the surrounding space was completely under his control. In the controlled space, wind and water vapor disappeared. The space turned still immediately. Due to the missing external factors, the strength of Duan Ling Tian's attack increased greatly as well. Boom! A thunderous noise rang in the air when Duan Ling Tian's sword landed on the defenses created by the old man's pearl, which was called Spiritual Pearl. Unlike before, his attack was not immediately deflected by the barrier. As soon as Duanling Tian's attack landed, the old man's defenses solidified into an impregnable wall, which had been imbued with blood energy. At the critical moment, he had no choice but to use his bloodline power, which was unique to natives of realms of gods. Otherwise, he was not sure he could keep his defenses up. Alas, although the old man managed to stop Duanling Tian's attack this time as well, hideous cracks could be seen on the wall. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, injured by the force of the attack. His face was ashen at this moment. On the contrary, Duanling Tian looked unruffled. After the old man wiped the blood off the corners of his lips, he looked at Duanling Tian in shock and disbelief. Impossible. Your comprehension of the law is very profound, but it should still be at the stage where the phenomenon will only shine for 100,000 miles. How did your attack grow so powerful? And if your comprehension is higher than that, there should be a light that shines for 1,000,000 miles when you attacked. The old man could sense the power of Duanling Tian's attack, and its power was consistent with someone who had comprehended the law to the point where the phenomenon would shine for 1,000,000 miles. However, when Duanling Tian attacked, the phenomenon only shone for 100,000 miles. He could not figure out what was going on at all. Duanling Tian explained expressionlessly, "It's understandable that you're confused. I used other means to increase the strength of my attack. It has nothing to do with my law." The old man was still puzzled. However, it did not take long before his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Why you comprehended the Mastery Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth." Realization dawned on the old man at this moment. No wonder he had felt a sense of oppression earlier, as though he was standing in the territory of a powerful monster. However, the feeling was fleeting, so he did not pay attention to it. In hindsight, that feeling had appeared as soon as Duanling Tian attacked. He finally realized that it was because Duanling Tian had used the Mastery Tao and controlled the surrounding space as he attacked. His comprehension of the law is so profound that the phenomenon can shine for 100,000 miles. His cultivation is also not weak. With the Mastery Tao, his attack earlier can easily kill all ordinary rudimentary supreme gods. The old man thought to himself as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At the same time, he felt grateful that his strongest law was the law of earth. Is it over? The old man felt relieved. In his opinion, Duanling Tian had attacked with all his might earlier. However, in the next moment, the old man's eyes flashed with fear and his expression changed as a thought appeared in his mind. Wait! He has yet to use his bloodline power. The old man assumed that Duanling Tian was a native of a realm of gods. After all, in his opinion, it was impossible for such a monstrous talent to come from a lower realm. The old man began to panic again. If he uses his bloodline power, I have a small chance of defending against it if it's weak. However, if he has a strong bloodline power, I'm afraid that I'll die. Whatever it is, I'll defend with all my might. I have no other choice now. The old man panicked when thought about how the young man still had his bloodline power as a trump card. However, he quickly calmed down and his expression was solemn as he began to defend himself with all his might. The wall in front of him seemed to be fortified, and its aura was stronger than before. If you can survive the next attack, you can leave, Duanling Tian said. Upon hearing this, the old man instinctively thought that Duanling Tian was finally going to use his bloodline power. As such, he was stunned when Duanling Tian made his move. He's not using his bloodline power? Swoosh! A 7-colored sword ray swept out again. This time, it did not only contain the Mastery Tao, but it also carried a fierce and chilling sword intent. The old man sensed the huge threat from the sword ray and shuddered in fear. This is the sword Tao. The old man's expression changed again. He did not expect the person in front of him to comprehend the sword Tao, another one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Is he really just an advanced emperor of gods? The old man could not understand how an existence like Duanling Tian existed in the world. Duanling Tian was only an advanced emperor of gods, but Duanling Tian had already comprehended the sword Tao and the Mastery Tao. Moreover, the Taos he comprehended were past their rudimentary forms. He had never heard of anyone achieving such a feat, let alone meet anyone like that. Boom! When the sword ray collided with the old man's defensive wall, a thunderous explosion rang in the air again. The commotion this time was much louder than before. The void shook violently, looking as though it was about to tear. In the next moment, the impregnable wall shattered. An expression of despair had just appeared on the old man's face upon seeing this. Before he could mobilize his divine energy, the seven-colored sword ray pierced his body. Following that, countless small seven-colored sword rays exploded out of his body, killing him. At the moment of the old man's death, a huge phantom figure appeared in the air. It let out an unwilling cry before it fell. Those who were far away could clearly see the scene. It was the phenomenon that appeared when a supreme god died. Duanling Tian had long heard about this phenomenon from Yang Yuchan, his third senior brother. However, this is the first time he saw the phenomenon. This phenomenon that indicated the death of a rudimentary and intermediate supreme god would only appear on the realm battlefield. If a rudimentary or intermediate supreme god died in the outside world, the phenomenon would not appear at all. Such a phenomenon would only appear in the outside world when an advanced supreme god died. As for supreme powerhouses, when they died, a phenomenon would appear in all the realms of gods, Devata realms, and the mundane realms. It had been many, many years since a supreme powerhouse died. As such, Duanling Tian, who was only almost 900 years old, naturally had never seen the phenomenon that appeared upon the death of a supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian looked at the huge phenomenon and sighed emotionally. How spectacular! Yang Yuchun smiled faintly and said, "This is just the phenomenon of a rudimentary supreme god. The phenomenon that appears upon the death of an intermediate supreme god is even more spectacular. As for the phenomenon that appears upon the death of an advanced supreme god, it's so eye-catching that it can be seen from far away. As you can imagine, the commotion caused by such a phenomenon is huge as well. Even on the realm battlefield, advanced supreme gods rarely died. After all, they were extremely powerful. Moreover, to be able to cultivate to such a level, their survival instincts were extremely high compared to the average person. They had a keen sense of danger and would often correctly choose to avoid the danger. Apart from that, they had an advantage over the others on the realm battlefield. Ordinary voice transmission did not work on the realm battlefield, but they, advanced supreme gods, had their own means to call for reinforcements. For all these reasons, they were extremely difficult to kill. Before Duanling Tian could collect the old man's belongings, the reward shone down on him from the sky, and he quickly absorbed it. Yang Yuchan, who was standing nearby, watched in amazement and said, "Junior brother, if you go all out, only a few rudimentary supreme gods are a match for you." Yang Yuchin knew very well that Duanling Tian did not use his full strength even when Duanling Tian killed the rudimentary supreme god from the Zen boundary land who comprehended the law of earth. After all, Duanling Tian did not even use his doppelgangers from the laws. However, despite Duanling Tian's amazing strength, he did not dare to say that Duanling Tian was the strongest among all rudimentary supreme gods. After all, there were incredibly powerful rudimentary supreme gods who had also comprehended the four daos of heaven and earth. He himself was a good example. He was about 90% confident that he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian when he was a rudimentary supreme god. Nonetheless, he was still shocked by Duanling Tian's strength. After all, Duanling Tian had just become an advanced emperor of gods not too long ago. In the past, he only possessed such strength when he was on the brink of becoming an intermediate supreme god. Junior brother, once you become a rudimentary supreme god, you'll be invincible among rudimentary supreme gods, Yang Yuchan said confidently. He was absolutely certain about it. Yang Yuchin continued to say, "Moreover, with your strength, you'll still be able to fight against weaker intermediate supreme gods." Days flew by as Duanling Tian continued to follow Yang Yuchan on the profound Zen battlefield. They hunted people from the Zen boundary land, and as a result, Duanling Tian's strength and his combat experience rose rapidly. Time passed so quickly that soon the 10 years that Duanling Tian agreed to spend with Yang Yuchun was almost up. At this time, Duanling Tian was getting closer and closer to the realm of a rudimentary supreme god thanks to the rewards he received. Apart from that, Yang Yuchin, his third senior brother, also kept an eye on him and guided him after he consumed 2 of the 3 heavenly Dao fruits that he obtained from the Emperor Grade's secret realm. which appeared when he broke through the realm of an emperor of gods in the trial of gods. The heavenly Tao fruit is one of the 3 most precious treasures that could help an advanced emperor of gods to become a rudimentary supreme god. Based on Yang Yuchen's words, it was extremely rare for 3 heavenly Tao fruits to appear in the emperor-grade secret realm that would open when one broke through the realm of an emperor of gods. However, there were no heavenly Tao fruits in the supreme-grade secret realm that appeared after one became a supreme god. It was only natural since heavenly Tao fruits were only useful to emperors of gods, not supreme gods. Third senior brother, in the trial of gods, an emperor-grade secret realm and a supreme-grade secret realm will appear when one breaks through the realm of an emperor of gods and a supreme god respectively. Is it the same on the realm battlefield? Duanling Tian asked Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen replied, no. Emperor-grade and supreme-grade secret realms won't appear on the realm battlefield. The trial of gods is created by a few supreme powerhouses to imitate the realm battlefield, but it's very different from the realm battlefield. The trial of gods has inhabitants. It's like a world of its own there. On the contrary, the realm battlefield is just a place. After a moment, he added, Fourth junior sister knows this very well. That's likely why she didn't hesitate to break through in Destiny Canyon. Even if she broke through outside of Destiny Canyon, she knew she wouldn't benefit much from entering the supreme-grade secret realm that would appear after her breakthrough. Previously, Lang Chun Yuan had broken through and became a rudimentary supreme god in the trial of God's Destiny Canyon. At that time, a supreme-grade secret realm had appeared as well. However, due to the lack of people, the secret realm remained closed. She had long expected this and had planned to give up on the secret realm from the very start. Apart from the steady stream of rewards, you've also consumed 2 heavenly Tao fruits. After absorbing the rewards, your cultivation path will be free from obstructions. However, if you feel like it's getting very difficult to make progress, take the last heavenly Tao fruit. If I'm not mistaken, when you reach that point, you'll be very close to becoming a supreme god. After consuming the last heavenly Tao fruit, you'll very likely become a supreme god. At the very least, you'll be only a short step away from becoming one, Yang Yuchen, who had a good understanding of Duanling Tian's situation, said. Yang Yuchen paused for a while before he said again, based on my calculations, it'll take at least 2 years before you reach that point. You'll have to work hard on the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land's realm battlefield to become a supreme god. Yang Yuchen's eyes were filled with anticipation when he spoke about this. Once Duanling Tian became a supreme god, there would be 5 supreme gods in the Inner Palace faction. This was unprecedented in the history of the Inner Palace faction. At most, there were only 4 supreme gods at a time in the Inner Palace faction. I understand, Duanling Tian replied solemnly with a nod. Following that, Duanling Tian continued to follow Yang Yuchen to wander the realm battlefield. Let's go into the inner area of the battlefield. Hopefully, we'll be able to meet an intermediate supreme god suitable for your training. You can only go against weak intermediate supreme gods for now. With your current strength, you're no match even for an ordinary intermediate supreme god. Intermediate supreme god. Duanling Tian and Yang Yuchen had been on the profound Zen battlefield for 8 years now. They had encountered many supreme gods during that time, but they were only rudimentary supreme gods. After arriving in the inner area of the profound Zen battlefield, Duanling Tian and Yang Yuchen finally ran into not 1 but 2 intermediate supreme gods. The 2 intermediate supreme gods were a young man and a middle-aged respectively. The young man was dressed in a beautiful brocade robe. He was handsome and possessed a pair of piercing eyes. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and burly, and he had a small beard. Before Duanling Tian and Yang Yuchen could react, the 2 intermediate supreme gods had already surrounded them. The middle-aged man said, an intermediate supreme god and an advanced emperor of gods. Do elders from the profound energy land like to bring their juniors around with them all the time? Following that, the young man clicked his tongue, making a disapproving noise, before he said, I wonder if this intermediate supreme god has a grudge against his junior? Otherwise, why would he bring his junior to the inner area to die? After the 2 intermediate supreme gods surrounded Yang Yuchen and Duanling Tian, Yang Yuchen could not help but laugh. Then, he turned slightly to look at Duanling Tian before he said, Junior brother, your punching bag is here. Choose one. Faced with two intermediate supreme gods, Yang Yuchen was still calm and indifferent. After Yang Yuchen spoke, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shifted to the bearded, middle-aged man. Then he said, "This one seems to be stronger, so I'll choose him." The young man and the middle-aged man had yet to react to Yang Yuchen calling them punching bags, but Duan Ling Tian already began to attack the middle-aged man. Yang Yuchen, who was standing at the side, did not stay idle. He raised his hand, and a terrifying energy swept out toward the young man. He said in a leisurely manner, "All right, let's move aside and have our own fun." The young man's expression changed at this moment. At this moment, he could keenly sense that Yang Yuchen was no weaker than an advanced supreme god despite being an intermediate supreme god. Did I run into one of those incredibly strong intermediate supreme gods? Is his strength really comparable to an advanced supreme god? Yang Yuchen did not hold back when he made a move. His terrifying divine energy contained the mastery Tao swept toward the young man, and despite the young man's futile resistance, it easily brought the young man away. At the same time, a heaven and earth phenomenon appeared, illuminating 100,000 miles of land. Apart from the mastery Tao, Yang Yuchen also cast his law. His comprehension of the law alone had far surpassed that of the young man. Coupled with the mastery Tao, it was only natural that the young man was rendered powerless. The young man brought his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul out, but it was useless. It did not give him any advantage at all. Similarly, when he activated his bloodline power, it still did not give him any advantage over Yang Yuchen. Upon seeing the futility of his actions, panic began to seize the young man's heart. Is he really just an intermediate supreme god? It was beyond the young man's expectations that he would suffer such an overwhelming defeat from another intermediate supreme god. He did not have the power to fight back at all. His opponent was too strong. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian's sudden attack, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He discovered that the advanced Emperor of Gods in front of him was no ordinary advanced Emperor of Gods. He felt a huge sense of danger from the fierce seven-colored sword ray that Duan Ling Tian launched toward him. He instinctively knew that if he did not go all out or if he were careless, he would definitely die. Nonetheless, despite the threat that Duan Ling Tian posed, he was somewhat relieved. No matter what, he was an intermediate supreme god and Duan Ling Tian was just an advanced emperor of gods. As the middle-aged man dodged Duan Ling Tian's attack, he turned to the side just in time to see his companion being taken away like a chick being carried away by a hawk. His companion was completely powerless to resist. Who the hell he is? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man felt chills running up his spine. His only thought now was to escape as quickly as he could. So what if I kill this advanced emperor of gods? I'll still die if I don't run now. That intermediate supreme god is too powerful. The middle-aged man's strength was on par with the young man. If the young man was powerless against Yang Yuchen, he knew he would also be powerless against Yang Yuchen. Alas, just as the middle-aged man avoided Duan Ling Tian's attack and made a move to flee, Yang Yuchen thwarted his plan to leave. Yang Yuchen's more than 100-meter-tall supreme god phantom raised its hand, and a huge surge of energy swept forward like a tsunami, blocking the middle-aged man. Then, Yang Yuchen said expressionlessly, "If you can defeat my junior brother, I'll spare your life. If you run, you'll die." Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, the waves of despair that rose in the middle-aged man's heart receded a little now that he saw a glimmer of hope. He no longer dared to flee and turned to attack Duan Ling Tian. His supreme god phantom, which was also more than 100 meters tall, appeared. When a long staff appeared in his hand, his artifact soul loomed above the long staff. "You're the strongest advanced emperor of gods I've ever met. Very few rudimentary supreme gods are your match. However, I'm an intermediate supreme god." At this moment, the middle-aged man pinned all his hope of surviving on defeating Duan Ling Tian. He did dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian at all, even if Duan Ling Tian was just an advanced emperor of gods. Not only was Duan Ling Tian powerful, but he also did not dare to hold back when he attacked because his life depended on defeating Duan Ling Tian. "I'm going to kill you." Killing intent flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he activated his bloodline power. In just a moment, his blood energy permeated the entire place. He did not consider the possibility of Yang Yuchun retaliating if he killed Duanling Tian. After all, in his opinion, it would be easy for someone as powerful as Yang Yuchun to save Duanling Tian at the critical moment. Faced with the intermediate supreme god, Duanling Tian did not dare to let down his guard at all. Not only did he not hold back, but he also summoned his doppelganger from the law of space. He's not a native of the profound energy land? The middle-aged man was taken aback when he saw Duanling Tian's doppelganger. Even the young man, who could only passively watch the fight, was taken aback. The duo did not expect that such a monstrous talent was not a native of a realm of gods. They were even more baffled at this moment. Did a powerhouse discover this monstrous talent in the lower realm and bring him back to the profound energy land when he was a child? The middle-aged man did not have time to mull over the matter. He quickly regained his senses and continued to attack Duanling Tian. What a good shot! Duanling Tian's gaze turned slightly icy when faced with the middle-aged man's aggressive and deadly attack. Following that, he and his doppelganger charged out at the same time. When a seven-colored sword appeared in his hand, a prominent divine sword appeared in his doppelganger's hand. The prominent divine sword belonged to a supreme god whom Duanling Tian previously killed. At that time, Yang Yuchun had quickly captured the sword's artifact soul to prevent it from dying along with the rudimentary supreme god. Artifact souls were generally loyal by nature, and this artifact soul was no different. However, since its master had died, it chose to surrender after being threatened and tempted by Yang Yuchun. In the end, the artificial soul and the prominent divine sword became the weapons of Duanling Tian's doppelganger, further increasing Duanling Tian's strength. Duanling Tian and his doppelganger charged toward the middle-aged man with a prominent divine sword with a complete artifact soul in each of their hands. In front of the middle-aged man's supreme god phantom that was more than 100 meters tall, Duanling Tian looked incredibly small. Just the palm of the supreme god phantom alone was more than enough to cover his entire person. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly as he swung the long staff in his hand, sending out wave after wave of energy and stirring up a gust of violent wind that dispersed the clouds. The void rippled, looking as though it was going to shatter. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian tried to cast the double teleportation profundity to avoid the attack. The middle-aged man had disrupted the space before he attacked to prevent Duanling Tian from leaving. Although his strongest law was not the law of space, he was still able to disrupt the space. Although the middle-aged man's disruption of space was not strong enough to stop Duanling Tian from teleporting, he managed to slow down Duanling Tian's speed of teleportation. As such, Duanling Tian could only confront him. Swoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, 7-colored sword rays bloomed in the air, looking dazzling. Boom! 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 The long staff was like a behemoth. Each time it fell, a terrible and deafening sound wave would sweep out. Fortunately, no one was watching in the vicinity. Otherwise, even ordinary emperors of gods would have been affected and hurt by the sound waves. Yang Yuchun and the bound young man watched as Duanling Tian attacked without holding back. His strength was almost par with an intermediate supreme god. The corners of Yang Yuchun's lip curled up when he saw this scene. On the contrary, the young man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief even if Duanling Tian was at a slight disadvantage at this moment. That advanced supreme god can hold his ground against an intermediate supreme god? The young man naturally knew that the middle-aged man was not a new intermediate supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. He was average among intermediate supreme gods, but he was not weak. However, he only gained a slight advantage after exchanging dozens of moves with an advanced emperor of gods. I didn't know that such a monstrous talent exists in the profound energy land. The young man felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as he looked at Duanling Tian. In the past, he did not think that such a terrifying existence existed in the world. In his opinion, even the powerful Yang Yuchun, who easily bound him, might not be a match for Duanling Tian once Duanling Tian became an intermediate supreme god. In fact, even before Duanling Tian stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate supreme god, Duanling Tian should already be stronger than Yang Yuchun. He's even more terrifying than this intermediate supreme god. The intermediate supreme god addressed him as junior brother earlier. Are they fellow disciples? What kind of master would have such terrifying disciples? The young man was filled with remorse at this moment. If he had known the duo was so terrifying, he would have run as far as he possibly could as soon as he spotted them. To think that he took the initiative to send himself over to become a punching bag. At the same time, beads of sweat appeared on Duanling Tian's forehead. I'm not as strong as him. The middle-aged man was powerful enough that Duanling Tian could not keep up even with 99 heavenly veins. It was not surprising since the gap between their cultivation bases was too wide. The divine energy of an intermediate supreme god was not only powerful, but it was also much more durable. He was just an advanced emperor of gods. After all, no matter how heaven-defying his talent was. After exchanging another dozen moves, Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. I don't think I'll be able to survive 100 moves from him. At this time, the middle-aged man's eyes grew brighter and brighter now that he was on the cusp of defeating Duanling Tian. Once he succeeded, he would be able to leave. Suddenly, no! A shrill scream echoed in the air. Following that, a tall figure appeared in the sky. The phenomenon let out an unwilling cry before it fell to the ground. After Yang Yuchun killed the young man he had been restraining, he flew toward the middle-aged man. No! The middle-aged man cried out as his expression changed drastically. You can't go back on your words. You promised to let me go as long as I can defeat your junior brother. Yang Yuchun said indifferently, I'm not going back on my words. You've yet to defeat my junior brother until now. How am I going back on my words if I kill you now? As soon as Yang Yuchun finished speaking, his terrifying attack swept out like a phantom. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was reduced to dust as though he had gone through a millstone. Despite resisting with all his might, it was futile. The difference between his and Yang Yuchun's strength was insurmountable. It was just like how Duanling Tian had easily killed imminent supreme gods. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was standing at the side, was stunned by Yang Yuchun's earlier words and decisive actions. He had assumed that Yang Yuchun would let the middle-aged man go if the middle-aged man managed to defeat him. He did not expect Yang Yuchun to kill the middle-aged man before the middle-aged man could defeat him. With this, Yang Yuchun indeed did not break his promise. Another unwilling cry rang in the air as a huge figure appeared in the air after the middle-aged man died. The phenomenon that indicated the death of an intermediate supreme god appeared twice in a row. At this time, the expressions of the powerhouses who were drawn over by the previous phenomenon changed drastically, shocked that another intermediate supreme god died. Moreover, the two intermediate supreme gods died in the same place. Two intermediate supreme gods died at almost the same time. Are they from the same realm of gods? They're like companions. The powerhouses were, without exceptions, in or above the realm of an intermediate supreme god. Moreover, all of them were confident about their strength to a certain extent. Otherwise, they would not have ventured so close to have a look at what was going on. A few years ago, two intermediate supreme gods from the Zen boundary land died consecutively as well. A few years later, another two intermediate supreme gods died again. The powerhouses could not figure out what was going on. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for those in or above the realm of an intermediate supreme god to die. More than decades could pass, and not one intermediate supreme god would die. However, their deaths were so frequent in recent years. It was truly baffling. After reaching this realm, most of them were very cautious and vigilant. If they could not defeat their opponents, they would not hesitate to flee to the nearest base camp. After killing two intermediate supreme gods in a row, Yang Yuchun still looked calm. He collected the duo's prominent divine artifact before he said, Junior brother, let's go. As they left, Yang Yuchun said, the phenomena that appeared after those two died definitely attracted attention due to how eye-catching they were. A lot of powerhouses are going to come over to check on the situation. There are likely quite a few advanced supreme gods among these powerhouses. Hence, it's imperative that we leave as soon as possible. Who knows if we would run into a stronger opponent from the Zen boundary land if we didn't leave. Previously, Yang Yuqin did not react when the rudimentary supreme gods died. After all, the rudimentary supreme gods did not die in the inner area of the battlefield. There were not many powerhouses outside of the inner area, so most people did not dare to come close to have a look. Moreover, even those who dared to come over were intermediate supreme gods at most. Yang Yuqin was not afraid of intermediate supreme gods. Even if he ran into an intermediate supreme god stronger than him, he was confident he could escape unscathed with Duanling Tian even if he could not defeat the other party. Duanling Tian nodded in response to Yang Yuqin's words. He had also thought about this matter before. The appearance of such a phenomenon was tantamount to telling people that a supreme god died and revealing the location where the supreme god died. It was risky to stay on the scene. At this moment, Yang Yuqin said in an attempt to comfort Duanling Tian, "Junior brother, there's no need to feel discouraged because you weren't a match for that intermediate supreme god. In fact, with your current strength, you can defeat new intermediate supreme gods who have just broken through. You're only slightly weaker than those intermediate supreme gods who have just stabilized their cultivation bases. At the very least, you may not lose to fourth junior sister in a fight." In Yang Yuqin's opinion, although Lang Chunyuan was very talented, Duanling Tian was even more talented. If the two were to fight, there was a high chance that it would end in a draw. Duanling Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Third senior brother, there's no need to comfort me. I'm not discouraged. After all, I'm just an advanced emperor of gods now." Yang Yuqin fell silent upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, he felt emotionally exhausted. Indeed, his junior brother was just an advanced emperor of gods now. It seemed like he was worried for nothing. His junior brother was an advanced emperor of gods who could defeat most, if not all, rudimentary supreme gods. Why would his junior brother feel discouraged? Yang Yuqin thought about how he could only defeat the average rudimentary supreme gods when he was an advanced emperor of gods. He was no match for powerful rudimentary supreme gods at that time. Then Yang Yuqin sighed, slightly exasperated, as he thought to himself, "I don't need you to remind me. I already know you're just an advanced emperor of gods. You used to be so sensible, junior brother. Why are you tactless now? Don't you know that your words will poke my sore spot? Forget it. Children are ignorant. I shouldn't take this to heart." Duanling Tian had been on the realm battlefield for 8 years now. He had learned many things from Yang Yuqin, and he also gained many experiences. However, he felt that he gained the most combat experience from his fight with the intermediate supreme god. He had fought with all his might, but he still fell short in the end. The intermediate supreme god was just an ordinary intermediate supreme god who could only attack physically. If Duanling Tian were to encounter an intermediate supreme god who specialized in soul attacks, even if the other party was only average, Duanling Tian knew he would be in an even more disadvantageous position. However, with his soul-type defensive artifacts, he did not have to fear rudimentary supreme gods who specialized in soul attacks. It had to be said that Duanling Tian only had to fear intermediate supreme gods who specialized in soul attacks now because one of the 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal, was still hibernating. Otherwise, the other party would not be able to seriously injure him with soul attacks at all. Duanling Tian stayed with Yang Yuqin over the next 2 years. During this time, they ran into an intermediate supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. As such, Duanling Tian, who attacked without reservations, managed to kill the other party after dozens of moves. When the other party died, he naturally died with regrets. Until his death, he still could not figure out how an advanced emperor of gods managed to kill him. When did advanced emperors of gods gain the ability to kill intermediate supreme gods? Time continued to fly by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it had been 10 years since Yang Yuqin and Duanling Tian entered the profound Zen battlefield. It was finally time for the duo to part ways. Before parting ways, Yang Yuqi accompanied Duanling Tian to a place where the fabric of space was thinner, which would transport Duanling Tian to another realm battlefield. He accompanied Duanling Tian and traveled through several realm battlefields before they finally arrived at the Divine Sanction battlefield, which was formed by the collision of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land. The Divine Sanction battlefield was where Duanling Tian suspected his wife, Kur, was at. members of Prime Supreme Rank forces in the Divine Offering Land like the Xia clan and the Yu clan would enter the Divine Sanction battlefield as well. Junior brother, you can continue to roam the Divine Sanction battlefield with your battle merit token. However, you'll definitely be targeted by people from the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land if you do so. I suggest you temporarily leave the Divine Sanction battlefield and enter the Divine Offering Land or the Sanction Land before entering the Divine Sanction battlefield again. With that, you can form a new battle merit from the Divine Offering Land or the Sanction Land, Yang Yuchen said. One's battle merit token would be formed according to the place where one came from. As such, Duanling Tian, who entered the realm battlefield from the Profound Energy Land, had the battle merit token from the Profound Energy Land. It would not change even if he had snuck into the Divine Sanction battlefield. The battle merit token would only disappear if he left the realm battlefield. I understand, third senior brother. Don't worry, you can leave first. There's no need for you to accompany me to the Divine Offering Land or the Sanction Land. Duanling Tian said to Yang Yuchen with a smile. Despite Duanling Tian's reassurance, Yang Yuchen was still worried. As such, he followed Duanling Tian for a while, and after confirming that they were not in the inner area of the Divine Sanction battlefield, he finally left at ease. Before leaving, he also did not forget to warn Duanling Tian about certain things. Duanling Tian felt helpless about Yang Yuchen's constant reminders, but he was also moved. As he watched Yang Yuchen leave after finding a place where the fabric of space was the thinnest, his eyes were brimming with warmth as he murmured to himself, "Third senior brother, fourth senior sister, it's my blessing to have met both of you." At this point, Duanling Tian had already regarded Yang Yuchen and Lang Chun Yuan as part of his family. The duo had treated him like family, after all, and gave him the comfort and warmth of home. After a while, Duanling Tian finally turned to leave. At this time, the warmth in his eyes was replaced by frost as he muttered under his breath. This is the realm battlefield of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land. The Divine Offering Land, the Yun clan. The figure of a domineering young man appeared in Duanling Tian's mind at this moment. In the past, the young man had behaved arrogantly in the mundane realm and easily suppressed and trampled on him. At that time, he was desperate and helpless. No matter how unwilling he was, he could not fight back. In front of that man, he was as weak as an ant. If it were not for Kur risking her life, perhaps that man would have killed him at that time. Duanling Tian had always possessed a strong sense of pride. Back then, Kur had desperately protected him, making him feel useless. He had felt bothered about that matter even if he did not say it. There was nothing he could do since he was truly weak at that time. He had secretly made an oath that he would pay back the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Yun Qinyan, the young master of the Divine Offering Land's Yun clan. Third senior brother is right. It's dangerous for me to wander around with the battle merit token from the Profound Energy Land. I'll go to the Divine Offering Land first to have a look at the place where Kur grew up in her past life and the Xia clan, the Prime Supreme Rank force. After that, I'll have a look at the Yun clan. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian made his way to the nearest base camp. During the journey there, he was stopped by two advanced emperors of gods from the Divine Offering Land. One tried to escape after he killed the other one, but needless to say, the other party failed to escape. It was easy for him to kill the two advanced emperors of gods. The Divine Offering Land was a realm of gods and shared similarities with the Profound Energy Land. As such, although Duanling Tian was transported to an unknown place in the Divine Offering Land, he did not feel completely unfamiliar. I wonder how far are the Xia clan and Yun clan from here. Duanling Tian found a city nearby and discovered that he was in a territory ruled by a powerful heavyweight supreme rank force that was comparable to the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy and Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation. In the Divine Offering Land, there were at least a dozen heavyweight supreme rank forces that were only second to prime supreme rank forces. The Xia clan and the Yun clan were both prime supreme rank forces in the Divine Offering Land. If Duanling Tian was in a remote village, perhaps no one would know the locations of the Xia clan and the Yun clan. Fortunately, he was in a city ruled by a heavyweight supreme rank force. As such, with a little bit of effort, he found the locations of the Xia clan and the Yun clan. The Xia clan was located north of the Divine Offering Land. It was said that the place was like a paradise. Despite being surrounded by glaciers, it was miraculously spring all year round. As for the Yun clan, it was located northwest of the Divine Offering Land. It was said that the place was a barren desert, but the Yun clan's estate was surrounded by an oasis filled with abundant resources. The two prime supreme rank forces bases were located far from civilization and hidden from the masses. I'll go to the Xia clan first, Duanling Tian thought to himself before he left the city. When Duanling Tian was asking around for the whereabouts of the Xia clan and the Yun clan, he was unaware that he had attracted the attention of certain people. Those people thought that Duanling Tian must have connections with the two clans even if he were not a member of the clans. After confirming that he had a powerful background, they also concluded that he must possess many valuable treasures. As such, they began to follow him out of the city. However, after following him out of the city, none of them dared to make a move after witnessing his speed. They finally realized that he was someone they could not afford to offend. I thought he'd be an easy target and that I'll be able to make a fortune. Who knew that he's a powerhouse? The bandits sighed as they watched Duanling Tian vanish out of sight. Even if Duanling Tian was from a prime supreme rank force, these bandits would not hesitate to make a move on Duanling Tian as long as he was weaker than them. After all, as long as they were cautious and did not leave traces behind, even a prime supreme rank force could not find them. Apart from that, there was no guarantee that the prime supreme rank force would even investigate his death. The bandits even came up with a plan to hide their crime and leave the area. Alas, Duanling Tian turned out to be someone they could not afford to offend. Before leaving the city, Duanling Tian already discovered the people following him. Under normal circumstances, he would toy with them after leaving the city. However, he was not in the mood to deal with those people now. He was anxious to go to the Xia clan and the Yun clan, and he wanted to gather as much information as he could about Kur. It would be a bonus if he could kill Yun Qingyan in the process. In the past, due to their overwhelming difference, Duanling Tian was unable to gauge how strong Yun Qingyan was. Based on the average strength of the members in prime supreme rank forces, he speculated that Yun Qingyan was likely an intermediate supreme god now. Moreover, he felt like he had also overestimated Yun Qingyan's strength. He also did not consider the possibility of Yun Qingyan being an advanced supreme god at all. If I'm able to kill Yun Qingyan this time, I'll be able to settle the matter in the Divine Offering Land and put an end to Kur's suffering. At that time, the only thing I need to do is to find Kur and reunite with her. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Swoosh! Duanling Tian traveled at top speed using an Emperor-grade flying ship. At the same time, he cultivated and absorbed the large amount of energy he obtained from the rewards. These rewards could only be obtained in the Trial of Gods and on realm battlefields, but the energy from the rewards would not dissipate immediately after leaving those places. However, the energy would dissipate twice as fast outside of those places. Duanling Tian did not care about the loss. He could always gain it again when he entered the realm battlefield. Moreover, he had so much energy stored in his body that he was confident that he would not be done absorbing it when he entered the realm battlefield again. The Emperor-grade flying ship traveled at the speed of an advanced Emperor of Gods. Under normal circumstances, bandits would not target the passengers of such a flying ship since there was a chance the passengers were stronger than them. However, there were powerful bandits who would specifically target such people. At this moment, a bandit, who was an intermediate Emperor of Gods, was hiding in a corner as he watched the flying ship fly past. He quickly sent a message. Vice Leader, there's an Emperor-grade flying ship heading north at the speed of an advanced Emperor of Gods. Soon, he received a reply. The other party said indifferently, "All right, I'll inform our leader at once." This group of bandits was a supreme rank force led by a rudimentary supreme god. The vice leaders of the group were all imminent supreme gods. They had many advanced emperors of gods who served as captains of smaller groups within the group. Even the weakest members in those small groups were rudimentary emperors of gods, who were usually responsible for dealing with trivial matters and cleaning up after the group. This group of bandits was among the strongest bandits in the Divine Offering Land. The other bandits feared them and did not dare to trespass into their territory. Swoosh! Shortly after Duan Tian's Emperor-grade flying ship flew past, a Supreme-grade flying ship flew past as well. A burly middle-aged man with a piercing gaze stood at the helm of the flying ship and calmly asked, "That flying ship flew in this direction, right?" "Yes, my lord. The intermediate Emperor of Gods, who just boarded the ship," replied. "Very good," the middle-aged man said with a nod. "According to the rules, you'll receive 1% of everything we obtain in this operation." "Thank you, my lord." After recovering from the surprise, the intermediate Emperor of Gods quickly expressed his gratitude. He hoped that they would gain a lot this time. With that, his reward would be abundant as well. About 15 minutes later, the middle-aged man, who was the leader of the group of bandits, saw a black dot which was slowly increasing in size in the distance. He said, "There it is. I'll block its path with our flying ship while all of you surround it in all directions." The vice leaders quickly nodded in agreement. These bandits were highly ambitious and only targeted the wealthy and the powerful. All of the members would be involved during an operation. As such, they even managed to kill a lone rudimentary supreme god who had stabilized his cultivation base in the past. Their leader was only on par with the rudimentary supreme god. But with everyone's help, they managed to kill the rudimentary supreme god. At this time, the voice of Huanger, the artifact soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, rang in Duan Tian's ears. "My lord, a supreme-grade flying ship is tailing us." Following that, another woman's voice, which was as melodious and enchanting as that of Huanger, rang in Duan Tian's ears as well. "My lord, intruders alert." The second voice belonged to the artifact soul of the prominent divine sword that Duan Tian obtained on the profound Zen battlefield. It used to belong to a rudimentary supreme god whom Duan Tian managed to kill with Yang Yuchen's help. Usually, the prominent divine sword and its artifact soul, which were given to Duan Tian's doppelganger, would be stored in Duan Tian's body. Today was an exception. After the two artifact souls spoke, the supreme-grade flying ship suddenly picked up speed and flew at an astonishing speed. Its speed was comparable to that of an intermediate supreme god. In just a blink of an eye, it overtook Duan Tian's flying ship and stopped him from advancing. Subsequently, many figures flew out from the flying ship and surrounded Duan Tian in all directions. Then, a burly figure shot appeared in front of Duan Tian's flying ship and punched his fist out. A terrifying shockwave swept out and overturned Duan Tian's flying ship, shaking the void. A rudimentary supreme god? Duan Tian hovered in midair, completely unharmed. He looked at the group of people coldly. "There are so many of them. Are they bandits?" "Their group can be considered a supreme rank force." Duan Tian felt very lucky to run into these bandits. After all, bandit groups comparable to supreme rank forces were incredibly rare in realms of gods. After a moment, Duan Tian put his flying ship away and revealed himself. There were at least 30 bandits present on the scene. Except for a few rudimentary and intermediate emperors of gods on patrol duty, the entire group was here. Upon seeing Duan Tian, the bandits frowned slightly in confusion. A hint of disappointment could be seen in their eyes and on their faces as well. "He's alone." The intermediate emperor of gods, who discovered Duan Tian first, was the most disappointed. After all, how much could they obtain from one person? He would only be obtaining 1% of the overall loot after all. "He's alone." Most of the bandits furrowed their brows as Duan Tian showed up. A hint of disappointment could be seen on their faces. The intermediate emperor of gods who discovered Duan Tian was thoroughly disappointed after realizing the limited resources they would obtain from a loner, let alone his meager share of 1% from it. "Young man, relinquish your ownership over your spatial ring, and I'll spare your life." The leader of the bandits, who was a rudimentary supreme god, rose higher in the air and stared at Duan Tian indifferently. If he rashly killed Duan Tian, the spatial ring would self-destruct. As such, these words were a standard procedure. They would always request their victims to relinquish their claims over their spatial rings. "Spare my life? Are you really going to spare my life if I do that?" Duan Tian smiled faintly with a hint of derision upon hearing the other party's words. "Of course," the rudimentary supreme god replied without missing a beat. "If that's the case, Why don't all of you swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath? I'll relinquish my ownership of the spatial ring after you do so, Duan Tian said. His expression was serious, but if one took a closer look, one would be able to see the contempt in the depths of his eyes. Before the rudimentary supreme god could respond, one of the vice leaders said with a scoff, "Quit wasting our time. You're not in the position to demand anything from us." The other bandits looked at Duan Tian menacingly as the vice leader spoke. "How insincere," Duan Tian said with a faint smile. "It seems like I have no other choice. I'll hand my spatial ring over. I hope you'll keep your promise." As soon as Duan Tian's voice fell, he vanished into thin air before he reappeared next to the rudimentary supreme god. The rudimentary supreme god was caught off guard. He had let his guard down after he confirmed that Duan Tian was just an advanced emperor of gods. As such, he could not react in time. With Duan Tian's current strength, very few rudimentary supreme gods, including the powerful ones, were a match for him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A seven-colored sword ray pierced the rudimentary supreme god's body before it exploded into countless sword rays, bursting out of his body. Subsequently, a figure appeared in the air and let out a cry before it collapsed. It was the phenomenon that announced the death of a supreme god. However, since they were not in the realm battlefield, the phenomenon was fleeting and not very clear. Moreover, it was not huge to the point where it could be seen from far away. "My lord." The expressions of the bandits changed greatly when they regained their senses. After a beat, all of them tried to flee. Alas, they were no match for the seven-colored sword rays. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The seven-colored sword rays easily killed the remaining bandits, except for the vice leaders. The sword rays were not strong enough to kill those imminent supreme gods, but they were more than enough to stop them while Duan Tian killed them. Needless to say, the imminent supreme gods could not resist at all when Duan Tian killed them. "There's no way all of you could have escaped from me," Duan Tian muttered to himself as he shook his head and collected the bandits' belongings. Then, he boarded the bandits' supreme-grade flying ship. Although the spatial rings had exploded upon the bandits' deaths, Duan Tian found a huge number of divine crystals in the flying ship. Since he also possessed a large number of diving crystals, he did not hesitate to fly the flying ship at top speed, which would consume a huge number of divine crystals. When Duan Tian finally arrived near the Xia clan, he had completely exhausted the divine crystals in the flying ship. Hence, he had to use his own divine crystals to fly the flying ship to the Xia clan's estate. When Duan Tian arrived, he hovered above a huge glacier and looked in the distance. The Xia clan. So this is Kur's home in her past life. Father, mother, little Fayer, and the others were imprisoned here in the past. I wonder if third uncle is here now. Duan Tian recalled the unkempt middle-aged man he met in the mundane realm. The middle-aged man was Xianxia, and he was Kur's third uncle in her past life. Xianxia was also the one who rescued Duan Tian's family and friends. Duan Tian wondered if he should pay Xianxia a visit. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. There was no point in meeting Xianxia now when he still had to return to the realm battlefield to look for Kur. "I don't think Kur is here." Duan Tian spent 10 days near the Xia clan's estate before he ran into a member of the Xia clan. Duan Tian easily restrained the young man with his refraining profundity before he cast a formation to prevent the young man from sending messages back to the Xia clan. The young man's face turned ashen as though he could see death looming in front of him. He stammered, "Who are you?" Duan Tian said in a leisurely manner, "Relax. I just want to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer me honestly, you'll be able to leave in no time at all." The young man sighed in relief. He was willing to cooperate as long as he could preserve his life. He asked, "What do you want to know?" Duan Tian looked at the young man and asked, "Do you know Xianxia, the eldest miss of the Xia clan?" The young man did not reply hastily. Instead, he stared at Duan Tian with a solemn expression as he asked warily, "Why do you want to know?" Duan Tian grunted coldly before he said, "That's because I want to rescue her. Don't you know that she's entered the realm battlefield and has yet to leave?" "I know that," the young man replied with a nod. After a moment, his expression changed as though he had just thought of something. He asked, Did you kidnap our eldest miss and came here to ask for ransom? Thud. Duan Ling Tian smacked the back of the young man's head before he said, Nonsense. I'm her husband. Why would I kidnap her? Duan Ling Tian did not bother to hide his identity at all. He was not afraid of the Xia clan after all. Impossible, the young man said as he shook his head vehemently. I heard that our eldest miss married a mortal from the mundane realm. How can you be her husband? Duan Ling Tian laughed upon hearing the young man's words. Then he said, It seems like you know quite a bit. Who are you? The young man raised his chin slightly before he proudly replied, My father has served the third master since he was young. As such, he was bestowed the surname Xia by the ancestor. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Third master? Do you mean Xianxia? How dare you address the third master by his name? The young man said indignantly with a frown on his face. Alas, I'm no match for you. If my father were here and he witnessed your impudence, he wouldn't let you go. Duan Ling Tian smiled upon learning the young man was associated with Xianxia. Then he asked, Is the third master in the clan's estate? No, the young man said as he shook his head. He's entered the realm battlefield. It's been so long, but the eldest miss has yet to return. He was very worried, so he left to find her. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he patted the young man's shoulder and said, I'm sorry I offended you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Duan Ling Tian. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he withdrew the formation and flew away. After Duan Ling Tian left, the young man frowned as he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian? His name sounds familiar. Did father mention his name before? I'll ask father when I return. The young man looked for his father immediately after returning to the Xia clan's estate. He quickly recounted what happened to him outside of the estate. The young man's father, a burly middle-aged man, shook his head and said, Impossible. You said that young man easily restrained you? Son, you're an intermediate emperor of gods. The eldest miss husband is from the mundane realm and doesn't possess such strength. Then, he continued muttering to himself with a puzzled expression. However, why did he say he's Duan Ling Tian? The young man was shocked. What? The eldest miss husband in the mundane realm is called Duan Ling Tian? No wonder I found his name familiar. Father, it doesn't make sense at all. I remember you said that the eldest miss husband in the mundane realm wasn't even a celestial a few hundred years ago. It's impossible for him to become so strong in such a short time. I think it's impossible as well. Alas, the third master isn't here. He met the eldest miss husband in the past, so he should be able to recognize him, the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. After leaving, Duan Ling Tian moved northwest to the Yun clan. Yun clan. I can kill Yun Qingyan this time. It'll settle many matters. Everything will come to an end after he dies and Kur and I are reunited. Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself as he sat in the supreme-grade flying ship. Duan Ling Tian used his own divine crystals to fuel the flying ship and let it move at top speed. He did not care about the high consumption. After all, divine crystals were no longer useful to him since the rewards he obtained were far more helpful to his cultivation. Duan Ling Tian was both anxious and excited when he was outside the Xia clan's estate. However, he was gloomy and seething with fury when he was outside the Yun clan's estate. Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian's eyes burned with the flames of fury as he stared at the oasis and the structures, which belonged to the Yun clan, in the middle of the desert. I should look for a chance to kill Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian explored the periphery of the desert before he came to a prosperous city under the rule of the Yun clan. Then, he began to gather information about Yun Qingyan in the city. He quickly discovered a long-standing rumor that Yun Qingyan was a rudimentary supreme god but was at the cusp of becoming an intermediate supreme god. However, he found that no one knew how profound Yun Qingyan's comprehension of the law was. There were only vague speculations that Yun Qingyan's comprehension of the law would manifest a light that shone for 100,000 miles on the realm battlefield. However, there was likely no truth to this speculation. It won't be easy to kill him in a one-on-one battle. Duan Ling Tian's heart grew restless after he gained a better understanding of Yun Qingyan's strength. After all, the person he wanted to kill most between heaven and earth was none other than Yun Qingyan, the eldest young master of the Yun clan. I'll try to sneak into the Yun clan. Duanling Tian glanced at the Yun clan's estate in the distance before he returned to the inn in the city, making up his mind to look for an opportunity to sneak into the Yun clan's estate. He wanted to minimize the danger, so he took his time and waited for about a dozen days in the city before he finally found a chance. The ordinary supreme rank forces under the Yun clan would send offerings to the Yun clan in 2 months, and Duanling Tian intended to use one of the members to sneak into the Yun clan's estate. I should find a suitable candidate. With a few hundred years of experience, Duanling Tian had matured further and was calmer than before. He waited patiently for 2 months and found a decent candidate. The other party was an advanced emperor of gods with strength comparable to an imminent supreme god. Most importantly, the other party would be leading the entourage from his force to the Yun clan. That's him. Duanling Tian began to execute the plan he devised after he found his target. The Profound Universe Saint sect was a supreme rank force under the Yun clan. The sect was led by a supreme god, and the supreme god's only sister was married to the second master of the Yun clan, who was highly regarded in the Yun clan. Due to this connection with the Yun clan, the other supreme rank forces that were stronger than the Profound Universe Saint sect did not dare to simply offend them. Yu Changshu was the Profound Universe Saint sect's second elder and the head of the law department, and he was also one of the sect's 3 strongest powerhouses, who were only behind the rudimentary supreme god of the sect. He was also in charge of the sect's external affairs. As such, he had already begun to lead the entourage from the Profound Universe Saint sect to present their offerings to the Yun clan many years ago. Yu Changshu was a middle-aged man, and he liked to dress in scholarly clothes. However, it was known to many that he was not scholarly or knowledgeable at all. It was his dream to become a scholar, so he liked to dress as one. Apart from that, his original name sounded rather fierce, so he changed his name to Yu Changshu to sound more erudite. At this time, Yu Changshu was walking past the main hall when he ran into a group of people. I saw a man holding a woman hostage outside. The woman looks rather familiar. Have any of you seen her before? Yu Changshu saw a lord of gods raising his hand and using his divine energy to form an extremely realistic portrait of a woman. He glanced at the portrait casually and was shocked. It was only natural since the portrait was of Xia Ningshui, the eldest young miss of the Xia clan. Previously, she had chosen to end her life and reincarnate to avoid marrying Yun Qingyan. Since the chances of reincarnation were not high, Yu Changshu did not think Xia Ningshui would succeed. Unexpectedly, many years later, he heard that she successfully reincarnated and survived. In the end, she was brought back to the Xia clan by Yun Qingyan, but she entered the realm battlefield shortly afterward. Up until now, no one knew if she was still alive. How could Yu Changshu not feel shocked now that one of the Profound Universe Saint sect's members claimed that he saw Xia Ningshui being held hostage? Yu Changshu frowned. He stepped forward and dismissed everyone except for the person who claimed to have seen Xia Ningshui. Then, he asked, "What's going on? You said that you saw her being held hostage? Who's holding her hostage?" The disciple replied. He was a middle-aged man, and he was dressed in a blue robe. However, I don't know if it was a disguise. Where did you see them? Yu Changshu asked. After confirming the location, he quickly left the Profound Universe Saint sect. A few days later, Yu Changshu finally found the middle-aged man and the woman the disciple described in a valley. Although the duo was quite a distance away, he could tell the white-clad woman was truly Xia Ningshui. Yu Changshu did not dare to probe the duo with his divine consciousness, afraid of being discovered by the middle-aged man. I wonder how strong he is. While Yu Changshu was hesitating, Xia Ningshui suddenly struck the middle-aged man before she ran out of the valley. Yu Changshu was shocked. The Xia clan's eldest young miss has recovered her cultivation base in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods? At the same time, the middle-aged man reacted quickly. He managed to restrain Xia Ningshui with just a few moves. Although he was also an advanced emperor of gods, he was clearly much stronger than her. After that, the middle-aged man said with a sneer, "Miss Ningshui, enough with your tricks. I didn't kill you because you're important to eldest young Master Yun. After all, I'm certain he'll be more than willing to part with many valuable treasures in exchange for you." Xia Ningshui said icily, "Keep dreaming. I have no connections with him at all. Don't even think about such things. Yu Shu, who was listening from afar, felt his heart skip a beat. Even her voice is the same. Yu Shu had met Xianxia in the past, so he recognized her voice. At this time, he was 100% certain of her identity. Based on their conversation, it seems like Xianxia was kidnapped. The kidnapper clearly intends to ask for ransom from young Master Qing Yan. Is he crazy? Does he have a death wish? He's not even a supreme god. Yu Shu thought to himself. He really thought that the middle-aged man was crazy for doing such a ridiculous thing. Alas, I'm no match for him. I should report this matter to young Master Qing Yan at once. If young Master Qing Yan rescues her, perhaps she might change her mind and reconcile with him. At that time, I can be considered their matchmaker. Yu Shu thought to himself as his eyes lit up. There was no doubt that Yun Qing Yan would handsomely reward him if he succeeded. After Yu Shu left, the middle-aged man's menacing expression eased. He muttered to himself, I hope Yun Qing Yan won't bring any powerhouses with him. If he brings intermediate supreme gods with him, I hope they're only ordinary intermediate supreme gods. The middle-aged man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. To be precise, the middle-aged man was his doppelganger from the law of space. Even Xianxia or Kuer was one of his doppelgangers. He had spent many days and nights with her, so it was easy for him to imitate her voice and appearance after she recovered her memories of the past. Based on Yu Shu's reaction, it was clear that he had fallen for Duan Ling Tian's trick. Duan Ling Tian was certain that Yu Shu must be on his way to the Yun clan now to look for Yun Qing Yan. Yu Shu left the valley and made his way to the Yun clan's estate in the barren desert. He did not report back to the Profound Universe Saint sect, hoping to claim all the merits. When Yu Shu arrived, he quickly reported his identity and announced that he had to see Yun Qing Yan due to urgent matters. Second Elder of the Profound Universe Saint sect? What brings you here? Yun Qing Yan asked nonchalantly when he saw Yu Shu. Yu Qing Yan did not change at all. He was still as arrogant as he was in the past. Upon seeing the impatience in Yun Qing Yan's eyes, Yu Shu quickly bowed and said, Young Master Qing Yan, I have something urgent to tell you. It's related to eldest Miss Xia of the Xia clan. Yu Qing Yan's eyes widened slightly upon hearing Yu Shu's words. He stepped forward and scrutinized Yu Shu with a pointed gaze. Yu Shu instinctively retreated as he felt a suffocating energy pressing down on him. Speak, Yun Qing Yan said as his eyes burned. Young Master Qing Yan, Yu Shu said before he quickly recounted what happened. He could see Yun Qing Yan was anxious. After recounting what happened, he added, Young Master Qing Yan, please take action immediately. I'm afraid they might leave. At that time, it'll be difficult to track them down. Unexpectedly, the impatient Yun Qing Yan suddenly calmed down after listening to Yu Shu. He asked, You're saying that an advanced Emperor of Gods kidnapped my cousin sister and intends to use her to make a deal with me? Yu Shu could tell that Yu Shu found the matter unbelievable and ridiculous. He said hastily, Young Master Qing Yan, I find the matter absurd as well. Let alone an advanced Emperor of Gods. Even an imminent Supreme God won't have the courage to use eldest Miss Xia to make a deal with you. However, that middle-aged man is different. I've met eldest Miss Xia in the past, and I've heard her speak. Hence, I recognized her voice when she told the kidnapper she had nothing to do with you. I was afraid of alerting the kidnapper, so I didn't use the floating image pearl. Otherwise, I would have recorded the scene for evidence. Yun Qing Yan seemed to waver after listening to Yu Shu's explanation. He stared at Yu Shu for a moment before he said frostily, Do you know the consequences of lying to me? Yu Shu turned pale immediately. Then he quickly said with a bitter expression on his face, Young Master Qing Yan, I'm a nobody. How could I possess the courage to deceive you? Yu Shu knew that even if he was the second elder of the Profound Universe Saint sect, he was nothing in front of the Yun clan. If Yun Qing Yan wanted him dead, the Yun clan did not even need to make a move. Instead, the rudimentary supreme god of the Profound Universe Saint sect would take the initiative to abandon him or kill him to appease the Yun clan in case things went south. Yun Qing Yan scoffed. He naturally knew that Yu Shu did not have the courage to deceive him. He was only showing off his sovereignty. For a while, he remained silent. Yu Changshu knew that Yu Qingyan must be speaking to his subordinates now, requesting them to accompany him to leave the clan's estate. He was proven right when an old man and a middle-aged man arrived a dozen breaths later. Eldest young master. The two men greeted Yun Qingyan respectfully, completely ignoring Yu Changshu. It was as though Yu Changshu was not there at all. Yu Changshu gasped inwardly upon seeing the two men. He knew the two men were intermediate supreme gods who had stabilized their cultivation bases. One of them was rumored to have comprehended the law to the point where he was close to being able to manifest the light of the law that shone for 100,000 miles on the realm battlefield. Young Master Qingyan is quite cautious, Yu Changshu thought to himself. Although it was only natural that Yun Qingyan, who would lead the Yun clan in the future, to be cautious, Yu Changshu could not help but feel that Yun Qingyan was overreacting. After all, the kidnapper was just an advanced emperor of gods. At most, the opponent was an imminent supreme god. He did not think it was necessary for Yun Qingyan to request the presence of two intermediate supreme gods. It seems like young Master Qingyan doesn't trust me at all. Yu Changshu smiled wryly. He wondered if Yun Qingyan really suspected him of trying to assassinate him. How could he dare to do such a thing when Yun Qingyan was the future leader of the clan and was greatly doted upon by the leader of the Yun clan? Moreover, Yun Qingyan also had the support of the advanced supreme gods in the Yun clan. In any case, there's no harm in him being extra cautious. At the very least, I don't have to worry about the kidnapper even if he has reinforcements. With the presence of the two intermediate supreme gods, Yu Changshu did not have anything to worry about. Finally, Yun Qingyan looked at Yu Changshu and said, "Lead the way." "Yes, young Master Qingyan," Yu Changshu said. It did not take long before Yun Qingyan, Yu Changshu, and the two intermediate supreme gods arrived near the valley. When they drew closer, they saw a supreme-grade flying ship suddenly rising to the sky. Following that, two figures could be seen boarding the flying ship. "Cousin sister," Yun Qingyan cried out. He recognized one of the two figures in just a blink of an eye. The figure belonged to his cousin sister, who entered the realm battlefield and disappeared without any news for many years. He did not expect to meet her here. The last time he had seen her was when he brought her back to the Xia clan from the mundane realm. Even then, he was so familiar with her that he could recognize her with just a glance. Her appearance, expressions, and subtle actions were exactly the same as he remembered them. Swoosh! At this time, the supreme-grade flying ship flew away at the speed of an advanced supreme god. Needless to say, the speed was so fast that even the two intermediate supreme gods would not be able to catch up to it with their speed alone. Upon seeing this, the old man standing behind Yun Qingyan quickly brought out a supreme-grade flying ship as well. Then he said, "Eldest young master, please board the flying ship." Yun Qingyan, the middle-aged man, and the old man quickly boarded the ship. In just a moment, the flying ship sped off, leaving Yu Changshu behind. Yu Changshu watched the flying ship leave as he muttered to himself, "I hope young Master Qingyan manages to rescue eldest young Miss Xia. Most importantly, I hope he remembers to reward me." Swoosh! Yun Qingyan's flying ship was flying at the speed of an advanced supreme god as well. Unfortunately, since the flying ship ahead of them was also flying at the same speed and even had a head start, they could not catch up to it. Yun Qingyan stared at the flying ship up ahead with a dark expression as he asked, "Elderchen, can't you catch up with it?" "Eldest young master, we can only wait until the other party exhausts his divine crystals and slows down. In my opinion, the other party shouldn't have as many divine crystals as us. There are 3 of us after all," the old man replied. Swoosh! As soon as the old man's voice fell, Yun Qingyan waved his hand, bringing out all the divine crystals in his spatial ring and placing them on the deck. Then, he looked at the flying ship in front frostily as he said, "I won't let her leave my side ever again." Previously, when Yun Qingyan brought Xianning Shui back to the Shao clan, he planned to force her to marry him by using the people he held hostage to threaten her. He did not expect that the Xia clan would be so unreliable, allowing Xianning Shui to escape to the realm battlefield. Moreover, he also later found out that the group of people he kidnapped had been released by Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. At that time, he was so furious that the idea of destroying the Xia clan briefly appeared in his mind. Now that Yun Qingyan saw Xia Ningyu again, He felt that it was the heavens sending her back to him. Yun Qingyan's eyes burned with flames as fury as he thought to himself, "Cousin sister, I won't let you leave my side ever again. If you leave me again, I'll return to that mundane realm with my clan's supreme gods to kill everyone related to Duanling Tian once the realm battlefield closes and the spatial connections between the realms of gods and the lower realms are restored." All of a sudden, the middle-aged man exclaimed, "He's turning!" The supreme-grade flying ship in front suddenly swerved to the right at this moment. The old man hesitated for a moment, feeling like something was amiss. "Follow him." The old man quickly dismissed his thoughts upon hearing Yun Qingyan's command. He quickly turned the flying ship right as well. The two supreme-grade flying ships continued to engage in a high-speed chase, exhausting large numbers of divine crystals as they did so. Flying a supreme-grade flying ship at the speed of an advanced supreme god naturally consumed a huge number of divine crystals. Very few members of prime supreme rank forces could afford such extravagance. In fact, if it were not for the fact that Yun Qingyan was determined to catch the kidnapper, the two intermediate supreme gods would not have easily used their divine crystals in such a manner. Initially, the old man used his divine crystals. He was confident the other party would soon slow down in fear of exhausting his supply of divine crystals. However, contrary to his expectations, even after he used up all of his divine crystals, the other party showed no signs of slowing down at all. Clearly, the other party possessed more divine crystals than him. In the end, he had no choice but to use the divine crystals Yun Qingyan brought out earlier. Crystal after crystal disappeared to fuel the flying ship as it chased after the other party at the speed of an advanced supreme god. Yun Qingyan's eyes were firmly trained on the flying ship in front. He did not pay attention to the divine crystals at all. However, when the divine crystals he brought out were almost completely exhausted, he said with a dark expression, "It seems like that person has quite a bit of divine crystals." Yun Qingyan usually did not carry a huge number of divine crystals with him. He only carried enough to sustain his needs. If he needed a huge number of divine crystals, all he had to do was ask his father for them. His father was the current leader of the Yun clan and had authority over the Yun clan's treasury. As such, he did not lack divine crystals. He did not expect that he would need so many divine crystals this time. Yun Qingyan looked at his divine crystals that were dwindling in number before he turned to look at the middle-aged standing nearby. The middle-aged man smiled wryly as he said, "Young master, I don't have many divine crystals with me. Take everything out. You'll be repaid when we return to the clan," Yun Qingyan said. The middle-aged man no longer hesitated after hearing these words, bringing out all the divine crystals he had in his possession. Since Yun Qingyan said that he would be repaid, he was no longer apprehensive. Soon after, Yun Qingyan's divine crystals were all used up, and they had to use the middle-aged man's divine crystals to fuel the flying ship. Yun Qingyan's expression was very unsightly, while the old man and the middle-aged man wore worried expressions on their faces. "It's impossible that the divine crystals of the three of us combined are fewer than the other party, right? How can the other party possess so many divine crystals? If so, is the other party really just an imminent supreme god?" On the flying ship in the lead, mountains of divine crystals were piled up in front of Duanling Tian. He had gained most of these divine crystals from the emperors of gods and supreme gods of the Zen boundary land, whom he killed on the realm battlefield. Those emperors of gods and supreme gods had relinquished their claims over their spatial rings in hope that Duanling Tian and Yang Yuchan would spare their lives. Alas, they could not escape death in the end. Since Yang Yuchan did not have much use for divine crystals, they were all given to Duanling Tian. In addition to that, Duanling Tian also gained many divine crystals, a lot more than what he gained on the realm battlefield during his time in the Trial of Gods. Initially, Duanling Tian did not think he would have to use the divine crystals that he obtained from the Trial of Gods. However, as time passed, he was forced to bring them out as well, adding to the mountainous piles of divine crystals on the flying ship. Duanling Tian sighed. "They sure have a lot of divine crystals. When they exhaust their supply of divine crystals, it'll be time for me to slow down." After about 10 minutes, Duanling Tian's eyes suddenly flashed. Then, after a few moments, he began to slow down, decreasing the speed of the flying ship to that of an intermediate supreme god. In the rear, Xianxia, who was slightly annoyed due to the depletion of their divine crystals, saw the flying ship in front slowing down and his eyes brightened immediately. He quickly said, "It seems like he's running out of divine crystals as well. Put the flying ship away and chase after him." The old man quickly put the flying ship away before he and the middle-aged man chased after Duanling Tian's flying ship. However, since they were carrying Xianxia with them, their speed was inevitably affected and their speed was only on par with Duanling Tian's flying ship. The two men also did not have any speed advantage since neither of them comprehended the law of wind. Xianxia noticed this problem and said, "One of you will stay behind and carry me, and the other one will chase after him." In the end, the old man, who was the strongest of the two, chased after Duanling Tian's flying ship, closing the gap between them, while the middle-aged man, who carried Xianxia, flew at a much slower speed. It did not take long for the old man to leave Xianxia and the middle-aged man behind, drawing closer and closer to Duanling Tian's flying ship. Almost there, Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw the old man was fast approaching their target. He did not forget to remind the old man, "Elder Chun, make sure he doesn't hurt my cousin." "I understand, young master," the old man replied. However, soon after, he discovered a problem. He was no longer closing the distance between him and the flying ship. "Did my speed decrease?" "No, my speed hasn't changed at all. What's going on?" All of a sudden, the old man's eyes widened and his expression changed as a thought appeared in his mind. He quickly said through voice transmission, "Young master, watch out." At the same time, before Xianxia could react, swoosh! A gust of wind blew over before a purple-clad young man, with eyebrows that made him look valiant, appeared in front of Xianxia and the middle-aged man, blocking their path. As soon as he appeared, a spatial storm raged around him before a huge seven-colored sword ray swept out. Boom! Xianxia and the middle-aged man were caught off guard and were unable to react in time. As such, they were directly hit. The middle-aged man, who suffered the brunt of the attack, spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Xianxia's face contorted into an expression of pain. Fear and disbelief could also be seen in his eyes at this moment. How's this possible? Xianxia was not only shocked by the attack, but he was also shocked by the appearance of the young man in front of him. The young man was someone whom he would never forget. The young man was from the mundane realm, someone whom he crushed just like an ant in the past. If his cousin did not threaten him with her life, the young man would have died at that time. However, at this moment, the young man's aura and strength were completely different from before. At this time, another seven-colored sword ray shot out. The middle-aged man, who had just brought out a strand of divine energy from a supreme powerhouse, suddenly died before the energy even entered his body. "I hope this will help me," Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh as he caught the Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy and absorbed it. After the Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy entered Duanling Tian's body, it began to wreak havoc in his body, causing his body to ache. The energy surged violently through his 99 heavenly veins for a while before the pain finally subsided. After the pain subsided, Duanling Tian felt as though his body was being filled with terrifying power. This is the power of the divine energy of a supreme powerhouse? Duanling Tian had taken a chance when he absorbed the energy from a supreme powerhouse. After all, it was said that only supreme gods could use the energy of a supreme powerhouse. At this time, Duanling Tian, who felt the enormous power within him, felt as though he could crush mountains with just a slap of his hand and destroy the sun, the moon, and the stars with just a snap of his fingers. He naturally knew this power was only temporary. Boom! At the same time, a frightening energy surged out from Xianxia's body. As soon as the middle-aged man died, he decisively absorbed a strand of Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy. It transformed his divine energy immediately, boosting his divine energy to that of an intermediate supreme god. "Elder Chun, help me. Hurry up." Although Xianxia's strength was now comparable to an intermediate supreme god, he was still afraid. After all, Duanling Tian had easily killed an intermediate supreme god just a moment ago. Even if Duanling Tian could only kill the intermediate supreme god because the intermediate supreme god was heavily injured due to the unexpected attack, it did not lessen Yun Qingyan's fear. After all, he was also injured by Duanling Tian's unexpected attack. For all these reasons, after Yun Qingyan raised his strength to that of an intermediate supreme god, he did not confront Duanling Tian. Instead, he quickly fled in search of the old man. Swoosh! At this time, the old man had also absorbed the divine energy of a supreme powerhouse. With that, his divine energy was boosted to that of an advanced supreme god. He did not waste time as he rushed toward Yun Qingyan at top speed. Duanling Tian's gaze was piercing as he looked at Yun Qingyan and said, "Yun Qingyan, you must die today." Following that, a seven-colored sword ray whizzed out, catching up to Yun Qingyan in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, Duanling Tian was also preparing to retreat. He would leave immediately using the double teleportation profundity as soon as he killed Yun Qingyan. He would leave his doppelganger behind to stall for time. As long as his doppelganger successfully bought him time, he was confident he could escape from the old man by casting the double teleportation profundity a few times. After that, he would wait until the efficacy of the energy from the supreme powerhouse dissipated and leave using his supreme-grade flying ship. Duanling Tian did not believe the old man would waste another strand of divine energy from a supreme powerhouse to chase after him after Yun Qingyan died. Moreover, he was even more certain that the old man did not possess another strand of divine energy from a supreme powerhouse. After all, divine energy from a supreme powerhouse was extremely rare. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyan's fearful expression was replaced with one of determination as he said through gritted teeth, "You want to kill me? Keep dreaming." Following that, a round blood-red mark appeared on Yun Qingyan's glabella before what seemed like golden blood dripped out. At the same time, Yun Qingyan cried out anxiously, "Father, save me." Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. When the glistening golden blood shot out of Yun Qingyan's glabella, its overwhelming pressure sent chills running up Duanling Tian's spine. At the same time, Huanger's panicked voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. "Master, teleport away immediately." In fact, even before Huanger's warning, Duanling Tian had already teleported away as soon as he sensed something was amiss with the golden blood. At the same time, the seven-colored sword ray continued to shoot toward Yun Qingyan. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the golden blood transformed into a tall and burly middle-aged man. The middle-aged man flicked his fingers before a streak of light shot out. The void rippled in the wake of the streak of light as it destroyed the seven-colored sword ray. "Trying to escape?" the middle-aged man said as he raised an eyebrow. After his entire person solidified, he flicked his finger again, sending out another streak of light. Duanling Tian, who had teleported twice, sensed death creeping on him and his expression changed drastically. "Sister Hua, Sister Water, I need your help." Duanling Tian could not help but shudder when he sensed the terrifying force from the streak of light. He knew he was incapable of blocking the attack of an advanced supreme god. Moreover, based on the force of the attack, it was clear the other party was much stronger than an ordinary advanced supreme god. He's Yun Qingyan's father, the clan leader of the Yun clan? The Yun clan was a prime supreme rank force in the Divine Offering Land. As the clan leader of such a formidable force, it was only natural that Yun Qingyan's father was among the top powerhouses in the Divine Offering Land. Duanling Tian had previously heard that the leaders of prime supreme rank forces were all blessed and under the protection of supreme powerhouses. As such, they were much stronger than ordinary advanced supreme gods. Boom! The void shook as an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. Numerous hairline cracks appeared in the void before quickly mending themselves. At the same time, the clouds in the sky dispersed as a huge churning force appeared in the sky. Mountains crumbled and collapsed as countless injured creatures stampeded and cried out, fleeing for their lives. It was as though it was the end of the world. A huge figure in the sky exclaimed, "The five divine elements? Moreover, they're all at a high level. Alas, they can only do so much in a single attack." Following, the figure dissipated before a tall and burly figure, which resembled the huge figure, appeared in front of Yun Qingyan. At the same time, the old man, who had used the divine energy of a supreme powerhouse to boost his divine energy to that of an advanced supreme god, appeared next to Yun Qingyan as well. Then, he quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, clan leader." The old man was extremely respectful. After all, the other party was not only the clan leader of the Yun clan, but the other party was also the strongest powerhouse in the Yun clan. The tall and burly middle-aged man was about to chase after Duanling Tian again, but he suddenly froze. The divine tree of life? After a moment, the middle-aged man frowned, and his face twitched. The sword Dao, the mastery Dao, the 5 divine elements, and a complete divine tree of life? At this time, the vital energy from Duanling Tian's divine tree of life had surged out of his body and merged with the vital energy from the divine offering land's divine tree of life, stirring up spatial turbulence in the surroundings. The spatial turbulence prevented the middle-aged man from locking down Duanling Tian's location. Otherwise, he would have long caught up to and killed Duanling Tian. Yun Qingyan's expression was extremely dark as he said, "Father, he must die." The middle-aged man shook his head. "It's impossible to catch up to him now. He's escaped. He has many tricks up his sleeve, making it difficult for me to catch him. Let's go home." The middle-aged glanced at his son and saw the dejected expression on his son's face. He could not help but wonder about what was going through his son's mind at this moment. After a beat, he raised his hand and brought his son and the old man away. During the journey back to the Yun clan, the middle-aged man said nonchalantly, "Yun Chen, for my son's sake, you used the Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy. As such, I'll compensate you with 2 strands of Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy when we return to the clan." "Thank you, my lord," the old man replied. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. The gloom that hung over him after the death of his comrade was immediately dispelled. After all, they were just ordinary acquaintances. "He's too strong. I almost died." At this time, Duanling Tian had already merged with his doppelganger from the law of space and boarded the supreme-grade flying ship, which was flying at the speed of an advanced supreme god. He sighed in relief. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled his close encounter with death. He would not have survived if it were not for the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water mobilizing the vital energy from the divine tree of life to hide his whereabouts. The clan leader of the Yun clan had appeared in an illusory form through a bloodline power. However, it only took a brief moment for his real body to appear as well. "I was too reckless. I should have known it wouldn't be so easy to kill Yun Qingyan. After all, he's the heir and the eldest young master of the Yun clan," Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. At the same time, he felt sorry and guilty when he thought about the 5 divine elements. They had just barely recovered after the previous ordeal, and yet they were forced to exhaust all the energy they recovered and entered the slumbering state again. Once again, Duanling Tian was left alone to face the challenges up ahead until they recovered again. "When I become a supreme powerhouse, I'll definitely help them and set them free," Duanling Tian vowed to himself inwardly. As for the divine tree of life, Duanling Tian looked at the divine tree of life in his little world. The verdant and lush leaves, which emitted a rich aura previously, had withered significantly. About 10% of the leaves on the tree fell to the ground as a gust of wind blew past. Duanling Tian wondered inwardly. The divine offering land's divine tree of life was forcefully absorbing its vital energy earlier. Does it mean that the trees can't coexist in the same place? When the world-cleansing divine water used the vital energy from the divine tree of life to hide his whereabouts, the divine offering land's divine tree of life, which detected the anomaly, quickly began to absorb the vital energy of Duanling Tian's divine tree of life. Fortunately, the world-cleansing divine water promptly reminded Duanling Tian to shut his little world, and he managed to save his divine tree of life. Although some time had passed, fear still lingered in Duanling Tian's heart. He vowed never to act recklessly and risk his life again. The leaders of prime supreme rank forces are indeed blessed and protected by supreme powerhouses. His strength is too terrifying. I would have died without the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Finally, Duanling Tian took a deep breath to calm down. After a while, his expression eased, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although I failed to kill Yun Qingyan, he must have been shocked out of his mind. I wonder how he felt when I injured him so badly. After all, in the past, I was nothing more than an ant from the mundane realm to him. I bet he never expected that an ant would surpass him. The fear in Duanling Tian's heart finally receded. The humiliation he suffered at Yun Qingyan's hand for so many years had finally been washed away. In the past, he was just like an ant in front of Yun Qingyan, but the tables had turned now. If it were not for Yun Qingyan's father, he would have already killed Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan is arrogant and prideful. This setback will definitely haunt him. I hope he doesn't die during his heavenly tribulation. I want to kill him with my own hands. Duanling Tian thought to himself, feeling much better. Suddenly Duanling Tian felt his divine energy surging in his body. He was surprised when he discovered that he had made progress in his cultivation at this time. As soon as his humiliation was washed away, his cultivation had progressed to the last bottleneck before he broke through to the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. It was highly likely that he would be able to break through after he consumed his third heavenly Dao fruit. After returning to the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan was still lost in his thoughts. The scenes of what happened earlier kept playing in his mind. How's it possible for a native of a mundane realm to raise his cultivation base to such a level in just a few hundred years? Impossible. It's impossible, Yun Qingyan tried to reassure himself. It must be a trick. It's likely that another person disguised himself as him to frighten me. Is the Xia clan behind this matter? It must be the Xia clan. Someone from the Xia clan must hate me and devised this plan to deal with me. Get a hold of yourself. The middle-aged man's thunderous voice pulled Yun Qingyan back to his senses. When Yun Qingyan looked at the middle-aged man asked with a frown, "Who did you provoke?" Considering Duanling Tian managed to escape from him and possessed so many heaven-defying things, the middle-aged man knew that Duanling Tian's future was limitless as long as Duanling Tian did not die prematurely. "Father, it must be someone from the Xia clan," Yun Qingyan said through gritted teeth. "The members are the only ones aware of my cousin and my situation. I suspect Xianxia is behind this." The middle-aged man frowned upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words. "Nonsense. How's that possible?" The middle-aged man found Yun Qingyan's words ridiculous. If Xianxia possessed such heaven-defying luck, it would be impossible for his brother-in-law, Xia Yu, to be the clan leader of the Xia clan. Yun Qingyan furrowed his brows. If it's not Xianxia, then it has to be someone close to Xianxia. Otherwise, who could it be? In Yun Qingyan's opinion, Xianxia was the only one from the Xia clan who had the motive to kill him. Moreover, the disguise of the culprit and Xia Ningxue earlier was impeccable. Only those who were close to Xia Ningxue were capable of imitating her so flawlessly. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how foolish he had been to have mistaken the imposter for Xia Ningxue. Based on her character, he should have known that Xia Ningxue would not leave the realm battlefield until the time was up. The Xia clan? Since when did the Xia clan have such a talent? Do you know him? The middle-aged man asked as his frown deepened. The middle-aged man was familiar with all the powerhouses and young prodigies in the Xia clan, and he was certain he had never seen that young man before. He wondered if the Xia clan had been keeping the young man's existence a secret. In any case, he could not figure out why the young man wanted to kill his son. Yun Qingyan shook his head. "I don't know him. He was using a disguise. However, I know the young man whose appearance he used. I met that young man in the past. However, he's just a native of a mundane realm." A disguise? At this moment, the middle-aged man finally realized that his son thought the other party was wearing a disguise. Then he said, "He's not wearing a disguise. His appearance is his." The middle-aged man had confirmed that the young man was not wearing a disguise. Even his projection from his bloodline power could tell the young man was not disguising himself as another person. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Yun Qingyan's face turned ashen. He muttered with a blank expression on his face, "How's that possible?" Yun Qingyan shook his head in denial as he looked at his father for clarification, asking, "Father, are you sure?" "It's impossible. Impossible." Yun Qingyan seemed to have lost his mind at this time. The native of a mundane realm who was no match for him at all a few hundred years ago had now surpassed him. The dignified heir and eldest young master of the Yun clan, a prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land, who was given an abundance of resources and envied by many since he was young. You know him. The middle-aged man sensed something was amiss. Yun Qingyan quickly regained his composure. His eyes shone with both killing intent and fear as he said, "Father, we must kill him at all cost. Otherwise, he'll be a huge threat to our Yun clan. He won't spare our clan once he's grown powerful enough." Despite how unwilling he was, Yun Qingyan knew he had to face the bitter truth. He quickly calmed down and urged his father to use all means to kill Duanling Tian before it was too late. At this time, Yun Qingyan greatly regretted sparing Duanling Tian's life in the past when Xianxia threatened to end her life. After the spatial connections between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed, he had also forgotten about Duanling Tian. Otherwise, he would have sent an elder or two to the lower realm using a destruction divine shuttle to kill Duanling Tian. At that time, Xianxia might not even suspect him. Apart from that, he was also confident Xianxia would not end her life for Duanling Tian's family and friends. "I was too careless," Yun Qingyan lamented inwardly. He would have never underestimated Duanling Tian if he knew how strong Duanling Tian would become. "Who is he?" The middle-aged frowned. An ominous feeling rose in his heart when he saw how strange and agitated his son behaved. "Father, he was my cousin's husband during her time in the mundane realm," Yun Qingyan said solemnly. "When I found her previously, I wanted to kill him. However, at that time she threatened to end her life, so I ended up sparing his life for her sake. After the spatial connections between the realms of gods and the Devata realms closed and the realm battlefield appeared, I forgot about the matter. After all, he was just a native of a mundane realm. I didn't expect him to become so strong in fewer than 800 years. When I met him previously, he wasn't even a celestial. Now that he's grown so strong, he wants to kill me. I would have died without the imprint from your bloodline power, Father." The bloodline imprint was created using a complex method and a specific treasure. The imprint would be placed on a person for protection. The imprint was rare since the treasure needed to create the imprint was rare as well. Due to the rarity of the imprint, Yun Qingyan would not use it unless he was on the brink of death. Alas, Duanling Tian's sudden appearance forced him to use his ultimate life-saving card. "Is it impossible for both of you to resolve your conflict?" the middle-aged man asked, still frowning. Yun Qingyan looked at his father incredulously upon hearing these words. He could not believe his father would ask such a question. The middle-aged man continued to say, "The conflict between you and him would be resolved if you let your cousin go." Yun Qingyan's eyes widened upon hearing these words. For a moment, he wondered if the middle-aged man was his biological father. Otherwise, how could his father say such words? When the middle-aged man saw the expression on Yun Qingyan's face, he solemnly explained, "Based on what I sensed earlier, that young man's luck is truly heaven-defying. Not only did he become an advanced emperor of gods with the strength to kill an intermediate supreme god in just a few hundred years, but he also comprehended 2 out of the 4 daos of heaven and earth to such a high level. That's not all, he also possessed all 5 divine elements, and they're all at a high level as well. You should know that the 5 divine elements rarely reside in the same host. Only someone incredibly talented is capable of making them put their differences aside. Theoretically speaking, it's only a matter of time before someone who possesses the 5 divine elements becomes a supreme powerhouse. Right, I almost forgot about the complete divine tree of life in his little world as well. Under normal circumstances, complete divine trees of life can only be found in realms of gods. The only way for someone who's not a supreme powerhouse to obtain a complete divine tree of life is through the remnant of a destroyed realm of gods. The middle-aged man paused for a moment to look at his son, who was in shock. Then he continued to say, "There are many ways for an advanced supreme god to become a supreme powerhouse. There are the 4 daos of heaven and earth, the 5 divine elements, and the divine tree of life. That young man possesses all of them. With what he has, he can help 8 advanced supreme gods become supreme powerhouses. This proves how heaven-defyingly lucky he is. How can someone like that be easy to kill? If we offend him, it's only a matter of time before disaster strikes us." Yun Qingyan trembled upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. "How's that possible? A worthless piece of trash from the mundane realm had so many fortuitous encounters that I could only dream of. It's not fair at all. Yun Qingyan's expression twisted with jealousy. The middle-aged man stared at Yun Qingyan and sighed. It's really not worth it to offend someone like that because of a woman. If it's possible, give up on Ningxue and let her reunite with him. It's still not too late for you to reconcile with him, since you haven't done anything to her. The middle-aged man was unaware that Yun Qingyan not only forcefully separated Xia Ningxue and Duanling Tian, but Yun Qingyan had also greatly humiliated Duanling Tian in front of Xia Ningxue. If he were aware of these things, he would not have suggested a reconciliation. After recovering his senses, Yun Qingyan smiled bitterly and said, "Father, it's impossible." Previously, Yun Qingyan truthfully recounted what happened to the middle-aged man. Even if reconciliation was possible, he was not willing to reconcile with Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian must die. The leader of the Yun clan knew that reconciliation was impossible after he learned that his son, Yun Qingyan, had humiliated Duanling Tian and abducted Duanling Tian's wife. The enmity was irreconcilable since Yun Qingyan had trampled on Duanling Tian's pride. Unless the Yun clan abandoned Yun Qingyan, there was no way for the Yun clan to distance itself from this enmity. Moreover, even if the clan abandoned Yun Qingyan, there was no guarantee that it was enough to appease Duanling Tian's anger. After all, the Yun clan was the source of Yun Qingyan's confidence and arrogance, which made Duanling Tian suffer great humiliation. If the clan finds out about this matter, some of the members will definitely suggest that I abandon my son. I won't abandon him no matter what. The leader of the Yun clan thought to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Although Yun Qingyan was not his only son, Yun Qingyan resembled him a lot and was the brightest among all his sons. Apart from that, Yun Qingyan was also acknowledged as the heir of the clan. As such, it was impossible for him to abandon his son even if the other party, his son offended, was heaven-defyingly lucky. After all, the other party had yet to reach his full potential. There was still hope. "Don't tell anyone about what you just told me," the leader of the Yun clan said solemnly as he looked at Yun Qingyan. "I'll order the members to keep an eye out for this Duanling Tian, there to report to the sect and kill him if they find him. There's no doubt that he's heaven-defyingly lucky, but our Yun clan has existed for a long time and is protected by a supreme powerhouse. There's no need for us to be afraid of him. However, just to be safe, it's best for us to kill him before he reaches full maturity." Yun Qingyan felt at ease after listening to his father's words. However, he was still annoyed because the insignificant vermin from the past, whom he could crush with just a finger, had surpassed him. He truly regretted not killing Duanling Tian when he could. Alas, there was nothing he could do now. Yun Qingyan's father could tell Yun Qingyan was very bothered by this matter. He shook his head and said, "Everyone has their own destiny and luck. Although Duanling Tian's heaven-defying luck helped him to achieve amazing feats, he comes from a lowly origin. You were born into a noble family, and your life has been very easy. Everything has its pros and cons. I'll speak to our ancestor and ask him if he's willing to let you cultivate with him. You should be grateful if the ancestor agrees to teach you a thing or two." Yun Qingyan's eyes brightened upon hearing these words. The ancestor of the Yun clan was a legend whom Yun Qingyan had yet to meet. The ancestor was a supreme powerhouse and the founder of the Yun clan. If I'm able to cultivate with the ancestor, even if I can't raise my cultivation base, at the very least, Duanling Tian won't be able to lay a finger on me at all. If he dares to act against me, it'll be easy for the ancestor to kill him with just a thought. Yun Qingyan thought to himself, feeling very confident. After the leader of the Yun clan passed down his orders, everyone in the clan learned about Duanling Tian, the heaven-defyingly lucky advanced emperor of gods who was capable of killing ordinary intermediate supreme gods. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he had already comprehended the Sword Dao and the Mastery Dao to high levels and possessed all 5 divine elements and a complete divine tree of life in his little world. There was no doubt that it was only a matter of time before he became a supreme powerhouse. This man holds a grudge against our Yun clan and intends to seek revenge. Members of the Yun clan are to search for him and kill him using every means possible. The Yun clan will be indebted to whoever manages to kill him and will definitely return the favor. I'll also try to arrange for whoever succeeds to learn from the ancestor. It was not surprising that the order caused a commotion even among the high-ranking officials. Duan Ling Tian? This name sounds familiar. At the same time, an intermediate supreme god, who had just returned to the clan's estate, frowned. He had heard the name Duan Ling Tian before. It took about a dozen breaths before he finally remembered where he had heard the name before. He gasped as he thought to himself, "That's it. I heard his name when I returned to my wife's hometown in the profound energy land. He's a monstrous talent from the Myriad Laws Academy, a heavyweight supreme rank force in the profound energy land. It took him only 3 years to become an advanced Emperor of Gods from an advanced Lord of Gods. When he was an advanced Lord of Gods, he could already kill Emperors of Gods. Even so, I didn't expect him to be able to kill ordinary intermediate supreme gods after becoming an advanced Emperor of Gods." Following that, the intermediate supreme god quickly reported everything he knew about Duan Ling Tian to the leader of the Yun clan. The leader of the Yun clan did not waste time and left for the profound energy land immediately to verify if the profound energy land's Duan Ling Tian was the same person who wanted his son's life. It was obvious that he took this matter very seriously, indicating that he was afraid of Duan Ling Tian. It was not difficult for him to learn about Duan Ling Tian's journey in the profound energy land and his heaven-defying feats. However, it seemed like no one knew that Duan Ling Tian possessed all 5 divine elements and a complete divine tree of life. The Myriad Laws Academy. According to the ancestor, the academy is rather unique. It seems to be without the protection of a supreme powerhouse like Prime Supreme Rank forces, but that's not the case at all. In the past, the Prime Supreme Rank forces in the profound energy land tried to snatch things from the academy, but some supreme powerhouse intervened. There's more than meets the eye with the academy. If it's just an ordinary heavyweight supreme rank force, I can just threaten it. The leader of the Yun clan was wary of the Myriad Laws Academy, but it did not stop him from visiting Su Bai Lai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. Su Bai Lai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, greets clan leader Yin. Su Bai Lai greeted the leader of the Yun clan. Su Bai Lai was rather taken aback by the sudden visit of the leader of the Yun clan. After all, the other party was the leader of a prime supreme rank force and one of the top advanced supreme gods in the divine offering land. Apart from that, he was also puzzled. There was no connection between the Myriad Laws Academy and the Yun clan. What reason was there for the leader of the Yun clan to visit him? After a moment, Su Bai Lai asked, "Clan leader Yun, I wonder what brings you to the Myriad Laws Academy?" As soon as he asked this question, a thought suddenly appeared in Su Bai Lai's mind. Does it have something to do with Duan Ling Tian? Su Bai Lai recalled that a few prime supreme rank forces in the profound energy land had sent people over to visit him recently, trying to recruit Duan Ling Tian. As such, he wondered if the leader of the divine offering land's Yun clan came to recruit Duan Ling Tian as well. The leader of the Yun clan looked at Su Bai Lai and said with a faint smile, "Academy Master Su, I came to ask for a favor. I wonder if you're willing to help me." Upon hearing these words, Su Bai Lai felt that his speculation was right. His expression did not change as he replied, "Clan leader Yun, I wonder what's the favor? If it's within my ability, I'll naturally try to help you. It's an honor to be acquainted with you, after all." Su Bai Lai remained polite. After all, although they were both advanced supreme gods, he was not sure he could withstand more than 10 moves from the leader of the Yun clan in a life-or-death battle. The leader of the Yun clan said with a smile, "Academy Master Su, I like how you don't beat around the bush." His eyes flashed as he continued to say, "Academy Master, I wonder if you can publicly expel Duan Ling Tian from the Myriad Laws Academy?" Su Bai Lai was shocked by the leader of the Yun clan's request. He did not expect the other party to make such an outrageous request. Does he plan to recruit Duan Ling Tian once I expel Duan Ling Tian from the academy? No, it doesn't make sense. Whether I expel Duan Ling Tian or not, there are many prime supreme rank forces waiting to recruit Duan Ling Tian in the profound energy land. Why would Duan Ling Tian choose to join the Yun clan in the divine offering land? Su Bai Lai thought to himself, perplexed. Soon after, another thought popped up in Su Bai Lai's mind. His eyes widened imperceptibly as he wondered inwardly, Did Duanling Tian offend the Yun clan? Su Bai Lai quickly regained his composure before he bluntly asked, Clan leader Yun, did Duanling Tian offend your Yun clan? The leader of the Yun clan only said, I have to kill him. Su Bai Lai's expression turned grim immediately. Clan leader Yun, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to make such a statement in front of me, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy? The leader of the Yun clan could sense Su Bai Lai's resistance. He looked at Su Bai Lai meaningfully as he said, Academy Master Su, do you think you're a match for me? Following that, a terrifying energy surged out of the body of the leader of the Yun clan. The void twisted and rippled before numerous hairline cracks appeared. Su Bai Lai's gaze turned frosty immediately. Yun Tung Chiu, even if I'm no match for you, how dare you act so presumptuously in the Myriad Laws Academy? The void shook even more violently as Su Bai Lai's energy surged into the surroundings. In just a moment, the entire academy began to shake as well as energy surged into the sky from all directions like a tsunami. In just a blink of an eye, the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation, which had lain dormant for many years, came to life. Needless to say, this caused a huge commotion in the Myriad Laws Academy. Many members took to the sky to see what was going on. What's happening? Why is the Academy's guarding formation activated? Are we under attack? This is the first time I've seen the Academy's guarding formation activated. Did a formidable enemy come to attack the Academy? Everyone saw the void rippling and twisting after the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation was activated. A terrifying energy surged to the peak. It was so powerful that it seemed capable of destroying anything that stood in its path. At the same time, Yun Tung Chiu, the leader of the Yun clan, sensed the terrifying and overwhelming energy of the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation. His expression eased immediately, and he quickly withdrew his divine energy before he said with a faint smile, Academy Master Su, I was just joking. Su Bai Lai looked at Yun Tung Chiu with a pointed gaze before he deactivated the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation. Then he said, Clan leader Yun, you shouldn't joke about some matters. If the Academy's guarding formation is activated again, I'm afraid there'll be consequences. Su Bai Lai's words were a blatant threat. After all, Yun Tung Chiu was at fault. Academy Master Su, rest assured, it won't happen again. Since Academy Master Su is unwilling to help me with Duanling Tian, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Su Bai Lai said coldly. Yun Tung Chiu did pay attention to Su Bai Lai's mood at all. He was preoccupied with his thoughts. Meanwhile, peace returned to the Myriad Laws Academy. No one knew what happened exactly. They only knew that the Myriad Laws Academy must have been under great threat. Otherwise, the Academy's guarding formation would not have been activated. Needless to say, they also did not know why the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation was deactivated so quickly. However, it did not stop them from speculating that the enemy must have retreated after seeing how powerful the guarding formation was. No one was surprised by how powerful the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation was. After all, it was said to have been created by a few supreme powerhouses. Moreover, the Myriad Laws Academy was widely known to be the safest place after Prime Supreme Rank forces in the Profound Energy Land. Prime Supreme Rank forces naturally had guarding formations that were created by supreme powerhouses as well. Moreover, they had the direct protection of supreme powerhouses. The supreme powerhouses would appear during times of crisis. It was only natural that they were the safest places. After leaving the Myriad Laws Academy, a hint of fear appeared in Yun Tung Chiu's eyes. What a terrifying formation! There's no doubt that the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation was created by a few supreme powerhouses. It's comparable to our Yun clan's guarding formation. If the formation attacked, I'd definitely die if I didn't leave within 3 breaths. In fact, Yun Tung Chiu did not have any intention to attack at all. He was only trying to test Duanling Tian's importance to Su Bai Lai. Duanling Tian didn't join the academy for very long, but he's already so important to the academy. In Yun Tung Chiu's opinion, the fact that Su Bai Lai valued Duanling Tian meant that the entire Myriad Laws Academy valued Duanling Tian. It'll be impossible for me to get rid of Duanling Tian using the Myriad Laws Academy. I have to think of another way. Yun Tung Chiu thought to himself with a frown. He could not help but wonder if he could kill Duanling Tian before Duanling Tian reached full maturity. However, Yun Tingqiu was not afraid. Even if Duanling Tian reached his full potential, the Yun clan had the protection of a supreme powerhouse. To annihilate the Yun clan, Duanling Tian would have to deal with the supreme powerhouse. Needless to say, if it was possible, it was best not to make an enemy out of someone like Duanling Tian. After all, even a supreme powerhouse could not guard the Yun clan all the time. Supreme powerhouses had duties to guard the outer boundary, after all. Ning Shui truly has a discerning eye when choosing a husband. Yun Tingqiu shook his head as he thought to himself. His eyes glinted coldly as he continued thinking. Yenner might not deserve her, but the Xia clan had given their word. The marriage must be held after the realm battlefield closes. Since Duanling Tian is determined to kill Yenner, he'll definitely show up on the day of the wedding. At that time, Duanling Tian will die. However, this also depends on whether Ningxiu survives the realm battlefield. Yun Tingqiu really could not wait for the day to come when he could kill Duanling Tian. After Yun Tingqiu returned to the Yun clan, he finally found that Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, had long released the hostages whom Yun Qingyan captured to threaten Xianxia. His expression was very unsightly when he learned about the matter. Xianxia, you really ruined my plan, Yun Tingqiu said through gritted teeth as his eyes shone with killing intent. It would be difficult to force Duanling Tian to show himself without the hostages. Yun Tingqiu took a deep breath to calm down before he asked Yun Qingyan. Ning Shui is unaware of this, right? Yun Qingyan replied, that's right. And she won't find out unless Xianxia finds her on the realm battlefield. After a beat, he added, at the very least, I think she won't find out about it until she leaves the realm battlefield. Yun Tingqiu nodded. His expression eased as he said, that's good. By the way, I'll go to the Xia clan and meet your father-in-law. I'll tell him to keep that matter a secret. I'll also tell him to detain and imprison Xianxia as soon as Xianxia returns to the Xia clan. Ning Shui must never find out that Xianxia had released Duanling Tian's family and friends. Otherwise, she won't agree to marry you no matter what. Yun Qingyan's eyes lit up upon hearing Yun Tingqiu's words. He did not hold much hope for the marriage, and his father's words had brought his hope to life again. After listening to his father, he was confident he would be able to fulfill his dreams of marrying Xia Ning Shui as long as she did not die on the realm battlefield. Duanling Tian, so what if you're extremely lucky and have surpassed me? You're still just an ant. I have the support of the Yun clan, what about you? The Myriad Laws Academy is only a heavyweight supreme rank force. Even if you have the Academy's support, it doesn't change anything. Yun Qingyan thought to himself with a scoff. Duanling Tian was unaware that after his failed attempt to kill Yun Qingyan, there was a huge commotion in both the Yun clan and the Myriad Laws Academy. He was also naturally unaware of Yun Tingqiu's visit to the Myriad Laws Academy. At this time, Duanling Tian had already entered the realm battlefield through the Divine Offering Land. After his near-death experience with Yun Tingqiu, he was even more desperate to raise his cultivation base and become a supreme god. Although I've surpassed Yun Qingyan, he has the protection of the Yun clan. It'll be difficult for me to kill him if I'm not stronger than the Yun clan. After the failed assassination attempt, Duanling Tian knew it would be impossible to lure Yun Qingyan out of the Yun clan's estate to kill Yun Qingyan. The realm battlefield is too vast. I wonder where Kuer is. In the outer area of the Divine Sanction battlefield, where the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land overlapped, it was rare to encounter those in the realm of a supreme god. As such, Duanling Tian was invincible in the outer area. After entering the inner area, Duanling Tian encountered a few supreme gods, and he managed to kill them for the rewards. Needless to say, the rewards of killing supreme gods raised his cultivation significantly, and it did not take long before he was on the brink of breaking through the realm of a supreme god. There are at least 30 more years before the area where 4 or more realms of gods overlap appears. I have to become a supreme god by then. That place is definitely the most dangerous place on the realm battlefield, which means that it also has many opportunities for me to grow stronger. It's the perfect place for those who want to grow stronger. Since Kuer entered the realm battlefield to become stronger, she'll definitely head to that place. Once every 100 years, a place where multiple realms of gods overlapped would appear for a decade. Needless to say, that place was filled with many fortuitous encounters and secret realms. It was difficult to obtain battle merits on the realm battlefield. To open secret realms for advanced emperors of gods, one needed a lot of battle merits. Under normal circumstances, it would take hundreds of years for an advanced emperor of gods to accumulate enough merits to do so. However, Duanling Tian was an exception. It was easy for him to accumulate battle merits since he was strong enough to kill ordinary supreme gods and obtain their battle merits. Despite being an advanced emperor of gods, his speed of accumulating battle merits was much faster than that of an ordinary intermediate supreme god. I can only open secret realms that correspond to my cultivation base in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods. There are two kinds of secret realms, a multi-person secret realm and a single-person secret realm. I need quite a lot of battle merits to open a single-person secret realm. In comparison, it doesn't require as many battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. However, if I use more battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm, I'll have fewer competitors in the secret realm. Everyone needed to contribute the same battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. However, if one used more battle merits, one could open a two-person secret realm. As for single-person secret realms, one needed to reach a certain level or accumulate enough battle merits to open it. If one's battle merits exceeded the threshold, the secret realm would turn into a higher-level secret realm. Needless to say, a higher-level secret realm would have many more treasures and fortuitous encounters. I'll continue to accumulate battle merits for now instead of entering a secret realm. When that place is about to open, I'll enter the single-person secret realm. Based on the current speed that I'm accumulating battle merits, I'm sure I'll have a lot of battle merits at that time. With so many battle merits, the single-person secret realm I open will definitely be of a high level. However, it'll be even better if I open the secret realm as a supreme god. It'll have many opportunities for rudimentary supreme gods. The secret realm one opened corresponded to one's cultivation base. As such, in multi-person secret realms, only those with similar cultivation bases could enter them, and the treasures and fortuitous encounters in the secret realm were also tailored to one's cultivation base. For example, treasures and fortuitous encounters useful to supreme gods would not appear in the secret realm opened by an advanced emperor of gods, and vice versa. Duanling Tian, who could not wait to become a supreme god, naturally preferred to open and enter a supreme-grade secret realm. His goal was to stabilize his cultivation base in the secret realm. Over the next period of time, Duanling Tian began to wholeheartedly accumulate battle merits and obtain rewards. His cultivation was improving at every moment as well. With this and the help of the third heavenly Tao fruit, he would definitely break through into the realm of a supreme god. Duanling Tian frowned slightly. He had just killed an advanced emperor of gods from the Sanction land when he felt as though he was being watched. His eyes narrowed as he looked at a barren hill in the distance. He quickly released his divine consciousness as well and soon discovered another advanced emperor of gods. As soon as Duanling Tian discovered the other party quickly flew out and said guiltily, "I have no malicious intention. I'm also from the divine offering land. I heard the commotion earlier, so I came to have a look. I saw you easily kill that man from the Sanction land. You're really powerful. You should be an imminent supreme god, right?" The other party was a frail and friendly young man. Despite his friendliness, he was clearly afraid of Duanling Tian. His eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation when he asked Duanling Tian if Duanling Tian was an imminent supreme god. Imminent supreme god? Duanling Tian was slightly stunned. After a moment, he said with a nod, "That's right. The strongest advanced emperors of gods were imminent supreme gods." It was not wrong to say that Duanling Tian, who was undoubtedly the strongest advanced emperor of gods, was an imminent supreme god. Up until now, Duanling Tian did not only kill advanced emperors of gods and supreme gods from the Sanction land, but he also killed a lot of people from the divine offering land, including two rudimentary supreme gods. However, it had to be said that the people from the divine offering land he killed attacked him first. He did not attack those who did not take the initiative to attack him. Duanling Tian had only encountered a few people from the Divine Offering Land who did not take the initiative to attack him. At this time, after receiving Duanling Tian's confirmation, the seemingly frail young man's eyes lit up. He said, "I'm Ho Lianyu, and I'm a member of the Ho clan, a heavyweight supreme rank clan in the Divine Offering Land. What's your name?" Duanling Tian replied. At the same time, he studied the young man in front of him. He did not expect the young man to be a member of a heavyweight supreme rank clan in the Divine Offering Land. As a heavyweight supreme rank clan, it was similar to the Myriad Laws Academy and the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation in the Profound Energy Land. "Big Brother Duan," Ho Lianyu called out. Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback by the way Ho Lianyu addressed him. Then he said, "I might not be older than you." "I know," Ho Lianyu said with a smile. "However, in my eyes, those who are stronger have higher seniority. Since you're stronger than I am, it's not wrong for me to address you as Big Brother. Big Brother Duan, since fate brought us together, I have a suggestion. I'm looking for someone to enter an Emperor-grade secret realm with me. Are you interested in joining me? You don't have to use your battle merits to enter the secret realm. The secret realm I mentioned is a natural secret realm that already exists on the realm battlefield. I, along with a few people, happen to be lucky enough to find one." Upon hearing Ho Lianyu's words, Duanling Tian, who was about to ignore Ho Lianyu and leave, stopped in his tracks. His interest was piqued. "You and a few people found a secret realm?" Apart from secret realms that could only open using battle merits, there were also natural secret realms on the realm battlefield. This secret realm was rare and mysterious, and one had to be very lucky to come across it. Even Yang Yuqin, Duanling Tian's third senior brother, who spent nearly 1,000 years on the realm battlefield 10,000 years ago, did not come across a natural secret realm. Only a limited number of people could enter a natural secret realm, and there was also a restriction on cultivation bases. Only those with the same cultivation bases could enter the natural secret realm. Ho Lianyu grinned as he said, "To be precise, I, along with another 3 people, found the natural secret realm. Among the 3, one of them is also from the Ho clan." As Ho Lianyu spoke, Duanling Tian discovered a trace of disgust in Ho Lianyu's eyes. As for the other 2 people, they're from another heavyweight supreme rank force in the Divine Offering Land. I personally know both of them from before. The 4 of us came to an agreement to find a person each to enter the natural secret realm. That secret realm can accommodate 10 people, but we plan to enter with only 8 people. Since there are 4 of us, it's the fairest for us to bring a person each. I met a few powerful advanced emperors of gods before this and wanted to invite them. Alas, they either wanted to kill me, ignored me, or rejected me because they were worried that I and the others would kill them," Ho Lianyu said with a helpless expression on his face. Ho Lianyu continued to say, "Big Brother Duan, if you're not interested, then I won't persuade you anymore." Ho Lianyu seemed prepared to be rejected at this moment. "Why don't you and the others look for your respective friends? Why would you look for strangers on the realm battlefield?" Duanling Tian asked skeptically. After all, it would be easy if Ho Lianyu had just looked for his clan member to enter the natural secret realm with him. Moreover, it would carry lower risks. Ho Lianyu said, "We have our concerns. If we find fellow members to enter the secret realm, it's likely that news of us entering a natural secret realm would spread. All of us aren't very prominent in our respective forces. It'll only bring trouble to us if the news spreads. Moreover, it's best for us to choose strong people to enter the secret realm with us. However, if the other party we chose from our respective force is too strong, it definitely won't be good for us." Although Ho Lianyu was brief with his explanation, Duanling Tian could easily guess Ho Lianyu's thoughts. If Ho Lianyu invited someone from the same clan who was stronger than him, the other party would be privy to the treasures and fortuitous encounters that Ho Lianyu obtained. At that time, who knew if the other party would try to rob those things from him or cause trouble? The risk, although not completely gone, was minimized if he invited an outsider. After all, an outsider would not be able to easily enter the Ho clan's estate to cause trouble. Even if the outsider exposed the fact that Ho Lianyu had obtained treasures, not many would believe it and would only dismiss the outsider as trying to stir up trouble. After a moment, Duanling Tian stared at Ho Lianyu with a probing gaze as he asked, If I enter the secret realm with you and join forces with you, how are we going to divide our gains? Upon hearing this, Holienyu smiled and replied, Big Brother Duan, you're much stronger than I am. Things you obtain on your own are all yours. If you need my help, then I'll take a 30% share. In regards to the things we find, they'll belong to the first person who obtains it. Holienyu seemed very sincere when he spoke. All right, Duan Ling Tian agreed immediately. Apart from that, if I obtain things that aren't useful to me, you can have them. They might be of use to you. Think of it as a thank you for your invitation. Holianyu's smile widened upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He said excitedly, I really didn't invite the wrong person. Big Brother Duan, you're really considerate. As Holienyu spoke, he gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up to express his admiration. Big Brother Duan, the others and I agreed to meet in 3 months. There's a month left until then. Shall we make our way there now? Holienyu asked. All right, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He was not worried that Holienyu would deceive him. After all, Holienyu had no reason to do so. If Holienyu wanted to deceive someone, he would not be so stupid as to find an imminent supreme god to deceive. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was confident about his ability to read people. He dared not say he was 100% certain that Holienyu was not lying, but he was 80% to 90% certain. Some people were just luckier than others. For example, Holienyu, whom Duan Ling Tian just met. He had a good background as a descendant of the Ho clan, a heavyweight supreme rank force in the divine offering land. After entering the realm battlefield, he even found a natural secret realm. Many people lived for tens of thousands of years and spent thousands of years on the realm battlefield, but they never came across a natural secret even once. Natural secret realms were left by the supreme powerhouses on the realm battlefield waiting for the fated person to discover them. One did not need battle merits to enter it. Those with not very good luck could only enter the secret realms that required battle merits to open and enter. Alas, the majority of the people on the realm battlefield were people with such average luck. During the journey, Holienyu asked curiously, Big Brother Duan, which clan or sect do you come from in the divine offering land? Holienyu was fond of Duan Ling Tian, an imminent supreme god who did not put on airs. From the beginning until now, Duan Ling Tian did not look down on him at all. Although his strength was close to that of an imminent supreme god, he had met many imminent supreme gods who treated him with disdain and acted arrogantly toward him. I'm just a sectless cultivator, Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile. He did not say that he was not from the divine offering land but from the profound energy land. He was not familiar with Holienyu, so there was no need to reveal too much. Sectless cultivator? Holienyu looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. Big Brother Duan, you're a sectless cultivator? I assumed you were from a major force. Moreover, it seems like you're younger than me. It's really hard to imagine that such a young sectless cultivator is an imminent supreme god. Although Holienyu did not probe Duan Ling Tian's bone age, he could still vaguely sense when someone was much younger than he was. Duan Ling Tian was an example. Under normal circumstances, if someone with a similar cultivation base could vaguely sense an age gap, it meant that the age gap was at least 3,000 years. I thought about this before. I wondered if I were a sectless cultivator, would I be as strong as I am now? If I have a choice, would I choose to be a sectless cultivator or a descendant of the Ho clan? Needless to say, after thinking about it, I chose being a descendant of the Ho clan. Holienyu said with a sigh, Big Brother Duan, you managed to grow so strong in such a short time as a sectless cultivator. You must have suffered a lot along the way, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently as he said, Not really. Everyone has their own destiny. If you have a good background, but you're complacent and refuse to suffer hardships outside, you can only rely on your background to grow stronger. However, if you're willing to work hard and train outside, you'll also be able to achieve a lot. You'll also be able to experience and gain things unique to most sectless cultivators. In short, no matter what one's background is like, it all depends on the individual. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he could not help but think of Yun Qing Yen of the Yun clan. When he was still in the mundane realm, he felt that Yun Qing Yen was extremely powerful and that the level of Yun Qing Yan's strength was far from reach. In hindsight, Yun Qingyan was really not as powerful as he thought. In fewer than 1,000 years, he had already surpassed Yun Qingyan. In terms of background, he could not compare to Yun Qingyan. However, Yun Qingyan could not compare to him in terms of experiences, especially life or death ones. If Yun Qingyan, who was lucky enough to be born into the Yun clan and received abundant resources, was willing to get out of his comfort zone, he might be an advanced supreme god now. However, Duanling Tian knew it was easier said than done. Perhaps if he was born into a prime-rank supreme force like the Yun clan, he might not be willing to leave his comfort zone and venture out as well when he would receive abundant resources anyway. Moreover, even without a good background, the reason Duanling Tian left his comfort zone and traveled to so many places and came to the realms of gods was to bring Kua home. To be precise, from the moment he left the mundane realm for the Devata realm, his purpose was to go to the divine offering land to save his family and friends and bring his wife, Kua, home. Since Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, released his family and friends, his only purpose now was to bring Kua home. He grew stronger and stronger for this reason. During this time, his horizon had been greatly expanded. He realized how strong the supreme powerhouses were. He also deeply realized the world was dominated by the strong. With that realization, he gained another purpose to become stronger. Apart from bringing Kua home, he also wanted to be strong enough to protect and take care of his family in the future. Becoming a supreme god was not enough. Only by becoming a supreme powerhouse would he be able to protect his family. At that time, he no longer needed to fear anyone. However, he also knew that after becoming a supreme powerhouse, there would likely be supreme powerhouses stronger than him. Becoming a supreme powerhouse might not necessarily be the end of his quest to become stronger. In conclusion, Duanling Tian would never give up on his quest to become stronger. In this life, he was determined to become strong enough to protect his loved ones. Since Duanling Tian met Ho Lianyu, they did not run into anyone from the Sanction land. They did meet someone from the Divine Offering land, but the other party did not attack them, so they did not attack the other party as well. Their journey was a rather peaceful one. After a month, Ho Lianyu brought Duanling Tian to the meeting place, and Duanling Tian finally met the three people whom Ho Lianyu mentioned. One of them was also a member of the Ho clan, a heavyweight supreme rank clan in the Divine Offering land. As for the other two people, they were from a heavyweight supreme rank sect in the Divine Offering land. The duo was fellow disciples of the same sect. However, based on the way the man flattered the woman, it was likely that the woman had a higher status in the sect. At the same time, a person stood next to each of them. At this time, the other member of the Ho clan, who was a young man, glanced at Duanling Tian, who was standing next to Ho Lianyu. Then, he clicked his tongue in a disapproving manner and said mockingly, "Ho Lianyu, the person you found seems to be younger than you. Is he reliable?" Since Ho Lianyu could sense that Duanling Tian was young, it was not difficult for the young man from the Ho clan, who was slightly older than Ho Lianyu, to sense it as well. Ho Lianyu looked at the young man and said expressionlessly, "Ho Dong, you don't need to worry about me. Who I invite is up to me. You have no say in this matter." Upon hearing these words, Ho Dong, the young man, narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm only worried about you. If you die under my watch, I'm afraid your elder brother will seek revenge from me. After all, I only brought you along with me because my elder brother told me to do it for your elder brother's sake." Ho Lianyu scoffed. "Ho Dong, stop acting so superior. Our strength is almost the same. Even if you're stronger, you're just a little stronger than I am. You're still not an imminent supreme god. You're traveling with me for your own safety as well. During our time together, you've taken the initiative to provoke no fewer than 3 people. If I didn't take action, do you think you'd survive?" Ho Lianyu was a little annoyed when he recalled how Ho Dong had taken the initiative to provoke people from the Divine Offering land. He, on the other hand, had no intention of attacking people from the Divine Offering land. Unfortunately, Ho Dong kept provoking people from the Divine Offering land who looked like weaklings. There were several instances where Ho Dong was almost defeated, and he was forced to make a move to defeat or kill the opponents. Ho Dong looked at Ho Lianyu disdainfully and said, "Very well. Ho Lianyu, since you're so great, you shouldn't have taken the spoils." Ho Lianyu scoffed. "Since I took action, I naturally have to take my share. It has nothing to do with you causing trouble unnecessarily. After helping Ho Dong to deal with the opponents, Ho Lian Yu would claim the opponent's belongings. Since the opponent's spatial rings would self-destruct, Ho Dong did not gain anything. He did this hoping that Ho Dong would stop stirring up trouble. Perhaps Ho Dong would stop if he knew he would not gain anything. Alas, Ho Dong did not understand his good intentions and even thought that he took advantage of him. At this time, a tall young man, who was the junior brother of the woman next to him, looked at Ho Dong and said expressionlessly, "Enough. The two of you stop quibbling. We still have to work together after entering the secret realm. Let's introduce the people we brought here." Ho Lianyu and Ho Dong stopped arguing upon hearing these words. Then Ho Lianyu looked at Duan Ling Tian and took the initiative to say, "I'll introduce my friend first. He's the person I invited to help me in the secret realm. His name is Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Duan is a sectless cultivator." Sectless cultivator? Ho Dong, the pair of fellow disciples and the people they brought with them instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Sectless cultivators were quite foreign to them after all. There were many powerful sectless cultivators, but their number could not compare to those who belonged to a force. Their numbers were in completely different leagues. As such, the others looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously when Ho Lianyu said that he was a sectless cultivator. Ho Lianyu turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Big brother Duan, this is Ho Dong. He's also a member of the Ho clan. This is Chiu Ping. He's from the Misty Rain Divine Sect, a heavyweight supreme rank sect in the Divine Offering Land. This is Zhang Yue. She's also from the Misty Rain Divine Sect. She's the direct descendant of an intermediate supreme god in the Misty Rain Divine Sect." Duan Ling Tian's expression remained the same when he heard Ho Lianyu's final words. After all, it was not like he had never killed an intermediate supreme god before. On the contrary, the people Ho Dong and Chiu Ping brought were shocked. They did not expect there to be such a person in the group. As for the person Zhang Yue brought, she wore a veil so no one could tell if she was shocked. Following that, Ho Dong introduced the person he brought. "Although my friend isn't from a heavyweight supreme rank force, he's a prodigy of a supreme rank sect. He's almost as strong as a rudimentary supreme god. He's an imminent supreme god." As Ho Dong spoke, he looked at Ho Lianyu with a smug expression on his face. Upon hearing Ho Dong's words, Ho Lianyu frowned. It was naturally not a good thing that Ho Dong found an imminent supreme god. It was not that he was worried about Ho Dong snatching things from him. He was worried that Ho Dong would stir up trouble again now that he found a strong helper and dragged their group down. Following Ho Dong's introductions of the imminent supreme god, Chiu Ping and Zhang Yue also introduced the people they brought. The person Chiu Ping brought was also an imminent supreme god. Similar to Ho Dong, Chiu Ping also made a point to mention this fact. As for Zhang Yue, she only revealed the veiled young woman's name and did not mention how strong she was. "Since we're all here, let's go in. Although we hid that place, who knows if anything happened. If someone discovered the formation and attacked it, the natural secret realm would move to another place," Chiu Ping said. The natural secret realms on the realm battlefield could only be found by luck. One could choose not to enter it immediately and hide it with a formation. However, if the formation was not deactivated properly and was forcibly destroyed, it would disturn the natural secret realm, and it would move to another place. The entrance of the natural secret realm was unstable in nature. If the fluctuations of energy were too strong, it would cause the natural secret realm to move. Ho Dong also became impatient after listening to Chiu Ping's words. He quickly urged, "Let's go now." Since everyone was in a hurry, Ho Dong did not bicker with Ho Lianyu. He was focused on getting to their destination as soon as possible. On the realm battlefield, the use of flying ships was prohibited. If one brought a flying ship out, the flying ship would be instantly destroyed by the energy that enforced the rules on the realm battlefield. Those who entered the realm battlefield for the first time would be warned by their elders not to use flying ships on the realm battlefield. Bringing out a flying ship on the realm battlefield was no different from destroying the flying ship. The realm battlefield was mostly barren and dark. The mountains were also barren. There were very few places with plants. Strangely, the plants here were not verdant, but withered and yellow. Duan Ling Tian followed Ho Lianyu and the others as they traveled through a mountain range. After a while, they finally arrived in a valley. When they entered the valley, he saw a very inconspicuous cave. However, after walking deeper into the cave, he saw a place that was like paradise. It was rather dark here, so he could only see the scene clearly after a few people conjured up flames. The imminent supreme god whom Qiuping brought, a middle-aged man, said, slightly surprised, "This place is very well hidden." The middle-aged man came from a supreme rank sect in the divine offering land, and his sect also had some connections to Qiuping's Misty Rain divine sect. This was also one of the reasons Qiuping selected him. Although it seemed like Qiuping was not very familiar with the middle-aged man, Duanling Tian speculated that Qiuping left the realm battlefield to invite the middle-aged man here. On the realm battlefield, it was impossible to send messages through soul pearls. Such a restriction naturally did not apply once one left the realm battlefield. Similarly, Duanling Tian also suspected that Zhang Yuwei from the Misty Rain Divine sect left the realm battlefield to invite the young woman here. On the contrary, the two naive members of the Ho clan only searched for people on the realm battlefield. Naturally, it was also possible that the duo did not know any good candidates, so they had to search for strangers instead. Compared to sects, clans were usually rather isolated, so their members did not know as many people compared to the members of sects. Ho Dong grinned, looking a little proud as he said, "Of course, it's well hidden. Otherwise, others would have found it before we did." Ho Lianyu, Ho Dong, Qiuping, and Zhang Yuwei discovered the natural secret realm together. Although the four of them were quite powerful, they were still not powerful enough. As such, they traveled together on the realm battlefield to ensure their safety. There were many people who grouped together for this reason on the realm battlefield. However, traveling in a group had both advantages and disadvantages. One needed to be wary of one's companion and guard against betrayal as well. Ho Dong looked at Qiuping and said, "Qiuping, deactivate the formation. You're the one who laid the first layer of the formation, so only you can remove it. I'll remove the second layer since I was the one who laid it." The formation was actually not complicated. There were 4 layers to the formation, and each of them laid a layer. Each of them could easily remove the respective layers. However, to remove the layer of the formation, they need to offer up their blood. This was to prevent skilled formation masters from deactivating the formation. It was a simple but effective formation. The 4 people stepped forward one after another to remove the layers of the formation. After all 4 layers were removed, a mysterious energy surged in the cave before a pitch-black vortex appeared in front of Duanling Tian and the others. As soon as the vortex appeared, a message appeared in the minds of Duanling Tian and the others. This natural secret realm was discovered by 4 advanced emperors of gods. A maximum of 10 advanced emperors of gods can enter the realm. As soon as the first person steps into the realm, it will open up immediately. The realm will be open for a month. After that, everyone in the realm will be transported to the nearest base camp. The others did not seem surprised upon hearing this message. It was as though they had already known this. Conversely, Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. He only knew that secret realms, which were opened with battle merits, did not send those inside to a base camp when the time was up. Instead, the people in the secret realm would be sent to random places on the realm battlefield. There was even a chance of being sent to the inner area of the realm battlefield. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. It seems like there are preferential treatments for those who enter natural secret realms. However, I have never heard about this from third senior brother. Is he unaware of it? Or perhaps he's aware of it but didn't pay much attention to it since he's never encountered a natural secret realm before. Perhaps he didn't expect me to enter a natural secret realm, so he didn't tell me about it. I wonder how third senior brother is doing now. Now that we parted ways, he should have an easier time, right? Duanling Tian knew very well that he was a burden to Yang Yuchun while they wandered the profound Zen battlefield, the realm battlefield of the profound energy land and the Zen boundary land. Without him, Yang Yuchun would have long gone to the inner area of the profound Zen battlefield. I wonder how he'd react when he finds out that I entered a natural secret realm? Previously, when he briefly mentioned the natural secret realm, I could detect a hint of regret in his voice. Clearly, he regrets not coming across any natural secret realm. Duanling Tian was filled with anticipation when he thought about this. When we meet again, I'll tell third senior brother about entering the natural secret realm. He'll definitely feel envious. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could never imagine that his third senior brother, Yang Yuchun, was in a natural secret realm. After accompanying Duan Ling Tian to the divine sanctioned battlefield, Yang Yuchun returned to the profound Zen battlefield. Coincidentally, the place where he was transported to was near a natural secret realm. Junior brother, you're truly my lucky star. Yang Yuchun sighed emotionally. If he did not accompany Duan Ling Tian to the divine sanctioned battlefield, he would not have found the natural secret realm. One could only encounter the natural realm by luck. It was a happy coincidence that Yang Yuchun was transported to that place. The natural secret realm that Yang Yuchun found could accommodate up to 3 intermediate supreme gods. As such, he did not enter the secret realm immediately. Instead, he went to the nearest base camp, left the realm battlefield to return to the profound energy land, and found 2 intermediate supreme gods to enter the natural secret realm with him. The 2 intermediate supreme gods were among the few sworn brothers Yang Yuchun had in the profound energy land. One was a sectless cultivator and the other was from a prime supreme rank force. Both of them were very powerful as well. At the very least, they were not weaker than Yang Yuchun. However, it had to be said that they were much older than Yang Yuchun. Third brother, you're so lucky. To think that you found a natural secret realm. Amazing. Even the air in the natural secret realm smells different. The duo who entered the natural secret realm with Yang Yuchun looked young. One was dressed in a pale golden robe. He was handsome and possessed a pair of piercing eyes. The other one was dressed in a white robe and held a folded fan in his hand, looking like a scholar. The duo was not only good friends of Yang Yuchun, but they were Yang Yuchun's sworn brothers. One of them was more than 3,000 years older than Yang Yuchun, and the other was more than 1,000 years older than Yang Yuchun. Yang Yuchun met the duo on the realm battlefield when he was 10,000 years old. At that time, the 3 of them were attacked by a powerhouse, so they joined forces. They entrusted their lives to each other and trusted each other, and as such, they managed to survive. After that, one of them suggested that they become sworn brothers. The white-clad young man who was dressed like a scholar was the oldest. At that time, he was also the strongest among the 3. As such, he became the big brother. As for the handsome golden-clad young man, who was from a prime supreme rank force, he became the second brother. Although at that time his strength was no different than that of Yang Yuchun, he became the second brother because he was a little older than Yang Yuchun. As such, Yang Yuchun, the youngest of the trio, became the third brother. He did not care much about being the youngest. After all, at that time, he was also ranked third in terms of seniority in the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. It's all thanks to my junior brother, Yang Yuchun said without hiding anything. He trusted big brother and second brother unconditionally. During the 10,000 years they knew each other, the duo had never let him down. The duo was reliable and never hesitated whenever he asked them for help. As the saying went, time will reveal a man's heart. After getting along for more than 10,000 years, even if they only saw each other from time to time, their relationship grew stronger and stronger to the point where they were even closer than biological brothers were. Speaking of which, we're indirectly indebted to my junior brother. The golden-clad young man from the prime supreme rank force in the profound energy land chuckled. At the same time, the white-clad young man nodded and said, I have to find a way to repay this favor in the future. Yang Yuchun only smiled upon hearing these words and did not say anything. He knew that his 2 sworn brothers were righteous people. Even if he told them that there was no need to repay this favor, the duo would not listen to him. Moreover, he also felt that the duo's favor would benefit his junior brother in the future. Who knew if his junior brother might need it one day? Although Duan Ling Tian was from the lower realm, he had made quite a few enemies in the realms of gods. For example, the lone primordial spirit congregation, a heavyweight supreme rank force in the profound energy land, wanted his life before this. Although the congregation had sent people to make amends with him later on, there was no doubt that if the congregation was presented with a chance to kill him, they definitely would not spare his life. Only if he was dead would he no longer pose a threat to the congregation. After cultivating for so many years, Yang Yuchun was naturally aware of this fact. It was not difficult for him to guess the lone primordial spirit congregation's thoughts. It was not surprising if the congregation changed their minds about making amends with Duanling Tian. After Duanling Tian, Lien Houyu, and the others entered the natural secret realm, they saw a vast canyon. Dark shadows like dark clouds loomed at the top of the canyon. Heavens! They're huge monsters! Ho Dong exclaimed in a slightly frightened and high-pitched voice. Duanling Tian and the others looked up. They discovered that the darkness looming above the valley was not clouds but huge monsters. Initially, the monsters' eyes were closed. Coupled with the darkness, they could not see the monsters clearly. However, at this time, the monsters opened their eyes, revealing chilling blood-red eyes, which dimly illuminated the canyon. At the same time, Duanling Tian and the others heard the sounds of heavy breathing. This should be the first level of the natural secret realm, Qiuping said solemnly. I'm afraid that even the weakest of these monsters are in the realm of a rudimentary emperor of gods. There's also a chance that they're stronger than that. If the weakest is in the realm of a rudimentary emperor of gods, it means that this natural secret realm isn't a very good one. However, if the weakest is in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods, it means that this natural secret realm, which corresponds to our cultivation bases, is a rather good one. After Qiuping finished speaking, the eyes of Ho Lianyu, Ho Dong, and the imminent supreme gods whom Ho Dong and Qiuping brought brightened one after another. Ho Dong muttered to himself, I hope the weakest among these monsters are in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. Qiuping said again, these huge monsters are growing impatient. Passing the first level shouldn't be a problem if we attack together. Let's make our moves now and defeat them. Even if this is the best natural secret realm, which corresponds to our cultivation bases, there shouldn't be a monster in the realm of an imminent supreme god in the first level. At most, there'll be one or two monsters that are almost as strong as an imminent supreme god. Clearly, Qiuping had a rather good understanding of natural secret realms. Ho Lianyu asked curiously, Qiuping, have you been to a natural secret realm before? No. Qiuping shook his head and replied, I heard some elders from our Misty Rain Divine sect talking about the realm battlefield's natural secret realms before. There are records detailing the experiences of the people in the sect who had entered natural secret realms before. I see. I thought you were lucky enough to enter a natural secret realm before, Ho Lianyu said. Qiuping shook his head. It's not so easy to encounter natural secret realms. Some ancestors in our Misty Rain Divine sect have lived for tens of thousands of years. They had entered the realm battlefield several times and stayed for thousands of years, but they had never encountered a natural secret realm. The fact that we encountered a natural secret realm this time is enough to make countless people jealous. At this time, Ho Dong said impatiently, All right, stop talking. We should hurry up and pass the first level. You can talk as much as you want after we leave. As soon as Ho Dong finished speaking, he took the lead and attacked. Everyone was shocked as soon as Ho Dong attacked. Wave after wave appeared out of thin air and swept toward the monsters above the canyon immediately. The huge monsters above the canyon were already restless to begin with. As soon as Ho Dong attacked, they roared and wasted no time in attacking Ho Dong. Initially, Ho Dong was very confident. However, when he saw the huge monsters charging toward him in unison, he could not help but feel slightly frightened. His face turned pale, and he hastily yelled, Attack! Boom! The imminent supreme god, whom Ho Dong brought, made a move at this time. Flames appeared beneath his feet, and he was lifted into the air by the flames. In just a moment, he arrived next to Ho Dong and quickly attacked the monsters before Ho Dong did. His strongest law was the law of fire, and his attacks were powerful. With just a flick of his sleeves, flames raged in the sky and burned dozens of huge monsters into ashes. With this, a small opening appeared in the midst of the hundreds of thousands of huge monsters. Kill them, while dozens of rewards shone down from the sky on the imminent supreme god. Ho Dong's eyes lit up. He rushed out as huge waves swept out like angry dragons. In just a moment, many monsters exploded into blood mists, which were then washed away by his law of water. One after another, rewards shone down on Ho Dong from the sky. Let's go and kill the monsters, Qiuping said to the person next to him before he flew up as well. At the same time, Zhang Yue looked at the young woman next to her. The duo tacitly flew into the sky as well. With the addition of another 4 people, more and more huge monsters died. Big brother Duan, let's go, Ho Lianyu said urgently. Initially, he planned to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move first. However, after a long time, he found that Duan Lingtian showed no signs of making a move. In the end, he could no longer hold back and quickly flew up into the sky as well. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head before he followed Ho Lianyu. In fact, he did not plan to make a move. However, since Ho Lianyu had already made a move, it would look bad if he remained idle. In all honesty, he did not care about the rewards from killing these monsters in the realm of an emperor of gods. Among these monsters, there were not many in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods. Most of them were in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods. As such, the rewards from killing them were useless to him. When Duan Lingtian joined the fight, he saw the flames from the imminent supreme god whom Ho Dong brought here. Every time the other party made a move, flames would burn the monsters to ashes. It reminded him that it had been a lifetime since he had last used the law of fire in combat. Boom! With just a punch, flames raged and surged, killing a monster in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods in just a blink of an eye. It's still a little weak, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he shook his head inwardly after he attacked with the law of fire. Duan Lingtian attacked again with the law of fire. This time, he used the Mastery Dao along with his law of fire, which increased the power of his law of fire. Boom! With just one blow, Duan Lingtian killed several monsters in the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods in just a blink of an eye. Ho Dong, who originally looked down on Duan Lingtian and assumed Duan Lingtian's strength was only average, frowned slightly when he saw that Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than him. He planned to ridicule Ho Lianyu for not finding a strong helper, but now he only remained silent. After all, in his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was not an imminent supreme god, Duan Lingtian was not weaker than him or Ho Lianyu. As such, Duan Lingtian was qualified to enter the natural secret realm with them. Apart from Ho Dong, the others also paid attention to Duan Lingtian. They were all curious about the strength of the person Ho Lianyu invited to enter the natural secret realm with them. If Duan Lingtian was too strong, there would be an extra competitor when they came across treasures later. As such, they sighed in relief when they found that Duan Lingtian was not that strong. Big brother Duan. His strength isn't any weaker than mine even though he's using the law of fire. Ho Lianyu, who was also looking at Duan Lingtian, was shocked by Duan Lingtian's law of fire. Unlike the others, he knew that Duan Lingtian's strongest law was not the law of fire but the law of space. After all, he had previously witnessed Duan Lingtian easily killing an advanced emperor of gods from the Sanctioned Land who was close to becoming an imminent supreme god. Nonetheless, Ho Lianyu did not expose Duan Lingtian. He was not a fool after all. He thought that Duan Lingtian wanted to act weak and would only show his strength at the critical moment. Seeing that Ho Dong, Qiu Ping, and the others looked dismissive of Duan Lingtian at this moment, he thought that this must be part of Duan Lingtian's plan. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Ho Lianyu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely be rendered speechless. He only used the law of fire on a whim and did not think too much about his decision to do so. It was not necessary for him to pretend to be weak or hide his strength at all. If he went all out, even if everyone present, including Ho Lianyu, joined forces, they still would not be a match for him. Zhang Yuwei's helper. Soon after, Ho Lianyu turned his attention to the young woman who wore a veil on her face. He watched as she killed the huge monsters with each of her attacks. The strength she showed was comparable to his Ho Dong, Qiu Ping, and Zhang Yuwei. They were close to becoming imminent supreme gods, but they were still not imminent supreme gods. I wonder if she's also acting weak? Ho Lianyu wondered inwardly when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was also hiding his strength. However, unlike Ho Lianyu, the others, especially Ho Dong, did not think so much. Ho Dong only took a look at the veiled young woman before he looked away with contempt flashing in the depths of his eyes. The first level of the natural secret realm inside the canyon was not difficult for Duan Lingtian and the others. In fact, Duan Lingtian had held back a lot and did not attack much. It did not take long before the others killed all the huge monsters above the canyon. After that, the rewards appeared. These rewards were individual rewards. There were no additional rewards for clearing the first level in the natural secret realm. Extra rewards for clearing the first few levels in a natural secret realm are rare. Usually, extra rewards will only be given in the last few levels or only in the last level, Qiu Ping from the Misty Rain Divine Sect said again. Duan Ling Tian felt that Qiu Ping was deliberately showing off his knowledge. This was because he noticed that every time Qiu Ping gave an explanation, Qiu Ping would look at Zhang Yue from the corners of his eyes. With this, it was not difficult for him to guess that Qiu Ping was trying to impress Zhang Yue, hoping to gain Zhang Yue's admiration. Based on Hou Lianyu's earlier words, Zhang Yue had a high status in the Misty Rain Divine Sect. Apart from having a high status in the sect, she was also good-looking. It was normal that an ordinary disciple of the Misty Rain Divine Sect like Qiu Ping wanted to pursue her. Alas, Qiu Ping's efforts are in vain. As an outsider, Duan Ling Tian could see that Zhang Yue did not like Qiu Ping very much. Even when Qiu Ping took the initiative to talk to her, she would only give him simple replies. There were even a few times when Qiu Ping intentionally approached her. She would avoid him with a subtle hint of disgust flashing in the depths of her eyes. The difficulty of the next few levels in the natural secret realm was naturally higher than the first level, but it did not pose a threat to the group. Similar to before, Duan Ling Tian maintained a lackadaisical attitude. The veiled young woman whom Zhang Yue brought also kept a low profile. Conversely, the two imminent supreme gods whom Ho Dong and Qiu Ping brought dominated the fights arrogantly. It was as though they were invincible. During that time, Ho Dong also ridiculed Ho Liangyu several times. He indirectly mocked Ho Lianyu for finding a useless helper. Duan Ling Tian was not angry at all and only ignored Ho Dong. On the contrary, Ho Lianyu barely held back from losing his temper. If it were not for Duan Ling Tian who ignored Ho Dong, he would have exploded from anger long ago. The 8th level. After passing 7 levels consecutively, the two imminent supreme gods were beginning to struggle when they attacked. At this time, Qiu Ping said, based on the current situation and the difficulty of the previous 7 levels, there may be additional rewards for the 8th level. I don't know what the extra rewards are, but there's no doubt that it'll be useful to us, advanced emperors of gods. Up until now, the tests in the natural secret realm were carried out in the canyon. Monster after monster kept appearing. Occasionally, human powerhouses would appear as well. These human powerhouses were from the Sanction Land and were transported to the canyon in the natural secret realm by the design of the supreme powerhouses. These human powerhouses strayed into dangerous places on the realm battlefield and were transported to the natural secret realm by some means of the supreme powerhouses to serve as a test to those who entered the natural secret realm. In fact, these people were rather unlucky. If they were weaker than those who entered the natural secret realm, they would only die. If they were stronger than those who entered the natural secret realm, they would be transported out of the natural secret realm after killing those who entered the natural secret realm. They would not be given a chance to explore the natural secret realm at all. Apart from the rewards of killing the people who entered the natural secret realm, they did not benefit at all from this. Apart from that, if those who entered the natural secret realm were from the divine offering land, only people from the Sanction Land would be chosen to be opponents in the natural secret realm. Conversely, if those who entered were from the Sanction Land, only those from the divine offering land would be chosen to become opponents. At this time, under Duan Ling Tian and the others' watchful eyes, a spatial vortex appeared above the canyon before 5 figures appeared one after another. These 5 people obviously did not know each other. They quickly retreated to the sides vigilantly as soon as they appeared. What's this place? Where are we? Realization only dawned on these people when they saw Duan Ling Tian and the others standing below. We were pulled into a natural secret realm. We're their test in the natural secret realm. We have to join forces to kill them. The rewards from killing them aside, we can only leave after we kill them. It's important that we join forces. Otherwise, we'll be defeated by them. How strong are you? I'm skilled in the law of space, and I'm almost as strong as an imminent supreme god. I'm also almost as strong as an imminent supreme god, and my strongest law is the law of water. I'm an imminent supreme god, and I'm skilled in the law of destruction. The 5 people, who discovered they had been transported into a natural secret realm, quickly reached an agreement to join forces. They stood back to back in a circle. At this time, they were no longer wary of each other. After all, their lives were tied to each other. Any betrayal among themselves would only lead to their deaths. Moreover, the 5 people also knew that Duanling Tian and the others could not be weak. In fact, there was a possibility that Duanling Tian and the others were stronger than them. The 5 people communicated through voice transmissions from the beginning until the end. As such, Duanling Tian and the others were still unaware of their strength. The only thing Duanling Tian and the others knew about them was that they were from the Sanctioned Land, evident from the blue light their bodies emitted. Duanling Tian and the others knew that these 5 people were just like them. These 5 people also entered the realm battlefield in search of opportunities and breakthroughs. Among the 5 of us, I'm the only imminent supreme god. This means that there's a high chance that they've yet to encounter any imminent supreme gods before we appeared. The only imminent supreme god among the 5 people said, "When we fight, I'll hide my strength first. I'll display strength weaker than all of you so they won't be wary of me. I suspect that at least one of them is an imminent supreme god. If there's only one imminent supreme god among them, I'll launch an ambush and kill that imminent supreme god. After that, it'll be easy for us to deal with the others and escape." The eyes of the other 4 lit up immediately upon hearing these words. "All right, I'll do as you said. All of us want to survive. We'll follow your plan. This is the best way. It's worth it even if it means we'll suffer minor injuries in the beginning." "I agree." The other 4 people agreed very quickly. No one hesitated or questioned the imminent supreme god. They knew that this was their best option. If the other party also had an imminent supreme god, they would likely be defeated if they recklessly charged forward. If they hid their strength, even if they were at a disadvantage in the beginning, there was a chance for them to turn things around at the critical moment. It was imperative that they were careful. After all, the other party was definitely not weak. "All right, let's do as we planned," the imminent supreme god from the Sanctioned Land said, relieved that no one opposed his idea. Fortunately, the other 4 people were not fools and agreed to cooperate with him. However, after a beat, the Sanctioned Land's imminent supreme god said, thinking it was necessary to warn the other 4, "There's also another possibility. There might be 2 imminent supreme gods among our opponents. If that's the case, even if I manage to kill one imminent supreme god, we might not be able to survive. However, we're not completely without hope. According to the rules, they'll fail if they can't clear the level within 15 minutes. At that time, those of us who survive will be transported out of this place." The expressions of the other 4 turned grim upon hearing these words. If the other side has 3 or more imminent supreme gods, then there's nothing we can do to escape death. Saying that our deaths will be worth it if we can kill even one imminent supreme god. The imminent supreme god from the Sanctioned Land said. The expressions of the other 4 were extremely solemn. They all understood the gravity of the situation they were in. Their only choice was to go all out and fight. At this time, just like before, Hodong said before he took the initiative to rush out again, "They're from the Sanctioned Land. Kill them. Kill them." After the imminent supreme god next to Hodong flew out, Qiu Ping and the imminent supreme god next to him flew out as well, followed by Ho Lian Yu and Zhang Yue. Duanling Tian and the veiled young woman were the last ones to make a move. The veiled young woman glanced at Duanling Tian as they moved. Although the veiled young woman was discreet, Duanling Tian still noticed it. However, he pretended not to notice anything. Since the time they met, he had a strong feeling that she was much stronger than she seemed. After all, she was someone whom Zhang Yue invited. Logically, Zhang Yue would find an imminent supreme god to help her in the natural secret realm. It would be useless for Zhang Yue to find a weak helper. Naturally, there was also a possibility that Zhang Yue had a good relationship with the veiled young woman, so she brought her here regardless of her strength. However, in Duanling Tian's opinion, if Zhang Yue and the veiled young woman had a good relationship, the veiled young woman would have declined Zhang Yue's invitation since she would only be a burden to Zhang Yue. It was more beneficial for Zhang Yue to bring a strong helper into the natural secret realm after all. It was only normal to want the best for one's good friend. Naturally, he did not discount the possibility that the veiled young woman did not care about what was best for Jiang Yue. In any case, Duanling Tian was not worried at all. Even if the veiled young woman was stronger than the average imminent supreme god, she was still no threat to him. When Duanling Tian and the veiled young woman made a move, Hodong, Qiuping, and the two imminent supreme gods had already begun to fight the other 5 gatekeepers of the level. Since the imminent supreme god from the sanctioned land was hiding his strength, Hodong bellowed, "There's no imminent supreme god among them. Kill them." Hodong's energy surged, and he became much stronger. The last trace of worry in his heart disappeared completely when he discovered their opponents were only almost as strong as imminent supreme gods. Since there were no imminent supreme god among their opponents, what was there to worry about? Earlier, Hodong was still worried that there would be imminent supreme gods among their opponents. As such, he had held back and stayed close to the imminent supreme god he brought with him. Now that his worries were dispelled, he no longer had any scruples and let loose completely. At the same time, Qiuping and the other 2 imminent supreme gods smiled smugly. Without an imminent supreme god, their opponents were no match for them at all. It would be easy to kill all of them. As for Jiang Yue and Ho Lianyu, they slowed down a little after hearing Hodong's words. Since there was no imminent supreme gods among their opponents, they felt that the 4 people in front of them were more than enough to deal with their 5 opponents from the sanctioned land. Even Duanling Tian and the veiled young woman instinctively slowed down when Jiang Yue and Ho Lianyu slowed down. Not long after, the 4 people in Duanling Tian's group fought the 5 opponents and quickly gained the upper hand. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed when his eyes fell on the seemingly weakest person among the 5 people from the sanctioned land. There was something amiss with the other person. Despite seeming like the weakest with the other 4 protecting him, his eyes were fixed on the 4 people from Duanling Tian's group as though he was calculating something. It was as though he was the core of the group. After a moment, the veiled young woman's eyes also fell on that person. Clearly, she had also sensed that something was amiss with that person. In the next moment, the seemingly weakest person of the group from the sanctioned land, who was targeted by 2 people from Duanling Tian's group, deliberately moved closer to the imminent supreme god, whom Hodong brought here. Following that, his energy suddenly exploded. Boom! A terrifying destructive energy surged out as a gigantic hammer fell from the sky toward Hodong's imminent supreme god, who was chasing another person from the sanctioned land. Initially, Hodong's imminent supreme god did not pay attention to the imminent supreme god from the sanctioned land. After all, he assumed the other party was the weakest among the opponents. At this time, he suddenly discovered that the weakest opponent was now no weaker than him, becoming far stronger than the person he was chasing. Due to his inattention in the beginning, the prominent divine artifact of the imminent supreme god of the sanctioned land, which had been imbued with bloodline power, fell on him heavily like Thor's hammer. "Help me!" the imminent supreme god, whom Hodong found, cried out. He panicked now that his life was being threatened. He hastily turned around, trying to avoid the attack. Alas, his movements were a little too slow. Boom! The others had yet to react when an explosion rang in the air after the giant hammer with the bloodline power and the destructive energy fell on Hodong's imminent supreme god. It easily crushed his attack before crushing him. A blood mist had just appeared in the air when it was dispersed by the wind, causing Qiuping and his imminent supreme gods to feel chills running up their spines. Just like that, an imminent supreme god died. How's this possible? Hodong's expression changed drastically. He did not expect an imminent supreme god to be hiding among the 5 people from the sanctioned land. Kill them! Before Duanling Tian and the others caught up, the 4 people from the sanctioned land who were almost as strong as imminent supreme gods rushed toward Hodong and Qiuping. Since the duo's strength was on par with theirs, it was only natural that they had the advantage since there were 4 of them. At the same time, the imminent supreme god, whom Qiuping found, fought fiercely with the imminent supreme god from the sanctioned land. "Jiang Yue, Ho Lianyu, hurry up!" Hodong roared. He could not help but feel anxious at this time. He did not dare to fight the 4 opponents in front of him and hurriedly retreated. Similarly, Qiuping retreated as well, feeling flustered. Jiang Yue did not move immediately. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she murmured, "He really hid his strength well." At this time, Ho Lianyu, who was just about to make a move, was stopped by Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian said, "Be patient. You should only make a move after Zhang Yue makes a move. Ho Lianyu was slightly puzzled. He frowned when he saw that Zhang Yue was not moving at all. Soon enough, his expression turned solemn when a thought appeared in his mind. It was clear to him now that Zhang Yue did not make a move immediately because she hoped that Ho Dong and Qiu Ping would suffer some injuries. She clearly harbored selfish intentions. However, everyone was selfish to a certain extent. Ho Lianyu was not completely selfless as well. Ho Lianyu and Ho Dong did not have a particularly good relationship even though they were from the same clan. As for Qiu Ping and the others from the Misty Rain Divine sect, they were no different from strangers to him. There was no reason for him to help the others when Zhang Yue had yet to take action. After all, without Zhang Yue, he would also be injured if he stepped forward to help Ho Dong and Qiu Ping now. Unless Duanling Tian helped him, the three of them were no match for the four people from the Sanction Land at all. The four people from the Sanction Land chased after Ho Dong and Qiu Ping, and both of them were injured in just a blink of an eye, spitting out blood. At this time, Zhang Yue and Ho Lianyu finally made a move while Duanling Tian and the veiled young woman followed closely behind. Duanling Tian used the law of fire again as he joined forces with Ho Lianyu, Zhang Yue, and the veiled young woman. Despite being injured, Ho Dong and Qiu Ping were still able to fight. As such, it did not take long before the four people from the Sanction Land, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, were completely suppressed. At this time, Ho Lianyu quickly seized the chance and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I was a little distracted earlier. I was really shocked that there's an imminent supreme god among them." Zhang Yue, who was planning to use the same excuse, frowned slightly upon hearing Ho Lianyu's words. Then she hastily said, "Me too. I really didn't expect there to be an imminent supreme god." At the same time, Zhang Yue could not help but wonder inwardly, why did Ho Lianyu suddenly become smarter? Previously, Zhang Yue, Qiu Ping, Ho Lianyu, and Ho Dong wandered the realm battlefield together. As such, she understood Ho Lianyu to a certain extent. Although Ho Lianyu was calm and rational, he was also dense and honest to a fault. He was definitely not cunning like he was now. He was like a different person at this moment. Is it because of his helper? Zhang Yue could not help but speculate. Zhang Yue's speculation was correct. Duanling Tian had reminded Ho Lianyu and taught him to say those words through voice transmission earlier. He knew Ho Dong and Qiu Ping would definitely question Ho Lianyu and Zhang Yue after the fight. After all, Ho Dong and Qiu Ping were injured due to Zhang Yue and Ho Lianyu's brief hesitation earlier. If Zhang Yue had spoken first, Qiu Ping and Ho Dong would definitely place the blame on Ho Lianyu. Similarly, now that Ho Lianyu had spoken first, Zhang Yue was in a disadvantageous position. However, fortunately for Zhang Yue, the duo would not dare to blame her openly. After all, Qiu Ping was from the Misty Rain Divine sect as well, and most importantly, Zhang Yue's status was higher than his in the sect. As for Ho Dong, he had lost his helper, so he definitely would not dare to show dissatisfaction to the duo from the Misty Rain Divine sect. Just like this, the matter was swept under the rug. Ho Lianyu, Zhang Yue, Qiu Ping, and Ho Dong continued to attack the four people from the Sanction Land. Qiu Ping and Ho Dong's attacks were particularly fierce due to their anger. The four people from the Sanction Land continued to lose ground. They wanted to ask for help from the imminent supreme god from the Sanction Land, but he was occupied with Qiu Ping's imminent supreme god. Under these circumstances, they fell deeper and deeper into despair, losing the will to fight before they died one after another. After the four people from the Sanctioned Land died, Duanling Tian and the others flew toward the two imminent supreme gods who were fighting. With numbers on their side, they easily turned the tide of the battle despite most of them only possessing the strength close to an imminent supreme god. The imminent supreme god from the Sanctioned Land lost his fighting spirit after a while, and in the end, he was killed by the imminent supreme god who Qiu Ping found. With this, they passed the 8th level in the natural secret realm. "We did it!" Ho Lianyu exclaimed. Contrary to Ho Lianyu's joyful expression and the faint smiles on Zhang Yue and Qiu Ping's faces, Ho Dong wore a dark expression on his face. It was only natural since he suffered the biggest loss this time. Not only was he injured, but the imminent supreme god whom he had found to help him died as well. This meant that he no longer had the qualifications to fight the others if they discovered treasures in the future. He could only meekly follow the others. Ho Dong took a deep breath as he glanced at Zhang Yuwei and Xiao Ping. Then, he shifted his eyes to Ho Lianyu as he said through voice transmission, Ho Lianyu, although we're not on particularly good terms, we have to work together now. As it is now, the people of the Misty Rain Divine sect have the upper hand. Contrary to Ho Dong's expectations, Ho Lianyu sneered upon hearing the voice transmission. He said without using voice transmission, Ho Dong, now that your helper is dead, you want to join forces with me? Keep dreaming. I have no interest in joining forces with you. Naturally, Ho Dong's expression turned unsightly when he heard Ho Lianyu's refusal. If it were not impossible, he would have left the natural secret realm at this moment. After all, there was no doubt that he would not gain any benefits from staying in the natural secret realm now. Not only that, but his life was at risk now that he lost his helper. Apart from that, Ho Dong was also a little puzzled. He could not help but wonder why Ho Lianyu suddenly became so difficult. Suddenly, Xiao Ping's imminent supreme god exclaimed, there's additional reward. Duan Ling Tian and the others instinctively followed the direction of his gaze. After the rewards from killing the people from the sanctioned land vanished, a beam of light carrying a divine pill shone down from the sky. Following that, the tempting fragrance of the divine pill permeated the air in the canyon. At this moment, except for Duan Ling Tian, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Duan Ling Tian was calm unlike the others because he could tell from the fragrance that the divine pill was just an ordinary emperor-grade divine pill. At least, it was only ordinary to him. After all, even if the divine pill was rare, it was not of much use to him. Compared to the heavenly Tao fruit he obtained in the trial of gods, it was far inferior. Moreover, as long as he possessed the necessary ingredients, he could easily refine the pill. In fact, he was rather confident about refining the limit divine pill version of this divine pill. The divine pill was called Emperor Pill, and it was most useful to those who had just become advanced emperors of gods. It would speed up the stabilization of one's cultivation base. However, its efficacy would decrease significantly when one took another pill. Even an Emperor Limit Divine Pill was no different. As such, Duan Ling Tian's interest in it fell further. Even if this divine pill were useful to his family, he was not interested in it. Why would he be interested in it when he could refine Emperor Limit Divine Pills for his family in the future? Duan Ling Tian was very confident about refining Emperor Limit Divine Pills in the future even if the ingredients were rare. Even heavyweight supreme rank forces needed to rely on their luck to obtain the ingredients. Perhaps only prime supreme rank forces would be able to obtain these ingredients easily. However, he was not worried because he was confident that it would not be difficult for him to obtain the ingredients in the future and that he would be able to refine the divine pill for his family. At this time, while everyone looked at the divine pill with bright eyes, Xiao Ping looked away and said with a smile, it's thanks to Brother Shen that we're able to pass the 8th level. As such, this Emperor Pill should be given to him. Everyone shouldn't have any objection, right? The eyes of the imminent supreme god next to Xiao Ping lit up immediately. Although Ho Dong was a little unwilling, he was not in the position to object. Perhaps if his helper was still alive, he could have said something. However, what qualification did he have to object now? As for Zhang Yue, she glanced at the veiled young woman next to her. When she saw the veiled young woman next to her shaking her head gently, she also remained silent. Ho Lianyu wore a reluctant expression on his face. However, Zhang Yue and also Duan Ling Tian did not say anything, so he could only remain silent. Seeing that no one objected, Xiao Ping looked at the imminent supreme god next to him and said with a smile, since there's no objection, please take the Emperor Pill, Brother Shen. Very well, the imminent supreme god said with a nod and a smile before he reached out for the Emperor Pill that fell from the sky. Xiao Ping continued to say, although the Emperor Pill is useless to us, it's a treasure for those who have just become advanced emperors of gods and have yet to stabilize their cultivation bases. Brother Shen, you can give this Emperor Pill to your family, friends, or disciples. You can also use it to exchange for a decent treasure. In fact, Xiao Ping's words were rather useless. After all, everyone present on the scene were familiar with the Emperor Pill. Now that we've passed the 8th level, we'll be facing the 9th level. Under normal circumstances, the 9th level is the penultimate level. Xiao Ping said solemnly, the 9th level is naturally difficult. Perhaps we might have to face 2 imminent supreme gods. It'll be fine if they're monsters. After all, they won't be as strong as human imminent supreme gods. If our next opponents are from the Sanction land, I suggest we leave the natural secret realm if we can't beat them. There's no need to fight them if we can't beat them. On the realm battlefield, as long as everyone came to an agreement, they could leave the secret realm, natural or not. It did not matter if the secret realm was the kind that stayed in place or not. Perhaps that was why people did not hesitate to enter secret realms in groups. If they were confident, they could stay and fight. Otherwise, they could choose to leave. With this, their safety was absolutely guaranteed. The only caveat was that everyone had to be in agreement. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave even if one person disagreed. However, the dead naturally did not count. The dead could not speak and had no right to speak. For this reason, those who stirred up trouble and refused to leave at the critical moment would be killed. Qiu Ping looked at everyone before he asked, "Do you have any opinions?" No one spoke up. Clearly, they all, including the imminent supreme god, silently acquiesced to Qiu Ping's words. The imminent supreme god was strong, and he was not a fool. He would not endanger his life for no reason. Moreover, out of everyone present, he had gained most in the natural secret realm now. Even if he had to leave now, he would not suffer a loss. Compared to the imminent supreme god who died, he had benefited greatly. He still could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought of the death of the other imminent supreme god. After all, it could have easily been him. At that time, the person laughing now would be the other imminent supreme god. At this time, Ho Lianyu said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Big brother Duan, if the person Qiu Ping found is unreliable during the 9th level, I'm afraid I can only rely on you." Ho Lianyu naturally knew that Duan Ling Tian had not been taking things seriously so far. He thought that Duan Ling Tian was trying to hide and preserve his strength and that Duan Ling Tian would only reveal his strength at the critical moment. In his opinion, if they encountered treasure, the imminent supreme god whom Qiu Ping found, who did not hold back all this while, might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian had been preserving his strength. As for Zhang Yue, unless the veiled young woman had also been hiding her strength, Ho Lianyu did not think they were a match for Duan Ling Tian as well. Moreover, Ho Lianyu felt that Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary imminent supreme god. Previously, he had seen Duan Ling Tian kill an advanced emperor of gods, who was not any weaker than him, with just a move. This was not something ordinary imminent supreme gods were capable of. At the very least, it was not something the imminent supreme gods whom Ho Dong and Qiu Ping found respectively were capable of. At this time, Duan Ling Tian replied to Ho Lianyu's voice transmission, "We'll act according to the situation." Duan Ling Tian was very calm. It was as though he had an endless supply of patience. "You're right. There's no need to worry for now," Ho Lianyu said before adding, "Perhaps the veiled young woman next to Zhang Yue has also been hiding her strength. Big brother Duan, at the critical moment, you have to see if she makes a move. It's better to let her make a move first." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by Ho Lianyu's words. He did not expect Ho Lianyu to suspect the veiled young woman next to Zhang Yue of hiding her strength. Duan Ling Tian and the others were still waiting patiently when the wind suddenly picked up speed and chased away the clouds above the canyon. Following that, a spatial vortex, larger than the one before, appeared in the sky. Qiu Ping's expression changed immediately upon seeing this. "Damn it! It's the people from the Sanction land again." Up until now, the vortex would only appear when the people from the Sanction land appeared. There was no vortex for the monsters. Instead, the monsters looked as though they had appeared out of thin air. Swoosh! The expression of the imminent supreme god next to Qiu Ping turned solemn as well. Following that, he quickly flew up and attacked the vortex. However, despite his powerful attack, the vortex continued to churn quickly. In fact, the vortex seemed to be churning faster due to his attack. At this time, the imminent supreme god seemed to detect the aura of another person, so he quickly retreated to his original spot. Qiu Ping, who had just regained his senses at this time, shook his head and said, "It's useless. Once the spatial vortex appears, there's no stopping it. If you attack it, it'll absorb the energy of the attack and speed up the process of transportation. Let's wait. We'll see if the people from the Sanction land are strong. We'll withdraw if they're strong. we must also consider the possibility that they're hiding their strength. This time, remember not to rush out recklessly. We should fight together. It's best if we let them make the first move. After a while, several figures appeared in front of the spatial vortex. This time, there were 7 people, 2 more compared to the previous group. This meant that their number was similar to Duanling Tian's group, which had lost 1 person. After discovering that they were the gatekeepers of the 9th level in the natural secret realm, the 7 people from the Sanction land only panicked briefly before they regained their composure. A bearded middle-aged man cursed, damn it. I've been transported to a natural secret realm again to act as a test. As for the other 6 people, their expressions were solemn, and their eyes shone with vigilance. At this time, someone asked the bearded man through voice transmission, "How strong are you?" Under these circumstances, we should confirm our strength so we can cooperate accordingly. It's 7 against 7, so we might not lose to them. It's best if we can win with the fewest number of casualties. The bearded man stopped cursing, and his expression turned solemn upon hearing these words. Then, he replied through voice transmission, "My strength is close to that of an imminent supreme god. However, if you can buy me a few breaths, I can unleash an attack that's capable of injuring or even killing an imminent supreme god as long as I can catch him or her off guard. My bloodline power is quite special." The person who asked the question was an imminent supreme god. His eyes lit up now that he found out that someone on his side had the means to seriously injure or kill an imminent supreme god. Following that, he quickly asked the other 5 people through voice transmission, "How strong are you?" "I'm an imminent supreme god, and my strongest law is the law of metal." It did not take long before the imminent supreme god from the Sanction land found out that there was another imminent supreme god in his group. Apart from that, the other 5 people were almost as strong as an imminent supreme god. Following that, he began to discuss how to deal with the 7 people from the divine offering land. It would be reckless for them to attack without a plan after all. He said to the other 6 through voice transmission, "Did any of you notice it? Those 7 people from the divine offering land are split into groups. 6 of them are standing together in groups of 2s while 1 is left out. Unlike secret realms opened using battle merits, people usually enter natural secret realms in groups. I suspect 2 possibilities. 1, the 7 of them discovered this natural secret realm together, or 2, 4 of them found this natural secret realm and each of them brought a helper. If it's the second possibility, it means that they've lost 1 person. Apart from that, I also noticed that one of them looked afraid when he saw us. It seems like he wants to flee. It's obvious that he's not confident about facing us." After listening to these words, the other 6 people from the Sanction land glanced at the person in question. "My lord, you're truly observant. I'm impressed. I'm willing to obey your orders. It's amazing that you can see through that person's thoughts. By the way, it seems like there are another 2 of them who don't seem very confident about facing us. It's likely that they just lost someone. That's why they're shaken. In any case, it's best for us to be cautious. We'll obey your orders, my lord." Apart from the other imminent supreme lord, the others addressed the imminent supreme god, who spoke first as Lord. The imminent supreme god who spoke first did not disappoint and quickly came up with a plan which was slightly similar to the plan that the previous group from the Sanction land came up with. He proposed that they conserve their energy. He also speculated that there had to be at least 1 imminent supreme god among the people from the divine offering land, since they had 2 imminent supreme gods in their group. Instead of only conserving their energy, he proposed that he and the other imminent supreme god attacked while they conserved their energy to avoid suspicion. If their opponents decided to flee after they fought, it would mean they were victorious and could leave the natural secret realm alive. The rewards of killing the opponents were not important to them now. After all, many of them were transported to this natural secret realm unwillingly after venturing into dangerous places on the realm battlefield. There was nothing they wanted more than to leave the natural secret realm alive. At this time, Qiuping said to the others, "Let's make a move together to test their strength." After that, Qiuping and the imminent supreme god next to him flew out first. Zhang Yue, Holianyu, and Hodong made a move after that, with Duanling Tian and the veiled woman bringing up the rear. In just a moment, a fight broke out between the group of people from the divine offering land and the Sanction land. The two domineering imminent supreme gods from the sanctioned land made a move against Xiaoping and the imminent supreme god next to him. The expression of the imminent supreme god next to Xiaoping changed immediately. Two imminent supreme gods. We have to leave. Subsequently, a portal appeared above the imminent supreme god next to Xiaoping. This was a sign for the others to leave. After a brief moment, a portal appeared above Xiaoping and Hodong as well. On the contrary, there were no portals above Duanling Tian, Hou Lianyu, Zhang Yue, or the Veiled Woman. This showed that not everyone was in agreement to leave. Stop wasting time. Let's get out of here. Hodong urged anxiously as he tried to fend off the imminent supreme god from the sanctioned land. He could only leave if all of them agreed to leave. Alas, Duanling Tian, Hou Lianyu, Zhang Yue, and the Veiled Woman ignored Hodong's words. Apart from that, the four of them also exchanged a look when they realized that the people from the sanctioned land did not attack them at all. Do all of you have a death wish? The imminent supreme god next to Xiaoping bellowed as he turned to look at Duanling Tian and the others. In just a brief moment, he was driven into a corner by the two imminent supreme gods from the sanctioned land. Fortunately, he retreated in time and did not suffer any injuries. Junior sister Yu Wei, Xiaoping cried out. He could barely defend himself. He and Hodong were soon surrounded by four people from the sanctioned land. Although the four were not as strong as them individually, the four of them had number on their side. At this time, one of the people from the sanctioned land whose strength was almost as strong as an imminent supreme god laughed and said, "Die." Following that, he flew over and blocked the path of the imminent supreme god, whom Xiaoping found, and activated his bloodline power. Then, a terrifying energy surged out along with a blood-red crescent sword ray. No, the expression of the imminent supreme god, whom Xiaoping found, changed drastically. He was shocked by the appearance of a third imminent supreme god. It was only natural that he came to this conclusion since the other party's attack was something only imminent supreme gods were capable of unleashing. Filled with unwillingness, he blocked the sword ray with everything he had. However, the sword ray was so powerful that it forced him to his knees and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the other party from the sanctioned land did not escape unscathed and was injured by the backlash. At this time, the two imminent supreme gods from the sanctioned land finally arrived and attacked in unison. After a beat, two waves of earth-shattering energy surged out and killed the imminent supreme god, whom Xiaoping brought to the natural secret realm. When Hodong saw the imminent supreme god die from the corners of his eyes, he turned pale immediately. He roared, "What are all of you waiting for? Are you waiting for those three imminent supreme gods to kill all of us?" Conversely, the leader of the group from the sanctioned land grinned as though victory was already in his hand. He said, "Kill them." He did not know why Duanling Tian and the others refused to flee, and he did not think too much about it. At this time, he only saw it as a good opportunity for them to kill all those from the divine offering land so they could obtain the rewards. Suddenly, Duanling Tian and the Veiled Woman made a move at almost the same time. Duanling Tian quickly restrained the advanced Emperor of Gods who ambushed Xiaoping's imminent supreme god with the law of space's restraining profundity. He had long known that the other party was not an imminent supreme god due to the other party's inferior defenses. Apart from that, he could also see that the other party's earlier attack was boosted by his bloodline power. "Help me! He's an imminent supreme god!" The advanced emperors of gods cried out, and his expression changed when he sensed the spatial turbulence in his surroundings. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Duanling Tian's restraining profundity. At this time, the Veiled Woman faced the two imminent supreme gods alone. Despite being outnumbered, she was not at a disadvantage. Clearly, she was much stronger than the imminent supreme god Xiaoping found. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, Hou Lianyu and Zhang Yue promptly joined forces with Hodong and Xiaoping, who was on the brink of exhaustion. The burden on Hodong and Xiaoping eased immediately. Although the duo still felt slightly pressured, they finally could look around their surroundings. In the next moment, their eyes widened when they saw Duanling Tian restrained and killed his opponent. They did not expect that Duanling Tian was also an imminent supreme god. Moreover, the law of space was his strongest law, not the law of fire. They were shocked by how effortless it was for Duan Ling Tian to restrain and kill his opponent with the spatial energy. After a moment, they realized that Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than the imminent supreme gods they found to help them. After a moment, the duo shifted their attention to the veiled woman Jiang Yue brought. They saw that she was using a law different from the one she used earlier. Most shockingly, she managed to restrain the two imminent supreme gods from the sanctioned land with her law of water. Damn it! Ho Dong cursed Ho Lien Yu inwardly. He did not expect that the helper Ho Lien Yu was an imminent supreme god who deliberately hid his strength. However, regardless of how resentful he felt, he naturally did not dare to show it too much. After all, he still had to rely on Duan Ling Tian to survive. In the end, he could only say to Ho Lien Yu through voice transmission, "Ho Lien Yu, you've always been honest. I didn't expect you to play such a trick." Even then, Ho Dong did not dare to be excessive with his words, worried that he would offend Ho Lien Yu. Meanwhile, the two imminent supreme gods were also shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian easily kill their companion. It was clear to them that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than them. This is bad. Initially, the gatekeepers of the 9th level in the sanction felt triumphant after the death of their opponent's imminent supreme god. Alas, they did not expect that there were another two terrifying imminent supreme gods among their opponents. One of them had killed their advanced emperor of gods who were only second to their imminent supreme gods, and the other one was evenly matched when fighting two of their imminent supreme gods at the same time. The four remaining people from the sanctioned land were locked in a stalemate with their opponents from the divine offering land for a while. When the purple-clad young man, one of the opponent's two imminent supreme gods, finally killed their advanced emperor of gods and was no longer preoccupied, they felt waves of despair washing over them. At the same time, the two imminent supreme gods who were fighting the veiled woman looked bitter when they glanced at the purple-clad young man through the corners of their eyes. Their plan had failed. They could only comfort themselves by thinking that they had at least killed one imminent supreme god. After killing the advanced emperor of gods, Duan Ling Tian teleported and reappeared near the veiled woman before he said nonchalantly, "I'll restrain them so you can make your move." Before the veiled woman could respond, Duan Ling Tian casually raised his right hand. A spatial storm raged around the two imminent supreme gods immediately. When the two imminent supreme gods returned to their senses, they were already confined in a small area. They used their prominent divine artifacts and struck the spatial barrier with all their might, but it was futile. The barrier only shook for a few moments. They barely left a scratch on it. Seeing this, their expressions changed. Clearly, they were no match for Duan Ling Tian even after joining forces. He was even more powerful than the veiled woman. Although the woman's face was hidden by the veil, a hint of surprise could be seen in her crystal-clear eyes, and her slender figure trembled imperceptibly. However, she quickly recovered her senses and made her move. Swoosh! 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 A huge wave swept toward the two men like a water dragon. Initially, they were evenly matched with the veiled woman. However, they were at a disadvantage now that they had to direct part of their energy to defend themselves against the spatial storm surrounding them. As such, in just a few breaths, they succumbed to the veiled woman. Two beams of energy shone on the veiled woman soon after the two imminent supreme gods from the sanctioned land perished. The remaining four people from the sanctioned land were consumed by fear and lost their will to fight completely after the deaths of the two imminent supreme gods. As a result, they were easily suppressed by Ho Lien Yu and the others. Duan Ling Tian and the veiled women stood at the side and silently watched as Ho Lien Yu and the others gained the upper hand and dealt with their opponents. The veiled woman glanced at Duan Ling Tian furtively through the corners of her eyes multiple times. A hint of fear could be seen in her eyes when she looked at him. She and Jiang Yue had planned to hide her strength, so they would have better chances of obtaining treasures in the natural secret realm. In order to hide her strength, she also did not object when Xiao Ping suggested giving the Emperor Pill to his imminent supreme god. This is beyond my expectations. Initially, the veiled woman and Jiang Yue were optimistic about their chances to obtain the best treasures in the natural secret realm. However, she was no longer as optimistic as before after discovering that another person had also hidden his strength. Most importantly, the other party was not weaker than her, and she was not confident about her chances if she were to fight him. At this time, Ho Lianyu and the others finally killed the 4 people from the Sanction land. In the beginning, they were evenly matched with their opponents due to Ho Dong and Xiao Ping's injuries. However, their opponents lost their will to fight due to the deaths of their 2 imminent supremer gods, and as a result, he and the others were able to gain the upper hand and kill them. Soon after, beams of energy shone down on Ho Lianyu and the others after they killed their opponents. After the beams of light disappeared, Ho Lianyu flew over to Duan Ling Tian before he said with a smile, "Big brother Duan, we could have died if you and this lady didn't save us." At the same time, Zhang Yue returned and stood next to the veiled woman. She looked at Duan Ling Tian warily before she turned to Ho Lianyu and said tonelessly, "Ho Lianyu, I underestimated you. I assumed you brought an ordinary emperor of gods here. I didn't expect you to bring such a formidable imminent supreme god." Ho Lianyu said nonchalantly, "Zhang Yue, I didn't expect your friend to hide her strength so well." Meanwhile, Ho Dong and Xiao Ping finally understood Duan Ling Tian, Ho Lianyu, Zhang Yue, and the veiled woman did not want to leave the natural secret realm earlier. As it turned out, the quartet was confident about defeating their 7 opponents from the Sanction land. Zhang Yue looked at Ho Lianyu and said, "The reward for this level will definitely be better than the one before. You can have the reward, but the reward for the final round belongs to us. What do you think?" Ho Lianyu scoffed and said with a scornful expression on his face, "Zhang Yue, it seems like you've already planned everything. What if the final reward is better? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Ho Lianyu was not a fool after all. Zhang Yue shook her head. "You can't say that. We have no idea how difficult the final level will be. What if we can't pass the next level and fail to get the reward? However, you're certain to get the reward for this round." The scornful expression on Ho Lianyu's face became even more obvious when he heard Zhang Yue's words. He said, "I don't think we'll fail to pass the next level. How about this? You can have this round's reward and we'll take the next round's reward? We don't mind taking the risk." Ho Lianyu laughed mockingly after he finished speaking. He really wondered if Zhang Yue treated him like a fool. At the same time, Ho Dong and Xiao Ping's expressions were rather sour. After all, they were in a very disadvantageous position now. "Ho Dong, your clan's Ho Lianyu is really unreliable. He found such a formidable imminent supreme god to help him, but he didn't even save the helper you brought," Xiao Ping said through voice transmission. He was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do apart from venting his anger on Ho Dong. After all, compared to Ho Lianyu and Zhang Yue, Ho Dong was a much easier target. Ho Dong, who was seething with anger, did not tolerate Xiao Ping's words. He said with a sneer, "Xiao Ping, it's useless to provoke me. I won't fall for it. It's true that the imminent supreme god that Ho Lianyu didn't save my helper. However, did your junior sister help you? Ho Lianyu and I are mere acquaintances. In fact, we even have a small conflict between us. It's only normal that he didn't help me. However, you treated your junior sister so well, but she still didn't help you. How pitiful." Xiao Ping's blood boiled when he heard Ho Dong's words. He was very close to attacking Ho Dong, but he managed to rein in his temper in the end. If he made a move at this point, it would definitely leave a bad impression on the others. Ho Dong smiled smugly when he saw Xiao Ping was unable to do anything to him. The gloominess that lingered in his heart seemed to have been dispelled at this moment. "Here it comes." Ho Dong's eyes widened slightly as Xiao Ping instinctively raised his head. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian and the others saw a glowing fruit with a refreshing scent descending from the sky. This is... Duan Ling Tian discovered that the fruit was rather similar to the heavenly Tao fruit he obtained in the Trial of Gods. He quickly searched his memories and identified the fruit. The Sky Ascension fruit. The Sky Ascension fruit was a divine fruit similar to the heavenly Tao fruit. Both of them could help an advanced emperor of gods break through the realm of a supreme god. It was a life-changer for imminent supreme gods with low innate talent who were unable to become supreme gods. "It's the Sky Ascension fruit." Ho Dong and Xiao Ping's widened eyes shone with greed at this moment. However, after a beat, they sighed inwardly as they glanced at Duan Ling Tian and the veiled woman from the corners of their eyes. "I hope they'll fight over the divine fruit and die," Ho Dong thought to himself. He knew it was just wishful thinking, but he still could help but imagine the duo fighting to their deaths. Jiang Yuwei's eyes shone brightly as well. The veiled woman was also moved, but she did not dare to act recklessly with Duanling Tian standing so close. After a moment, she sent a voice transmission to Jiang Yuwei. After listening to the voice transmission, Jiang Yuwei turned to Ho Lianyu and asked, Ho Lianyu, are you sure you want us to take the Sky Ascension fruit? If that's what you want, you can't go back on your words later. A hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Yuwei's eyes after she finished speaking. Ho Lianyu frowned slightly upon hearing Jiang Yuwei's words. Before the Sky Ascension fruit appeared, he had told Jiang Yuwei that she could have this level's reward because he was afraid that she was taking advantage of him and Duanling Tian. However, he did not expect the reward to be a Sky Ascension fruit, which was very helpful to an advanced Emperor of Gods. If he had known better, he would not have made such a hasty decision on Duanling Tian's behalf earlier. While Ho Lianyu was caught in a dilemma, he heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission. His eyes widened and a fearful expression appeared briefly on his face. He instinctively looked at Duanling Tian before he turned to Jiang Yuwei and said, Jiang Yuwei, we want this level's reward. Jiang Yuwei and the veiled woman's eyes widened slightly upon hearing these words. Ho Lianyu continued to say, you can have the final level's reward if you agree to our conditions. The faint smile on Jiang Yuwei's vanished immediately and was replaced by an indignant expression. Ho Lianyu, what do you mean by that? You want the Sky Ascension fruit, and you also want us to agree to your conditions to obtain the final level's reward. Although the veiled woman did not speak, her gaze turned icy immediately. She turned slightly to look at Duanling Tian following that. She knew that Ho Lianyu's words were Duanling Tian's intention. At this time, Duanling Tian raised his hand and claimed the Sky Ascension fruit before putting it away in his spatial ring. He did not have any use for the Sky Ascension fruit, but it was useful to his family. The divine fruit was rare, so he did not hesitate to claim it. After putting the divine fruit away, he only glanced at the veiled woman briefly before looking away. Clearly, he did not feel worried at all. Meanwhile, Ho Lianyu said to Jiang Yuwei, why are you so impatient? Listen before you come to a conclusion. The Sky Ascension fruit is indeed very valuable. However, the final level's reward will definitely be better. Perhaps, the reward is another 2 or more Sky Ascension fruit. Jiang Yuwei scoffed before she asked coldly, what are your conditions? Ho Dong and Xiao Ping looked at Ho Lianyu curiously, wondering what the conditions were. Ho Lianyu slowly said, the reward for the final level will belong to both of you, if both of you can pass it on your own. Big Brother Duan and I won't be helping both of you. Jiang Yuwei's expression changed immediately, and the veiled woman's gaze turned even icier. Let alone the final level that would be even more difficult. They knew it would be very difficult for them to pass the 9th level without Duanling Tian's help earlier. Jiang Yuwei said angrily with an unsightly expression on her face, Ho Lianyu, you're too shameless. Didn't we help you with the 9th level? You want us to face the final level on our own. Although the veiled woman did not speak again, her anger was palpable. Meanwhile, Ho Dong and Xiao Ping also thought that Ho Lianyu had crossed the line. However, they did not dare to speak up. Who knew if provoking Duanling Tian would cause them to die? Ho Lianyu shook his head and said, let me finish speaking. If you can't pass the final level, Big Brother Duan will step in. If he manages to pass the level without your help, it goes without saying that the reward belongs to him. However, if he can't do it alone, we'll all join forces, and the reward will go to you. The point is that Big Brother Duan wants to use the final level to test his strength. Jiang Yuwei and the others turned to look at Duanling Tian in unison after Ho Lianyu finished speaking. They wondered why Duanling Tian was confident about passing the final level on his own. A hint of shock could be seen in the veiled woman's eyes as well when she looked at Duanling Tian. After a moment, she said to Jiang Yuwei through voice transmission, based on how difficult the 9th level was, it's impossible for him to pass the final level on his own, unless he has the strength of a rudimentary supreme god. If he really possesses such strength, there's nothing we can do even if he decides to go back on his word and claim the reward. In short, we have no choice but to agree to their conditions. We can only hope that he's blindly confident and is not strong enough to pass the final level on his own. Jiang Yuwei felt that the veiled woman's words made sense. Hence, she said to Ho Lianyu, I agree to your conditions. I hope the both of you will keep your promise. Ho Lianyu smiled. Rest assured, we will definitely keep our promise. Inwardly, Ho Lianyu was rather shocked as well. When Duan Ling Tian told him about the conditions earlier, he was very certain that Duan Ling Tian could pass the final level on his own. However, he could not understand why he would trust Duan Ling Tian, someone whom he had met not long ago, so much. He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian at all. Meanwhile, after recovering from his shock, Ho Dong asked Qiu Ping through voice transmission. Qiu Ping, do you think he's strong enough to pull it off? I have no idea, Qiu Ping said as he glared at Ho Dong. He found it difficult to believe that Ho Dong had the gall to strike up a conversation with him after their argument earlier. Did Ho Dong forget about their argument? The 10th level was the final test in the natural secret realm. After waiting for a while, the opponents for the 10th level finally showed up. This time, the opponents were no longer people from the Sanction land. Instead, they were 10 medium-sized humanoid monsters with terrifying auras. They were about 3 to 6 meters tall, and they resembled apes. All of them held a long staff, which was at least 10 meters long, in their hands. A faint translucent figure could be seen looming above each of the staves. The staves are prominent divine artifacts with incomplete artifact souls, Ho Dong exclaimed. Before flying out, Zhang Yue glanced at Ho Dong and Qiu Ping and said, "Let's test their strength." Ho Dong and Qiu Ping felt extremely reluctant. But in the end, they flew out as well. Unlike before, the veiled woman did not wait. Instead, she flew past Zhang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping and charged toward the 10 ape-like monsters. Roar! The 10 monsters roared when they saw the veiled woman charging toward them. They raised the staves in their hands simultaneously and pointed them at her. Bang! 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 5 staves easily crushed the veiled woman's attack and sent her flying in the sky. The other 5 staves were weaker, so they failed to land on the veiled woman when she was sent flying back. Based on this, it could be seen that the 5 strongest monsters were in the realm of imminent supreme gods while the other 5 were slightly weaker. Unlike the monsters from before, all of them wielded prominent divine artifacts with incomplete artifact souls.